All right, chat, what's going on? We're here with day 2 of the Japan Championships Fukuoka. I don't know what they've been yapping about here, but yeah, first round should be coming up. I assume it's gonna be live. I saw someone mention that in chat. I assume it will be live. Thanks as well for the Pulse/Absol box matchups. Won the matchup and got second for the challenge. Congrats on the finish. Only losing to a Dango who was just a player, not gonna lie. His Guardian still haven't played map because he lost to you and you gave it to him. So I got Aura diffed. Also thanks to you, of course. Thought it was helpful. Congrats on the finish. What are these coins? Are these... What is what you get for winning? The plates down here or whatever these are? It's like the first, second, third place. How did they decide third place at the tournament? That one has a 3. Champion, runner-up, third place. Plate trophies. So you just get bodied if you get 4th? Or is there 2 third place trophies? You get cash prize in Japan? No. Free entry, no entry fee, no cash prizing. Maybe product. I don't know if they get booster boxes or not. Yeah. So I charged pumped 6 out of 7 games I played, but lost top 8 at the cup. Was it worth it? Nah, losing in top 8 at a cup is not worth it. Shouldn't have even gone. Basically, just for the love of the game. I mean, that's what it was back in the day. Like, tournaments used to have, like, when I started playing, tournaments didn't have cash prizing. You got the mat and product. I think that was it. Well, at regionals, like, the first regionals I won, I got a $1,500 scholarship. So, like, it had to be put towards, like, school, basically. But eventually, they turned those into just, like, cash outs. So I just got cash eventually. And I got a paid trip to U.S. Nationals when I won my first regional in 2010. So that's what you got back in the day. So I guess there was like some cash prizing, but Japan tournaments are a lottery system in terms that yeah, to like enter the tournament. There are some auto invite stuff. If you win a city league, you get an invite to the next championship league. And if you go 10-0 or the next Japan Championships, or not, Champions League. If you go 10-0 in the Champions League, or not 10-0, if you get 10 wins in the Champions League, you get invited to the next Champions League. So you can kind of chain them. Yeah, you can still chain them. People still play Yu-Gi-Oh! And it doesn't have cash prizing. This is true. But recently you guys just got... Recently, well, I say you guys, I don't know if you actually play Yu-Gi-Oh! But recently Yu-Gi-Oh! Got like promo cards, right? Something they didn't really have before. And those are worth like a lot of money. So... Yeah, a lot of games don't have cash prizing outside of just Japan and Pokemon. Like One Piece doesn't have cash prizing, right? But you just get like the cards that are just by default they know are going to be really expensive. So you get like comparable payouts at One Piece tournaments to Pokemon tournaments, but it's not actual cash. You get a card that then you have to find someone to buy. So I mean, it's definitely better to get the cash for sure. And if we had like promo cards at regionals as well on top of that, ooh, it would go insane. But currently it's just, we just get the placement cards for ICs and worlds. You ever mention how much you got for selling your top 4 card? I've mentioned a couple times, yeah. Hazel, happy to have you back live streaming. I have a question. Do you think about future formats of post-rotation possibilities? Of course. We had Stamp event cards back then. Stamp event cards. I remember in 06 getting 3rd at regionals. You got 2 booster boxes, $500 in scholarships. Stamp event. Oh, what do you mean like what we currently have now though? Just like the regional cards, or is it like stamp event? Because we currently still have. Oh no, but it had the event. Did it have the event on the stamp? I forget. Did they release MetaShare? No. I would follow Pokebook on Twitter. Will probably tweet stuff out. Post. What's it called? 07 regionals card was Gengar, Hall, and Phantoms. Yeah, I remember those. I had a lot of those. I got rid of all of them recently. all the stamped cards for the regionals, and they had one for nationals, but they weren't specific to the event. It's kind of what they have. It's kind of like what they have now, though. We kind of still have what they had back then. They were nicer looking back then, but we kind of have the same thing still to this day. If you go to a regional right now, you'll get a regional promo or whatever. A couple 8-0s, 9 8-0s. Is that 8 complete A? Oh wait, this might be just Group A actually. I see the A in the top there. So 9 8-0s from Group A. What do I think about the new Decidueye EX? Probably not going to be competitive. Yeah, they're already rotated over in Japan. Hazel Happy. Yeah, they already rotated. Group B. Only 2 8-0s in Group B? Wait, does that even make any sense? Maybe it's not equal number of players. Or I guess more ties, right? More ties. Any prominent Western players in the tourney? Rahul. I think Fabian is over there. Tord was going to play, but then he got sick, so he didn't end up going to Japan. And I think Hetty's over there as well. I feel like less people nowadays know who Hetty is, but I think Hetty's over there. And there might Hexer lost out in day 1 though. He didn't make day 2. I know Rahul's in day 2. I don't know about Fabian or Hetty though. Pool C, there were 6 8-0s out of Pool C, so a little bit less ties. Yeah, I don't know if the player count is even, to be honest, across the board between the groups. What decks are catching your attention this tourney? I mean, none of them really. There's nothing crazy that we've seen. Group D, 4 8-0s. Like 20 8-0s total. Not quite, actually, I guess. That was close to 20. 17. You know what Rahul is playing? Someone in chat yesterday said Lucario, but I actually don't know. Do we know how many people signed up for this? Signed up to this. I think it's around 7,000. Would you rather an Iono reprint or a Duck ban? What a stupid question. What? That is just disrespectful. Don't ask that question ever again. What? Why do they still do match points as 3 per win if there aren't ties? I don't know. Wait, do they do that for sure? I think because like in the Japan Championships. Yeah, I think because that's Japan Championships, they play best out of 3. So they just keep it consistent throughout the season. Just like to have it reflect that. To have a win reflect 3 points as they go to the Japan Championships. Yeah. Yeah, this is the biggest tournament of all time in the Pokemon TCG. Unless like, no, Japan Championships are smaller than the Champions Leagues, right? So this is, yeah, I think this is the biggest of all time. Yeah, this is basically a regional championship in Japan. And then they have the Japan Championships, which is like Japan Nationals, which is kind of like their IC, but not really. Why are they still keeping that card hidden? There was zero Mega Zygarde yesterday. We probably will not see a Mega Zygarde at this tournament because the card is probably terrible. But too much Shaman is probably one of the reasons. If Shaman's not prevalent and you can get it consistent, then there could be something there though. They got the PTCG. Yeah, they got the PTCG live bug. Yeah. One of the cards is just turned backward. We don't know what it is. Are these the 3 most played decks? I assume so. Or they're the decks that they're talking about and highlighting, I guess. This slide was what people got to vote on for what people expect to win today. Oh, okay. So this is like a poll result for what people think is going to win. I'm looking for. I'm rooting for Alakazam personally. I want to see Daichi get the dub. He's going in at 7-1, so good start, good player. Seems like a good deck. We'll see. I wonder what the backwards card is. Custom deck? No, I have no clue. The reveals will be after Swiss, before top cut. Nope, I do not know when that'll be. Whenever that happens is when they'll happen, though. Are people not playing Judge in their decks? We didn't see that much Judge yesterday. Judge is like a pretty terrible card, though. Playing Judge for turn instead of Lily. Like, even if you stop the Alakazam player from doing something for their turn, you probably didn't do anything on your turn because you played Judge. So, also the problem with playing Judge is, like, even if it is effective against Alakazam, it's not good against anything else. So you're just playing a bad card in your deck against every matchup that isn't Alakazam. So, doesn't Zam get screwed by Fighting Energy and Garchomp Lucario? If they play it, yeah. But Zam could be... You could play E-Hammer and Zam. If those cards are popular, then I'm sure Alakazam is playing E-Hammer. But I don't know if Zams are playing E-Hammer right now. Because I don't know if those decks are playing that. I don't know if Alakazam was really a deck going into this tournament, though. Like a high threat level deck. Is Zerosic just better? Zerosic is probably a better tech card against Alakazam, yeah. But Zerosic is also a terrible card. So it's like... Also, I don't even know how good Zerosic is against Alakazam, to be honest. Alakazam usually ends the game with, like, plenty of cards left in their deck. So if they know you play Zerosic, they could definitely play around it and, like, not overdraw. And then when you get hit with... when you get hit with the Zerosic, you just get rid of all the dead... Yeah, like, your hand is full of just dead cards. You just get rid of all the dead cards. And then as long as you didn't overdraw, like if you need 20, let's say you need to KO a Dragon Ball. If you just, like, let's say you could draw to like 19, 20 cards, but if you just stay at 16 and then you get Zerosic, I don't know, you might just be fine, to be honest. Because that means you just keep the 3 best cards in your hand and then you just build your hand back up. It's like the same thing as getting judged. But if you don't know your opponent has Zerosic, it definitely hits harder probably. But Zerosic is also just like, the thing to think about with Zerosic is just literally a terrible card in your deck for every other matchup. And I don't know how consistently you can utilize it against Alakazam either, to like actually have it matter. Zerosic is funny in the Alakazam mirror. It seems kind of useless in the mirror. They just don't need that many cards to get another knockout on the next turn, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't, like, Alakazam, it's not like Alakazam has 30 cards in hand and 2 cards in deck, then they get Zerosic, and then they can't KO anything else. They usually have, like, 20 cards in hand, 20 cards in deck. So, like, even if you get the KO, you can still redraw up for knockouts after that. I don't know. It's something I like have to test to see if how effective something like Zerosic actually is. Like, I feel like when I played Alakazam or watched Alakazam or played against Alakazam, it's not like they have, like, 2 cards left in their deck at turn 3, and then they have 5 cards left after Zerosic. 2 Zerosics? 2 Zerosics could definitely go further, because you could get him with the first one, sacrifice another big Pokemon, they KO it, then hit him with the second one, and then it's probably cooked. Then it is probably cooked. Jack controls WinCon is often recycling Zerosic until the situation happens. But that's the only exception. Plus, everyone in a deck can naturally do that, though. Those cards are like, being able to do that is naturally good in Pidgeot control. That's different than trying to put something that's just naturally bad in a deck into a deck and then having it also work often enough to make it worth it. It's never like that simple, but if Alakazam is good enough, it obviously is worth it. They never show meta breakdowns at Champions Leagues. If I don't get disrupted, I just start setting up the Dunsparce and the energy and stop drawing cards. So it can do some damage, but I consider it a huge counter. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just sit there with 3 Dunsparces in play, continue to punch, and then you're chilling. Is it pre-recorded today? I don't know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. It looks like they're ready to get with the main match, the first match here. So we'll see pretty soon. Appreciate the 5 months there, Klopp and Cole. Think Absol has any hope post rotation? I don't know. I don't think about post rotation. Oh, there's Hetty right there. So he did make day 2. Hetty's in day 2. Not to be rude, but can they get started? Yeah, can they just get like started already? Like, what are we doing, dude? Hyperchild is right, man. Not to be rude, not to be rude. Not trying to offend anyone. But could they like start the match? Could they get the game rolling? Like, come on. Not to be rude, not to be offensive. Make sure to preempt. Probably a good place to share the info. Pokemon changed a rule in the TCG rulebook about up to definition and now aligns with the TPC Japan's rule for up to attacks. You can now choose 0. It is a standard relevant for Mega Lucario and Squawkabilly EX. Wait, Squawkabilly EX. Oh, for the energy. Wait, so now we're finally copying Japan correctly? Is that what you're saying there, Shutterstock? Dude, I don't know why that took them so long. Let's get it started. I've been waiting all day to see Guardy vs. Guardy. Whoa. That's kind of rude of you, Walmart kid. You didn't say... Jeez, I didn't know you were so rude like that. Jeez. I don't know if I should time you out or ban you or whatever. Didn't it say please? Didn't it say please? Didn't it say they weren't trying to be offensive or rude? If there's no plan on printing an N/Iono clone, I'm playing Digimon. True, that's where the real gamers play. To be rude, can we get these damn matches started? Sheesh. Alright, at least you're being honest. Didn't say they weren't driving. Shake my head. Can't trust anyone. Yeah, also, who knows? They could have been driving this whole time. Is a Guardy deck in this format? No. Mega Guardy is technically a legal card, but kind of stops there. Sorry if you already answered. No apologizing in 2026. Oh, wait, this is a whole meme. Sorry if you already answered and not trying to offend. And I'm vegan, but how many matches today? And I'm vegan. Matches today? 7 rounds of Swiss and then top 32. First seed is Mega Guardy Team Rocket Spite Ops. Wait, actually no memes? So someone is 8-0 with that? That's broken. Yeah, appreciate the 10 months there. Leighton. We'll be honest. Sorry if you already answered, but... At least he's not... All right, here we go. First match of the day. We have got 2 8-0s. That's how you want to see things start. It looks like Raging Bolt, but I can't tell for sure. This is live. This is not a replay. This is live. Versus Solrock. So a Solrock Lunatone deck with Pokepad. So maybe it's like Okie Dokie. I saw a bug catching set in there as well, so I think it is Raging Bolt versus... it might be Fighting Box versus Raging Bingus. We'll see. Lucario? Lucario doesn't play Pokepad though, does it? I don't think it's Lucario. Bro, it's Lucario with Pokepad. What the fuck are you Pokepadding for? Pokepad is broken in Lucario? What are you getting? For Hariyama? Oh, true. I guess you don't have a way to get Hariyama. Hey, wouldn't you just play 4 Ultra Ball for... Wouldn't you just play 4 Ultra Ball for thing? Dude, I don't know. That seems kind of weak. You have 4 fighting Gong. Hit him with the Gong. Petrol? I still think that's Raging Bolt. All right. I'm going to put the prediction up. I don't fully know what either player is playing, but chat is pretty confident that the player on the right is playing Lucario. Maybe you guys saw the hand. I'm not convinced that's Lucario because Pokepad seems terrible in Lucario. Or it just didn't seem terrible, but it seems underwhelming. Like Ultra Ball finds your Mega Lucario. Lucario's S tier deck. Jesse has 1 rotation testing session, and he just knows everything. I'm pretty sure it's Raging Ball on the left. Dude, look at that. Dude, what is that artwork? That Makuhita, bro. Okay, another Pokepad? It probably is Lucario. It is Lucario, okay. Bro, I skimmed City Leagues. I'm an expert now. True. All right, we got Mega Lucario with Hariyama. Kind of like the, I don't know, like, I don't want to say, like, traditional sounds kind of weird, but that is like go-to way to play the deck. I feel like there's been like a lot of Mega Lucario builds though that have come out of like looking at City League results. There's like a lot of different ways people are playing Mega Lucario that like don't involve Hariyama. Another Pokepad for Pokepad. I mean, I guess finding Hariyama is kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's just that Ultra Ball sucks. Maybe that's really the thing. It's like Ultra Ball kind of sucks. Well, we do see an Ultra Ball getting played here. To give up 2 Mega Lucarios, because we have a Carmine in hand. It's a pretty aggressive build of Lucario here with the Carmines. Maximum belt build as well. 4 Pad, 4 Gong, 2 Ultra Ball. Okay, I could see it. I could see it. So I'm sorry if I'm not if I'm allowed to ask this as a vegan, no offense, but if you don't care about post rotation, why are you streaming a post rotation tournament? Dude, you're vegan. You don't even have it, like, it doesn't matter. Why would you even ask a question? All right, lock in. Gravity Mountain, not gonna be relevant in the matchup. Into the Carmine. 2 Mega Lucario to the discard pile, but I'm sure plays plenty of Night Stretcher, so it shouldn't be a huge deal here. Also, what the heck? Do they only have 25 minutes? Bro, how do we go from 35-minute day 1 to 25-minute day 2? What the fuck? As a player, I would be pissed, bro. What? Give us 5, bro. Give us 30 minutes. They want urgency? Dude, they gave him 35-minute best of 1 yesterday. And now they chopped it down to 25? 15-minute top cut at this rate? Can you imagine if they actually did that? They just keep going less and less time. Shouldn't it be the opposite, if anything? It should just be 1 number. They should just pick a number that they want the players to have an expectation of playing at throughout a tournament. And they should have the players play that number. Dude, I would hate that if the format switched between, like, it's okay to have more, but getting less is like, I would hate that, to be honest. It's one thing to go like from best 2 out of 3 50 minutes into best 2 out of 3 75 minutes going to top cut. But if you're taking it, if we're getting less as we go deeper in the tournament, what the heck? All right, there's the turn 1 Cyrano here on the Raging Bolt side, or it could be some kind of, no, it is Raging Bolt. That means it's unlikely to see a turn 1 attack here. Does go for the Kangaskhan. I guess the Kangaskhan doesn't change. I mean, Kangaskhan's kind of easy to KO though. Final instruction turn 0, then 3 turns, and that's it. They get to switch decks going to top cut. Everyone just plays like an Ultra Donk deck. Ultra Turbo Donk. If there are less people playing now, why would they get less time? Yeah, that as well. Like, the round should be like more efficient, right? I don't know, that's weird. All right. Getting the squad set up here. Man, this feels really weak, though. Imagine being like this kind of Raging Bolt deck in this kind of format, and you go second and you don't even attack turn 1. What is that question? No comment, no comment. No comment, my lawyer will be in contact with you shortly. No Sada? Yeah, no Sada, no Squawkabilly. I mean, you have Crispin, but like we're out here playing Cyrano in our deck, so like I should tell you about the state of Raging Bolt. Imagine playing Cyrano and Raging Bolt, man. That's so sad. Damn. All right, there's the pass. I don't know why we put an energy on the Kangaskhan. Attacking with Kangaskhan cannot be the move in this matchup. Things could get out of hand here pretty quickly on the Raging Bolt side for sure. Starting with the Lunar Cycle here. Got ourselves Hariyama. Is that the Mega Lucario? Yep, that's it. There we go. Mega Lucario. I mean, we can't move the active yet. Not move the active yet here. Why attach active? Honestly, yeah, I don't. Maybe because you just maybe you could like end up in a board state where you like build up the. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know why you would attach active versus attach to Riolu. I guess you could harder treat it to like I guess you could harder treat it next turn to sacrifice something that's not a Makuhita, right? Because Makuhitas are pretty high value. There we go. Attached to the Riolu. I guess you could want an energy in the discard pile for Night Treasure, right? I saw you said Sada as a joke, but I guess Night Treasure theoretically would be a well, no, why would you want? You could just keep it in hand, though. You could literally just hold the energy. Or put it somewhere else, right? To fuel your Raging Bolt attack, I guess. All right, there's a Lily for 8. We still don't have a way to move the active or KO the Kangaskhan. All we need is a Premium Power Pro or the Maximum Belt and an Air Balloon or a Switch. So pretty high odds of getting the KO here. The harder card to find is probably the Mobility card. But I don't think we're in fear of our Lucario getting KO'd either, to be honest. So even if we whiff here, it's not like our Lucario is going to get Gus KO'd off the bench because everyone plays Unfair Stamp. So the Raging Ball player can't even Prime Catcher, theoretically. Well, that's a cook? Yo, they are cooking with this list. We found the Premium Power Pro, but like I said, the harder card to find is the Mobility card. No Mobility card, and then pass. We could have actually evolved Hariyama on the active there to be... We could have actually evolved Hariyama the active to bring up something off the bench to take away the Kangaskhan draw. There's actually value in evolving the active there. There's the Unfair Stamp. Dude, I was just joking, man. I didn't want it to be real, but yeah, there's the Unfair Stamp. Sick, man. Oh, you're playing the Super Ultra Aggro deck that just loses the game if your opponent sets up and you fall behind in the prize exchange? Oh, shoot. All right, Unfair Stamp for you. Can't Gus that Mega Lucario for the KO. I hate how good Unfair Stamp is. I hate... That's so sad. It's so sad. Hopefully the format slowed down hella. I'm kind of here for it. I mean, it's slow. Well, I don't know if it really slowed down that much, to be honest. But even at the rate of, like, potentially slowing down, it's still just, like, is all building up to the point where the first person gets the first, like... initiative on a KO, right? And then they have the prize lead, and then the only way to make a comeback is with Unfair Stamp. So yeah, I don't know. Just because both players didn't do anything on their second turn, possibly, it's not like, man, I'm such a hater of this upcoming format. I gotta stop hating, man. I don't want to be a hater, but I'm hating big time. Mid format. Hey, you said it, not me. All right, we can KO the Makuhita here. And then we do have the follow-up of Unfair Stamp to try and make like a comeback from there. On the on Lucario side, things are a little bit awkward though, right? I guess on Lucario side, your goal is KO Mega Kangaskhan, set up Hariyama, and then Hariyama KO Raging Bolt into another Lucario KO, you know, anything at that point to win the game. I thought you trusted Big Poke. My faith is dwindling. You know, I thought they were going to reprint Iono, so I also thought they weren't going to reprint Boss's Orders. So I want to believe. You know, I want to have faith. I want to believe, but my faith... Is the cat weak to fighting? What is that cat weak to? Or is she resistant to fighting? He's weak to fighting, right? comebacks really going to be that impossible? They're going to be tough. The problem is you can't set up for like long game comebacks or like kind of build your way back into a game. That's what's going to be missing from next format. Like, it's still good to have aggressive decks, but it's not like the current format is lacking aggressive decks. Like Golden Go is like one of the best decks in the format. But we have so much depth of strategy in the current game right now. You have decks like Dragapult, slow the game down, control the pace of the game, kind of try and play for a pop-off. Guardy is like the ultimate be aggressive or make a comeback type deck. Then you have Golden Go, which is literally the prize trade deck of the format. Then you have like a little bit of a mid-range with like an Absol. But now every deck is going to become get the first knockout, play Unfair Stamp if you didn't get the first knockout, pray your opponent whiffs, and then you make a comeback or you don't. But you make it all based on that one turn of Unfair Stamp. It's not like the way you could build up into a comeback like in the current format, where you can like take lines of play and make setups to lead into like a mid-game Iono, then a late-game Iono, and like build your way back into a game. You're just going to have that one turn with Unfair Stamp, and either it works or it doesn't, and then you're just like, and that's it. So like just the depth of strategy is going to be like, it's going to be pretty shallow. It's going to be pretty shallow after rotation hits. All right, first KO, first big KO taken. Oh wait, they used the Lucario. I thought they were going to KO the Kangaskhan here. I feel like this prize trade sets up really poorly as the Lucario player. Also, they're going to get Unfair Stamped this turn. Wait, this seems really, really bad. I got to go back and look at that. I didn't really pay attention at all, to be honest. I was too busy complaining about this format. Could they not have KO'd Kangaskhan with the first attack here and then set up the Hariyama as a... That was like a really bad line. They have everything, right? They could have KO'd Kangaskhan with the first attack, set up the Hariyama, and then gone Lucario, Hariyama, next turn attached to Riolu. So they could have gone Lucario, Hariyama, Lucario, and won the game that way. But now they have one thing with energy here, which is the active Lucario, and they're about to get Unfair Stamp knocked out, and then they could just get run over here at this point. But it's kind of to their own fault. Like, they could have... There was a better line last turn, for sure. This was like a really, really bad line on the Lucario side. No energy and discard for Lucario? They've used Lunar Cycle like 3 or 4 times already this game. Why are you just out here lying? Also, they could let Lucario first attack. Wait, there's... I guess, have they cycled it? No, they have not cycled it with Night Stretcher 3 turns in a row. No. There's at least 2 fighting energy in the discard pile right now. Also, the Makuhita died with a fighting energy on the second turn. How many energy does she need here for the knockout? They just didn't have a Mako available for gusting? No, they did. They had double Makuhita down last turn, right? Yeah, they had 2 Makuhita. They had 1 on the bench, 1 on the active last turn. The play was available. They had the play available. Oh, do we need to find like an area 0 here? Is it 70? No, we have knockout right now with 5, right? Just got to play the Unfair Stamp. Yeah, Unfair Stamp hits. Maybe could have burned a card or 2 more out of the hand there. I'm not sure. We get the KO. I guess that does use all the energy. That does use all the energy. But if there's no KO on the Lucario side, and it might be tough to put together a KO on the Lucario side next turn, as a Raging Ball player, you just need to take like a small KO next turn and then ramp up into maybe a bigger KO or a boss KO off the bench. What decks have you been seeing? Dragapult. All right, 5, of course, for Raging Bolt, 2 for the Lucario side. We got Maximum Belt. That might have been a Lily. That might have been a Lily. This is slipping away from Lucario. Yeah, I want to go back and look at that turn, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I'm right, and they had the whole lineup and just chose not to do it. But they had like a really solid line there, and then they just chose like the line where they just completely limited themselves to just like, if you KO me next turn, I probably lose. And then they got KO'd, or they're about to get KO'd. Ooh, we got the Trumpet as well here. Get an extra energy in play. That is going to be important for future KOs. We can also... This also means we can leave an energy on our Raging Bolt, which is a big deal here. We got Area 0 and Nest Ball. Yeah, probably just holding the hand makes sense. Here's where you'd like the Ultra Ball from Mew. Oh, wait, we could get Fez here. We could Area 0, Ultra Ball for Fez, draw 3 with Fez. I don't hate that, but they would have to sacrifice a boss. Oh, also Fez's prize, so good call. All right. On the Raging Bolt side, Riolu, Lunar Cycle before Lily. I feel like attach active, then Lily is better, no? Like almost guaranteed to draw an energy for Lunar Cycle. It's a pretty good draw, though. They got a Night Stretcher for the Mega. They got an Energy as well. And then they had the Lily. So I think that... Wait. Okay. I was like... They're about to not attach? They were like contemplating not attaching there? Like, I don't know about that one. There we go. Lily for 6. They need a Hariyama now, though. Like, punching Raging Bolt here is way too slow. We got to go fast. Need 2 PP ups? Oh, we also do need 2 PP ups, yeah. Yeah, I don't like the sequence here. We should definitely Lily and then Lunar Cycle afterwards. We're not guaranteed the energy, but it's correct to build on the hand. Because if we just draw some dead cards here, we're seeing the same things. I don't know if they played a pro yet. No pros, but they found the Hariyama. We can KO the Kangaskhan. What? Is that correct to leave the draw power? Okay, we do remove the potential for more energy, though. I don't know. The draw power of Kangaskhan is obnoxious. I don't know if I'm leaving around draw 2 off Kangaskhan to KO that, to be honest. See if it works out, though. There's a second Teal Mask. Yeah, but... There is value in KOing the Teal Mask, though. There is value in KOing the Teal Mask, for sure. Which is, now there's one less Teal Mask in play to accelerate an energy, too, right? I don't know about if I'm leaving Kangaskhan in play like that, though. All right, here we go. Draw 2. Grass. There's also a fighting hand already. We have to be 2 grass and an Ultra Ball, so that can find another Ogerpon. I'm sure there's 3 or 4 Ogerpon in this list. Another Ultra Ball. We've got to be so close to getting the 1 hit, if not already there. We still we have Fez in hand as well. What do we need? 5. Area 0 gets played. We have the Ogerpon, of course. So now we have 8 bench. Is that a Crispin in hand? If there's a Crispin in hand, I'm pretty sure this is just cooked. Sort of Area 0 on boss. I mean, getting rid of boss is a pretty confident play, so I feel like this one is cooked. Pawn number 2. We actually might need 1 more energy. Going back in the deck, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. We do have an Ultra Ball. We got a Fez. Oh, there is a Crispin. Oh, that is game, right? Yeah, I think that is just game. There's a Crispin that accelerates the fighting. Then you cycle on with Pawn. Then you attach return. That's 5. That's KO. That is not a cape on the Lucario, unfortunately. No cape. And dub for Raging Bolt. Well, we got to go back and look at that turn. That's the 5th. There we go. Yeah, definitely some questionable plays from the Lucario side. Even on this last turn, KOing the Ogerpon over KOing the Kangaskhan, I feel like is also a mistake. That +2 from Kangaskhan just seems like way higher value than a single Ogerpon when the deck plays like 4 Ogerpon now. But let's go back. Let's go back and review that turn. I just want to make sure like that play was available. We can just like talk about the whole turn in general here. So when we go into the turn, let me just confirm. All right, so there was 2. Yeah, there was 2 Makuhita in play. And then the problem with this turn, we had to Night Stretcher for a Lunar Cycle, I guess, there. So there should be 2 fighting in the discard pile, right? So the problem with this turn, what is the cat weak to? Someone tell me what the cat is weak to, because I actually forget. Wait, what the heck? Did they have fightings in the back of the hand? No. So the problem with this turn is if we go all in, it's weak to fighting? Dude, that makes this even worse. If we go all in with the Mega Lucario here and we get Respond KO'd, which we end up getting, then we just have nothing on board to get our response KO. But if we use Lucario's first attack with a Premium Power Pro, and we Hariyama up the Mega Kangaskhan and KO that, then load up energy on the Hariyama, then all of a sudden, we can go Lucario, Hariyama, Lucario to KO the Meowth or do the 270 attack. Because if there's 3 energy in the discard pile, we can load up the Hariyama fully, which means next turn we can manually attach the Riolu. But instead, he loads up the energy on the Lucario and then knocks out the active for the 270 attack. But that opens up the possibility of, oh, if you just get KO'd, you just lose the game. So, yeah, really, really bad mistake here from the Lucario player in terms of a... Like, it's not like a sequencing error. This is like a game plan. Like, this is where like you're game planning. Those mistakes are usually more punishing. Like, if you make a sequencing error, then it's like you lower your odds of pulling off your game plan. But if you chose the right game plan, you're on a better track than if you chose a bad game plan. This is just a poor understanding of the situation and like what can happen if you do A over B, not playing for the long term, and kind of just going all in on the Lucario, thinking that you can't get like return KO'd or something. I don't even know what the thought process is here, but it's definitely flawed and leads to the inevitable L. But you always love to see a good punish. Do they still have COVID in Japan? Yeah, Japan actually took on the responsibility of like taking all the COVID from the rest of the world. So they got it over there, but the rest of the world, obviously, like, we're safe, we're fine. No one else has COVID outside of Japan. So they still they have it all, but they took it on like as a responsibility for the rest of the world. So shout out Japan for taking on COVID for us. Pretty sick. Big ups. Was attacking Latios ever the play? Remove the free retreat? Well, no, because you need double energy for that. You don't want to do that. Then you're using the big attack again. KOing Latios is good. KOing Latios is good if you use the first. If you can do it with the first attack, it could be a situation where that is good. But simply KOing the Kangaskhan like does the same thing as KOing Latios. Because if you KO the Latios, then they might not be able to use Kangaskhan. But if you KO Kangaskhan, it guarantees they can't use Kangaskhan unless they play Switch, which that could be a thing, I guess. I don't know if they play Switch and Raging Bolt. Then you could switch back into a Kangaskhan, draw 2, go from there. But you just want to be able to take a knockout with the first attack. You could have even KO'd the Meowth there, but then KOing the Meowth, and honestly, actually KOing the Meowth is arguably better. No, it's not. KOing the Kangaskhan is always better. I take it back. Actually, depends on what you have prized. There actually is an argument that if your prize cards are low quality, you don't want them in your deck if you get unfair stamped. Therefore, you'd actually rather KO the Meowth to draw less prize cards now, because you have to go. If you KO Kangaskhan, you're going 3-2-2, so you may as well go 2-2-2 anyways. And there, I guess even past that is if the Raging Ball player plays a Stadium Bump, they maybe wouldn't want to discard their own Kangaskhan, but they would maybe discard their own Meowth. But if you KO the Meowth, then they're forced to choose to keep the Kangaskhan or get rid of it, which could hurt their potential on later turns. So there's actually an argument to KO the Meowth instead, but it's probably just correct to KO the Kangaskhan because if your prize cards are of average quality, then you probably just want more of them in your deck for options. So also, if you don't get unfair stamp next turn, then you have more options in your hand. So yo, push the 5-1s there. Maximum Snorlax. Or Reklev actually caught COVID by thinking about traveling to Japan. And that's why he wasn't able to go. The ball player did play on Fair Stamp, yeah. Okay, they're showing off another round here from the. Ooh, we got the this is another 8-0 match. We got Diancie Dusknoir versus, I don't know, Solrock, Lunatone, Monkey Dory, whatever the name of that Pokemon is. So what do you think of the Sunfisk from Set of Heroes in Terror Box as a combo with Wellspring? I could see it. Yeah, I could see that being good. It just depends on like mobility card, like what decks would you be able to use it against and what mobility cards do they play. Yeah, they got the Ting Lewis out there. What is it, like a spread deck? What is this deck? I got Lewis on deck, like that'd be Blood Moon or Okidogi, right? I guess, yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, but they play Risky Ruins. If it's Ursaluna, wouldn't you play Calamitous? Or does Calamitous rotate? We definitely just need to see more. I just have no idea what their deck is. The player on the right's bench does not have an Iron Valiant. No, it's 2 Diancies, a Fluttermane, and a Dusknoir. Calamitous rotates? Isn't Baby Ursaluna just terrible then if Calamitous rotates? I mean, I guess that's why you got Ting Lu in the deck. That's your answer. You have to play Ting Lu. All right, Lewis to the active here. Any Archaludon players in this tourney? No. They have like a separate tournament for Archaludon players. So anyone who played Archaludon in a City League gets to play in a separate tournament against the other Archaludon players. Which is like happening as like a side event at the tournament. So in like the main tournament, there's no Archaludon players. Remember the slub match yesterday where the girl put the rock energy on Roselia? Yeah, she said during the interview after rock energy is strong because it protects Phantom Dive, so she really did make her op misplay. Well, she did make her op misplay, but it's not. But did she say she did it on purpose, or she said, or she like thought it actually protected? So she believed it worked. Oh, okay. So she misplayed, which then made her opponent misplay. The unintentional throw into throw. That is what I thought happened as well. I was like, I'm pretty sure she thinks it works. And it does not. How's Festival doing over there? Terribly. That deck sucks. Oh, it is a Baby Ursaluna deck. So it's Baby Ursaluna. Ooh, wait, this Ting Lu could be doing some work here for a little while. Is this Dusknoir just stuck? The Mega Diancie, does the Mega Diancie deck play Switch? Lewis is swinging. Wait, don't you have to discard the stadium? Oh, wait, what'd they do? I'm so confused. Oh, okay, there we go. Why did the Mega Diancies not have damage? Oh, he does have Prime in hand. I guess he's fine. Yeah, why does... Ability? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, they got the combo with the Flutter, with the Prime as well. They can actually pop Nor here. Into the into the Latios for the retreat. Oh, this one is looking kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie. This is looking pretty cooked. Ooh. Pop Nor. Wait, why do we even bring up the duck? Oh, because Fluttermane only shuts off in the active. I was like, wait, don't we just like shut off? No. Don't mind me. So you should try my Raging Ball Archaludon deck? No. I don't think I should. That wouldn't be good for my health. This is a replay, yeah. They are showing live rounds, but this is like what they normally do, is they show like one round live, and then they cut to a replay, another round, the featured table replay. Oh, interesting. This is actually just bad. Shouldn't they like Dusknoir how much HP does Ursaluna have? I feel like they should Dusknoir something off the bench and then KO the duck. Well, because now the opponent has... No, that's just like a misplay, right? Now the opponent has full control over what they get to KO. Yeah, that makes 0 sense. You always Dusknoir the most valuable bench Pokemon you can, and then you KO the duck. Bear has 130? Yeah, so we should like Ursaluna the bear, and then... Oh, 150? What about Ting Lu? What does Lewis have? How beefy is Lewis? 140? Jeez. I guess we should have... Dude, what the... maybe snipe the Soul Rock. Snipe the Soul Rock, then... The Soul Rock actually is probably the highest value target, because it gives them access to draw power. And we already KO'd a Soul Rock earlier, so that would be 2 Soul Rocks gone. So who knows if they can... continue to draw cards. It is a 3 to 5 advantage in the prize cards as well. Man, I am struggling to see how the fighting... Or the Baby Ursaluna deck is going to get a dub here. I don't see it. How do you even get energy in play with the Ursaluna deck? Crispin? Is Crispin the only good way? We don't have Turbo Energize. You're not putting Mega Audino in there. Is it just Crispin for energy acceleration in a deck like this? Babaracle, I guess. I could put a 2/2 Babaracle in there, I guess. You have to stick the Nor probably. Yeah, that was probably the play, right? Try and trap the Nor. Hope it worked. Hazel, you know when you have a lighter colored sleeve, you can slightly see the Pokeball in the back. Is that legal? Yes, that is legally. That's 100% fine. It's fine to be able to see the backs, like barely see the backs of your cards through your sleeves. You can theoretically, you can technically play with clear sleeves. You just shouldn't. I think the sleeves on my current deck, I can see the Pokeball. I was told it was illegal. Dude, people just... Dude, I don't understand where... People just, like, want to be right about things sometimes. Because nowhere in the rules does it ever say it's illegal. You can literally play with no sleeves. You shouldn't. I swear, people just be out there, like, like, they hear something or someone asks them a question. They're like, I just need to be right about this. Let me just, like, lie real quick. Let me just hit him with a lie. Oh, they're doing some math. There is 5 prize cards set up here, I guess, in the form of the Diancie and the Clefairy. I don't see how they get to those 2 KOs. And also a Dusknoir is potentially fatal on the next turn. Attack into Clefairy attack plus Dusknoir wins the game. Oh, that is true. The Solrock should do... Wait. Yeah, no. The Solrock doesn't ignore effects, does it? Or does it just not apply weakness and resistance? I actually forget. I think the Solrock's attack does apply effects, right? It just ignores weakness and resistance. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just weakness and resistance. It does apply effects. I don't know, man. Some kid was playing with clear sleeves and the judge called him out and delayed the whole tournament to have him resleeve his deck. I mean, you shouldn't play with clear sleeves. You can play with clear sleeves. I don't know what that judge was on. I don't know what you're on. I don't know what the kid was on. But you can play with clear sleeves. You just shouldn't. Because there's like a 99.99% chance you'll have a marked card because you're playing with clear sleeves or no sleeves. So that's why you should not play with clear sleeves or no sleeves, because 99.99% of the time you'll get a penalty and have to resleeve your deck with it's 99.99% of the time if you play with clear sleeves or no sleeves, there will be cards marked enough to the point where you will have to resleeve your deck with sleeves. But it is 100% legal to do. You just should not do it. Because that's what'll happen, is it'll just lead to a delay of tournament to resleeve your deck. But it is legal. Are white sleeves common? I mean, I wouldn't say overly common. I think pink sleeves are probably the most common, to be honest. When the light hits the deck when I'm shuffling, it reflects the color of the card behind it, and it can sometimes tell where my ace spec is. Is that legal? Doing it on purpose is technically illegal. If it happens by the nature of like the way the light reflects on your sleeves, that's fine. But if you take advantage of it, that's where the problem is. So it's on you to make it a non-issue. If you get caught doing it, well, if you do it, you're cheating. And if you get caught doing it, you should theoretically be DQ'd, banned, banished, jail. The list goes on. Okay, another unfair stamp hit. And then we do have the attack with Ting Lu here. So we will get the KO on the Duskull. Going down to 4 prizes. The Fluttermane. Is in range with 30. But I don't see how we draw 4 prize cards next turn. I'm still coming up short on how we can win the game. I guess if there's not another energy found on the Mega Diancie side, and then the Clefairy gets KO'd, if the only attacker here is Clefairy, and the Clefairy gets KO'd, and we don't have another energy for a Mega Diancie attack next turn, I guess we could lose. Okay. Explorer's Guidance for 6. It is top 32 in Japan, yeah. So if we just find an energy here to chain attackers, I don't see a win condition on the other side. You could attack with Ting Lu again, KO Clefairy, KO Fluttermane. You have a Monkey Dory to move 2. But yeah, I still don't see how we're getting 4 prize cards, potentially. So I think we just need to be able to set up a follow-up attacker here. It's supposed to be 40 damage on the Diancie. Will stamp spike in price? Probably, yeah. I think it already has, right? How much does unfair stamp cost right now? Okay, we got a Diancie set up once again. Yeah, on the Ting Lu. Oh, do we have to discard 2 energy there? Okay, I guess we're still fine. Yeah, I guess we're still fine. I think people in top not calling anyone out do these kind of micro cheatings. Will we get the shine of a card on the Ceiling Light? No, I don't. The last prediction is still up. I still have to pay that out. Rock Adventure Bomb. Does this do anything? For like drawing our prize cards? Tails, so 22 are active. Oh, I guess we could have KO'd the Fluttermane. If I got heads, we could have put it on Fluttermane and KO'd it, and then Ursaluna KO'd. Actually, the Ursaluna still wouldn't KO the Diancie, right? I still don't think it would have been enough. Yeah, even with the Venture Bomb, I don't think we were getting there. If you can KO the Clefairy this turn, though, there's no guaranteed attacker on the other side. So the play has to be KO Clefairy, I think. Okay, and we have boss KO Clefairy. Monkey Dory 20 off the active. They go to the Mega Diancie. Sure. I see. Well, does that make sense over the Fluttermane? Then we're retreating to the Baby Ursaluna for the KO. Shouldn't we just have put the 20 on the Fluttermane? Because now the other Mega Diancie could be left in the active, the one with full HP, and then we don't have a win con unless we have boss. But we could get Judge or Unfair Stamped, right? Ultra Ball top deck. And we have a Stadium in hand as well. Ultra Ball for Fez. Play Stadium, draw 3 with Fez. And then if we... I guess like playing the Stadium doesn't really matter. If we draw into an energy to use with the Stadium, we win anyways. See a couple energy in there for sure. Probably pretty high odds of the win here. Yeah, it'd have to be like a pretty terrible draw, I think. All right, Fez for 3. Okay, there's the energy. There's the KO. And we do see the Mega Diancie dub here. Moving on to 9-0. I don't know about that. The Baby Ursaluna deck, it feels like it just looks weak. I think with like a Barbaracle, then I could see it. Because like you need some kind of energy acceleration. Not attacking with Clefairy, that one turn was a misplay, right? I think so. Yeah, I don't think they needed to... I don't know why they played it the way they did. They could have just had 2 attackers set up in play. They just chose not to. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just attack with Clefairy and then have 2 energy on a bench Diancie. Like, I don't see how you lose from there. So, I'm pretty sure it was a mistake. I don't think they could, like... I don't think they, like, lose out on anything by leaving Clefairy in the active. Like, I don't think there's, like, a line that all of a sudden appears because Clefairy's in the active versus on the bench. Except you just have 2 attackers guaranteed set up. And all they did was risk not being able to have the energy And honestly, if they don't, if they top deck a dead card there, I think they just whiff, and they have to just push Mega Diancie with no damage and pray. There's no second boss. They were already down 2 boss. I don't know how many boss that deck plays. Probably 3 or 4. I mean, is every deck just like a 4 boss deck after rotation? Probably, right? Why wouldn't you play 4 boss? I can see a deck that plays 0 boss. Yeah, but I feel like most decks got to be 3 or 4 for sure. Any recognizable names on stream? Not today. We saw Daichi yesterday. If you have Meowth, you don't need as many. True, I guess. Probably not, though. We're still probably running 4 boss. Unless your deck runs 4 catcher. Is any deck... There's no catcher... No one... I haven't seen a single deck playing catcher yet. Well, I mean, it could happen. Yo, what's up, Fu? How many Harlequin? We've seen 0 Harlequin. We've seen some Judge, 0 Harlequin. $11 9-0s. There is no meta share at Japanese tournaments. They don't show meta breakdowns at Japanese tournaments. We've seen 0 Logan. 0 Meowth for boss, KO Meowth have been seen. It's kind of sad, to be honest. Most of the time, it's because KOing the active is usually just possible, to be honest. We almost like never have to reach around the active Pokemon. Any Meowth for boss at all? I don't think we've actually seen Meowth used for boss. No, I don't think so. It's 6 more rounds of Swiss till top cut. Yeah, Meowth is not... Meowth really... I don't even know if... We've seen Meowth used like twice total, I think. Meowth has not been getting in there, to be honest. He's been kind of chilling on the... He's been kind of chilling, hanging out. Not really a big player in any of the games so far. The games are live today. What time in EST will be the finals? Whenever it happens. I mean, no, Harlequin was predictable. No, it's only better than Judge on average and will frequently be worse. Well, no, that's not how the stats work, though. It depends on what the priority is. Like, if you're just trying to give your opponents less outs to being able to play the game, Harlequin is just better, right? That's what average means. You play for the average. You play for the for what just gives you higher odds most of the time. You don't play something just because it feels bad sometimes. Lumian used to live to live. We had so many great supporters. Marnie for Disruption, later Arm for Force Stone, even Thorn, etc. Jackson Lugia for discard, etc. Yeah, now we have Meowth for boss. It's pretty sick. Isn't the average still 4? Yeah, I don't know. Jake Gearhart had an explanation for it, but I don't remember his explanation as why it's better. I just kind of trust him, to be honest. The average is slightly less than 4. I haven't summoned. Wait, how is the average slightly less than 4? Harlequin seems worse. Well, that would also be a potential. Is like the drawback. Yeah, what is the drawback? How does the drawback affect you? Is definitely a question, right? Depends what you're using the Harlequin for, I guess. The average odds of drawing a 1 of off 3 and 5 is slightly less than the odds of drawing 1 of off. Oh, of drawing the cards off the thing. Okay. But the average number of specific card drawn changes. Okay, that makes sense. Hopefully, I don't want to be playing Harlequin or Judge, to be honest. Maybe I should just like retire until until NAIC, hoping that set brings something. It's okay. You know what? It's gonna be fine. They're just gonna reveal an Iono reprint. They're gonna reveal an Iono reprint today on stream, and everything's gonna be fine. Ignore my highlighted message is wild. Wait, what was your message? League of Legends Clash now. That was not even highlighted. Oh, come play Clash. I see it now. No Clash tonight. Next time. The problem is that the variance is too high, so you won't play enough Harlequin in a single tournament for the advantage over Judge to reliably manifest. But that's not true, right? It's just if it's just better, it's just better, right? It doesn't matter if you play 1 or 100. You still play the better one. You're not like it's not like you're playing for the you're not playing for the long term, you're just playing for what's best, right? Like, you just simply want to maximize your odds, right? If you play a card that is 1% better than another card, sure, it won't make a difference in most tournaments, but what is correct is correct. Yeah. You don't need to play 1,000 games with a card for one card to be better than the other. If the card is better than the other, then you just play the card that's better, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to call something better. Well, yeah, could you even like call something better than something else then at that point? It's like saying something like playing Call for Family Pidgey versus like the 60 versus 50 HP Pidgeys. Like, one is just better depending on the metagame. You should play the better one. And it might not manifest in the tournament, but you should just do it. Yeah, it's like playing the 60 and 50 HP Pidgeys. I say the exact same thing. It's like, depending on the metagame, one is better than the other, and you should just play the best one, because it could change the outcome of the tournament, but it's not guaranteed to, but you still play the better one, because it's still better. So you should always just play what's best. You don't have to do it. It doesn't have to be a long run. We don't have to play 1,000 games. The next game we play, we should play the best card. We should play the best cards we can. This saying a card like Pokemon Catcher is bad because you need 50 games to get to the true 50-50 chance. Yeah. It just literally doesn't matter. Yip and Yap session going on. The Yip Yap session. Any Grimmsnarl action? Not today so far. We did see some in day one though. That's M&M variant. The best one is peanut butter, but the go-to one is peanut M&Ms. Like, you can't... Peanut butter M&Ms are definitely the best one, but you just can't have them that much. I appreciate 20 months there. Brandon Bean. Appreciate a bean. Pretzel? Dude, those things are terrible. I don't know. Those things are awful. Chris M&Ms are S tier. Dude, those things are also awful. Dude, actually, but the worst ones are the caramel M&Ms. The caramel M&Ms are so bad. Dark chocolate M&Ms? I can't even remember the last time I ever had those. It's been a while. Yeah, apparently they did mango. I can't believe it took them this long to do it though. That's crazy that it took them this long to do that. It should have been like an instant change, like 6 months. Yeah, that is absurd. Apparently TPCI updated the rulebook, so now you can take 0 energy with Mega Lucario EX. Like this week or something. I don't know when it happened, but apparently it just happened recently. It took them 6 months to make the change. That is insane. That is insane. It should just be like, oh, Japan's doing this, let's also do it. Like, what? Why would that take them 6 months to do? The people in Japan literally made the game. The player on the right looks familiar, but I don't know his name. He does YouTube with Daichi. Okay, that must be where I know him from. Cold brew M&Ms just sit on the shelf until they expire. Wait, that's a thing? A cold brew M&M? What's a communication disconnect with creatures in TPCI? I don't know. I mean, it'd be even worse if there... I mean, it's bad if there is no communication disconnect, but I think it's worse if there... It's bad if there is a communication disconnect, but it's even worse if there's no communication disconnect. And creatures is like, yo, TPCI, we're about to, like, when Mega Evolution drops, we're going to make it so that you can take 0 energy with your... we're going to make it so you can take 0 energy with Mega Lucario's first attack. Just so you know, in like 3 months, when Mega Evolution drops for you guys, that's going to happen. And TPCI is like, okay, that's cool. We'll change that in 9 months. Thanks for the information. Like, what are we doing, man? Like, and then it's like, yeah, it's like bad if there's no communication and TPCI just like drops it or the Pokemon company drops the change and TPCI is like, oh, what the fuck? They changed that? Let's not do anything about it for 6 months. But it's even worse if there is communication and then there's like, they just don't do anything about it. It makes no sense. Just change the rule. Literally just be like, this is the change. That's it. That's all they have to do. On this ruling, it got put into the actual main rulebook in Japan, which makes the situation even worse. It'd make more sense if it was just a random ruling like normal with rule changes. Yeah, sure. Carmine Lucario versus... I think the player on the right is probably playing the Mega Diancie deck, right? I see the Power Glass. I see Psychic. I don't think I've seen a Mega Diancie build with Monkey Dory and Dark, though. We'll see. Also see who's going first. All right. Predictions up. Get your Bulu Bucks on the line. On the left, we have got Mega Diancie Dusknoir versus Mega Lucario with Carmine. The Carmine's interesting. They could leave the Mega Diancie in the active, but then it's going to get hit for damage from the Soul Rock. So they take the retreat into the Latias, let that get hit instead. After the Fighting Gong. This seems like a pretty bad matchup, right? I don't know. Push the Primes up there. It's Plat. Like, how are we winning? How do you win as Lucario in this matchup? Can you win? You got it. You have to like 2-hit KO the Diancie, right? Oh no, you could 1-hit KO this. You can 1-hit KO this. I take it back. I take it back. Maybe it's not that bad. It's just weird though, right? Like you have to protect your Riolus. And then if you evolve to a Lucario, like you have to evolve the Riolus to Lucario so they don't just get KO'd by Dusknoir. But then if you evolve them to Lucarios, they can get boss KO'd by Diancie. Definitely seems tough. Definitely seems tough. Yeah, Lucario can get the 1-hit KO. This is true. Might be living off this Poke gear, though. Didn't even Lunar Cycle first. Let's see what's grabbed. Need a Lily. Ideally. Hey, there we go. And almost just like Snap took it. Was like, wait, let me take a look at the rest of the hand real fast. Or take a look at the rest of the cards. But we all know what was going to happen. We knew the Lily was getting grabbed. What a broken card, man. What a broken card Lily is. What a great card. One of my favorites. I think no bombs, Diancie Monkey Dory. Interesting. I hadn't seen that build at all. Doesn't seem bad though. Diancie's pretty beefy. My favorite supporter of all time? Iono. Lunar Cycle for 3. I mean, we still need a Riolu and an attachment to Riolu. That is a massive hand. I'm sure we can pull it off. Got the Pokepad. Riolu on the way. Like I said, boss. Like someone said in chat, there was it like 2 boss in these Mega Diancie builds? Chat be fibbing pretty often though. You like Iono over N/admin? I think it is the better card. I'd have to like actually think about it longer, but I think Iono is the better card compared to Admin and N. Not Youngster. No, Youngster is a good shout though. Probably top 5. Youngster's probably top 5, but not favorite. Yeah, I think Iono is the better card. It's more interesting for sure. That doesn't naturally mean it's better, but I think it is the better card. Okay, attach Riolu and pass. This actually makes things a little awkward. As the Diancie player here, I almost feel like... Ooh, the hand is not very good either. Yeah, as the Diancie player here, I feel like you don't want to... You're not going to punch with Diancie, are you? Like, you need to find another Diancie and attach to it. Oh, we can do that, dude. That is so disgusting. You can attach the special... You can Chorus for the special energy, attach that, get 2 Psychic Basics, and then also get a Mystery Garden, and then draw with Mystery Garden. Now, they do already have a Mystery Garden in hand, so that would maybe stop them from being able to draw enough cards, so I'm going to opt to not do that. No, also, no little guy on the bench. No Hariyama on the bench, so no threat of Gust KO the Mega Diancie here. Which honestly was maybe a mistake here on the Lucario side. Should we have gone for the split of 1 Riolu, 1 Hariyama or Makuhita here? Because if there is a boss KO, it's going to be to boss KO the Riolu, and then the second Riolu here doesn't even matter. We would just like hide behind Solrock again, get down double Riolu, attach to Riolu. So I almost think that second Riolu here is actually a misplay and should be a Makuhita actually. You got the Mako in hand. I don't know why he didn't bench it. Oh, is there a Mako in hand already? Yeah, I don't know why we would, because now we're just kind of stuck. Because the Diancie player is not going to put Diancie in the active, right? You're just going to chill. She'll be like, all right, pass. I'm going to try and find boss first or something like that. Does have Stadium plus energy, but I don't think we'd actually draw any cards with it. I think we might have to wait a turn. Oh, we're attacking? Okay, we have Wondrous Patch in... we have Wondrous Patch in hand, but I don't know. This sets up like a... This sets up like a winnable prize trade on the Lucario side, though, now, right? Can't Lucario go 3 hundo? Dude, I don't like this play. I also feel like Judge is really powerful here as well now. So now you could go Knockout plus Judge or something like that. Are they considering not taking the knockout, though? Or do they not? Do they think they maybe can't get to the knockout? Lucario can just go 3-3, right? Well, they can't set up another Lucario immediately. push on the Lunatone. Maybe they are going to wait. Maybe it's just going to be attached to Riolu Pass. Oh, actually, I kind of like this line. This actually seems kind of good too. There was no boss KO on the Riolu last turn, so you can maybe make the prediction that they don't have boss in hand. So then you can just attach to Riolu Pass, and then you can go Mega Lucario back-to-back turns to just win the game. Because if you commit to a Mega Lucario now, you open up the opportunity for Wondrous Patch to be the response to your energy in play and not a boss. But there was no boss last turn. So because there was no boss last turn, you can make the call that there's no boss this turn, and you just like set up another Riolu with an energy. So ideally this turn you just get down like an energy on the other Riolu, and that's like good enough. And then next turn you go in. Yeah, I actually really like this play. And then on the Mega Diancie side, though, you need to get this Mega Diancie out of the active. You cannot like feed the Mega Diancie over. Obviously, there is a Makuhita on the bench, so they could gust it, but there is a boss in the hand now as well, though, so we can boss KO one of the Riolus with energy here. Ideally with the Clefairy as well, I think. Giving it some thought. Goes for the Lunar Cycle to begin with. How many Premium Power Pro do they need to KO Diancie? Just one. It effectively has 300 HP against Lucario. No resistance. X2 is cut, right? Top 32, I think, is cut. You see an Ultra Ball coming in here. Is KO in hand, I think. Ooh, the Genesect. What tool cards do they even play? Use the 4 months there, Grim. We play Maximum Bell and... Oh, Air Balloons, right? Air Balloons. Maybe he didn't push the Riolu because he didn't want to potentially whiff the KO. So maybe that's why. But now if we could KO it, maybe we will KO it. But yeah, it looks like going to opt not to. That takes away the potential of the Prime Catcher now. But now things are going to get a little bit weird because there is a boss in the hand on the other side. One Wondrous Patch, maybe two. Crispin in hand as well. I think you go boss KO Riolu here. Ideally with the Clefairy, I think, as well. Yeah, and we do see the Clefairy getting set up. Not sure if we can actually draw cards with the Mysterious Garden. That would be nice. Test return. I can't tell what that card is behind the boss, to be honest. Yeah, there's the... you see... It's unfortunate. You're kind of in the same spot you were, but now there's a Diancie on the bench, on the back line with an energy ready to go. It's going to get tough from here, I think. Yeah, man, I don't know. I would think it was a good call. I think it was a good prediction from on the Lucario side. I think it was a good read. I think the boss was drawn off the prize cards. Maybe they had it in hand and chose not to use it. I actually wasn't fully paying attention. But now chaining together back-to-back big KOs here is almost impossible. I actually don't think it is possible. So this is where this matchup like falls apart as far as the prize trade goes. Is it ever a mistake to bench this much if you only have two bench no Lily's Clefairy KO? No, because like you need Solrock and Lunatone to play the game. You need access to Hariyama so you can actually be the aggressor. And the Diancie player can't just be like, well, I don't have the best play this turn. I'm just going to retreat and pass. So you need the Hariyama so you can start to pick off the Megas. And then the Genesect is a good call to take away the Prime Catcher here, because the Prime or to take away the odds of the Gust happening here, because the Gust is so devastating. We saw how devastating it was with Boss, so if we can take away the option of the potential of the Prime Catcher, that's also pretty good. I assume they play the Prime Catcher. I actually don't know for sure it is Prime, but even something like, someone mentioned Cape in chat. If it was like a Hero's Cape, that'd be pretty obnoxious as well, so. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's cooked. It's usually Prime, sometimes Secret Box. Okay, yeah. Both those lead to a Gust, right? Secret Box would be Boss. Prime Catcher is a Gust. I mean, you have KO this turn, and there's no second setup backup attacker. And I actually don't even... Well, there's the Crispin in hand, actually. I take it back. Goes for the Mega Lucario. Premium Power Pro, and then into the Lilies. Gonna be looking for that Hariyama here to pick off the Diancie off the bench, I guess? Or are we just playing the Premium Power Pro to get it out of the deck and still KO the Clefairy? Maybe we're going to try and use the first attack of Lucario to... Oh, we're going to probably try and go for the first attack, KO Clefairy. So we need another Premium Power Pro. So we do 190 KO Clefairy, set up our next Mega Lucario. And then once the Mega Diancie gets set up, we KO that with a Mega Lucario, and then hope that's enough to win the game on the following turn. Still going to be tough, though. Still going to be tough. But there is a line there. Do need another... It all starts with finding another Premium Power Pro this turn. Confirming the damage output, I assume. Oh no, it looks like they are going to KO the Diancie here. Don't they just immediately get KO'd by the Clefairy, though? Doesn't the Clefairy come to the active? 80, yeah, you just knock them out right back. I feel like KOing the Clefairy is a better line, isn't it? Maybe if you can't KO the Clefairy with the first attack, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe, yeah, if you could KO it with the first attack, maybe it would be fine, but now that you can't, maybe you have to go this way. That is a Genesect in the active, yes. Maybe that's just like kind of the tech card of the tournament, to be honest. He has the second protein. He could just use the first attack, but he attached the energy to Lucario already. Oh, he does have the second one. I guess how good would conserving an energy have been? It's not that big of a deal to have to conserve an energy, right? Riolu, 1-2 Makahita. Yeah, because you need to be able to retreat and then take another knockout on the following turn. All right, we get our first two prize cards. I mean, so we'll probably also have to involve a judge as well on the next turn. Also, if on the Mega Diancie side, we just find like 2 energy this turn, the game is probably cooked. Like, and there's a Crispin in hand, so you can just go Crispin for a Psychic and a Dark, attach 1 to Mega Diancie, attach Return to the other Mega Diancie, then have 2 Mega Diancies in play with an energy each. And then you even have the Power Glass you can put on the one you attack within the active. I guess you do have to discard 2 energy. So I guess it is possible... I guess maybe you don't even have to judge here. You just hope they don't have it. But judge is probably correct. Oh, or sure, just attack with Clefairy. That also works. I didn't even think about attacking with another Clefairy here, but that's probably just better. Yeah. Oh, that's a Wondrous patch. I was so confused. I was like, you can't just use a Psychic Energy to get a Psychic Energy. Make a decision on this Power Glass, and then does have Night Stretcher in hand to recycle an energy, I think, to draw with one Mystery Garden. Dude, that thing just looks like a Psychic Energy there. We've not seen that many Zoroarks, no. Decide just to hold the Night Stretcher and not use Wondrous Garden, which I guess makes sense because that's also your energy or a Pokemon to attack with more with Clefairy. Because this turn you have to go KO Mega. This turn you have to go KO. You have to go Judge plus KO the Mega Diancie. And then hope there's no Pokemon for the Clefairy to get the return KO. Iona 1 would be fire. Yeah, Iona 1 would be pretty cool here. Pretty cool card, pretty cool play. Instead, it's gonna be a Judge to 4. How is Judge plus Gus Mega Diancie possible though? With Hariyama. Best we can do is Judge. Would have been Harlequin to 3. Sigh. Hold on, we don't even have a Judge here. Oh, was that the Judge? Last card drawn? That is the Judge. That is the Judge. Hang on, it's kind of coming together here. You can't bench anything though, right? Yeah, you can't bench anything. Wait. Oh no, you can. If you take a knockout, you can bench 1, right? You can bench 1, but you want to force them to have 2, right? I feel like we can't afford to bench here. Because then they would only need 1 basic. If we bench something, they only need 1. I feel like you should attach to the Makuhita, and then you need to draw into like boss. You get maximum bells off the prize cards and draw into a boss. Your opponent whiffing is too important here to like give them extra to work with. They're in the tank though. Yeah, I don't like this play. Just attach to the Makuhita. Wait, do we not have a Hariyama in hand? I thought we had a Hariyama in hand. Oh, we could actually whiff. I thought we at least had the whole play. Do we even use Lunar Cycle? Doesn't Diancie just KO? We're gonna the goal is to KO the Diancie here. Do Hariyama in hand. He did have it. Wait, did he? Dude, what is this play? Dude, what is this play? I mean, that's just game. Is Diancie basic energy only? No, it's just energy, right? Oh, I think he realizes, yeah. I think he realizes now that he just loses. Yeah, I don't know. He had a line there though. Even his opponent's like, bro, what if you KO'd my Diancie? Dude, even his opponent is like pointing out, yo, if you just KO'd the Diancie, you know, like, I can't win for sure. Oh, that's a pretty big throw. I mean, he's probably gonna lose anyways, but like still, you didn't even give yourself a shot here. Yeah, there's 2 Hariyama in the hand. Yeah, if he goes Hariyama, bring up Diancie, attach to Makuhita, or Hariyama then at that point. KO the Diancie with Lucario, and then draws in, is actually going to get maximum belt off the prize cards. Then you can go retreat Lucario, which can't attack, into Hariyama, which can attack, attach energy, draw a boss, ideally maximum belt, KO Latias, win. Or KO Clefairy win even, right? Yeah, huge oversight. I don't know what he was thinking. He thought he was safe though. He thought he had an out there. It seemed like he thought he had an out, and then I think he had the realization there that he did not have an out at that point. His reaction was funny. Yeah. he saw the opponent just push up the Pokemon 2 energy. He's like, oh shoot, yeah, I guess I just lose. He overcooked in his mind. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe it was a little bit of an overcooked situation where it's like he was like, if I do A, they do B, and then was like, yeah, he maybe overcooked. Yeah, the caster on the far right was the Garchomp player from yesterday. Player on the left looked like he was second guessing if he wins. I was questioning it a little bit. He's like, wait, do I actually win? If you get Chip in there playing early rounds while also casting. True, they gotta bring that to the NA casts for sure. We need like a chip feature table for the first couple rounds where we watch Chip play, you know, for the first 4 rounds of the tournament. And then in day 2, bring him back on the desk. Chip playing against himself would be cool. Why would that be cool? That just sounds insanely lame. Yeah, all the rounds are live. Well, no, that's not true. The first round of each, the first match of each round is live. Yeah, but they might show us a replay round like they do previously. No more pre-recorded rounds. The pre-recorded rounds like we had yesterday are not happening today. 120 Curry. Chip versus trainership would go hard, not gonna lie. Take Chip. Yeah, take Chip. Take what does he go by now? Chip Richie. He used to be Trainer Chip, no longer. So Chip Richie versus Trainer Chip would be quite the showdown. Chip versus Zool's friend. My friend Chip Richie. Isn't that like a name of a movie or something? Not Chip Richie, but My Friend Something. My friend Malamar. Oh, shoot. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. My friend Pedro is a game. What kind of game? Yeah, my friend Malamar. It's the Malamar thing for sure that I'm thinking of. Could be line of the podcast, isn't it? I guess Chip does throw that in there, yeah. But that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of my friend Malamar. Pedro's a bullet time side scroller shooter. My friend Pedro. Who is Pedro in the game? Is it your friend? Or yeah, who is Pedro in the game? The Charmander is frame monkey. Do they have the same Charmander on the desk? They had to split up the crew a little bit. Honestly, they did a good job here. The worst two are definitely Charmander and Togepi. And they got pushed all the way over here. The good ones are on the right side for sure. A banana? Pretty sure Pedro's a banana. Wait, what the fuck? What is this game? Alright, well, I guess I know now. I didn't know Pedro was a banana. We got 1, 2, 3, 6 10-0s. Which one would you buy off them, Azul? Let me go back and look at them real fast. Oh, what'd I say? It's the Munchlax or the Wooper one, I think. Munchlax or Wooper, but I don't know which one. Probably the Munchlax one, to be honest. Probably the Munchlax one. Perfect order. Get wrecked. No, not the Greninja set. That's the next set. We'll get that set in May. That's a lot of 9 and 1s. Where does the 43 begin? Does the 43 begin at the end or the beginning of the 43s? It's got to be the end, right? At the end makes sense. So there's 59 and 9 and 1s. They do cut to a top 32, yeah. New cards will be shown after Swiss. Daichi and Shintaro both 9 and 1. All right, let's get it. Terrible meme, Jake. You should go outside on the porch and contemplate. Like, the meaning of life. We have 5 more rounds of Swiss. 5 more rounds of Swiss into a top 32. Are there any non-Japanese players playing at this stage of the tournament? Rahul and Hedy, at the very least. There might be more, though. What record do you need in the pod for day 2 here? X2. Why do you think I've decided this is the way? X and 2 makes phase 2, or day 2, excuse me. For sure Fabian came too. Yeah, I think Fabian is, I don't know if Fabian's in day 2 though. Tord is not competing, no. Tord did not go to this one. Chip the friend versus Chip the co-host. Or should be Chip the caster versus Chip the player. I mean, Chip the player definitely was better than Chip the caster, that's for sure. Back when Chip used to grind and go to every tournament and get day 2 with Mega Ray. Oh yeah, also Hegster is there as well, but Hegster didn't make phase 2 or day 2. Chip the idea versus Chip the man. Chip the idea. everything that everyone thinks Chip is or could be versus the actual Chip Richie. Who would win? Did they show the new cards yet? Yep, they showed all the new cards. We're getting Mega Stunfisk. They got there's a really cool Skuntank coming out. They turned Pichu into a stadium card. It's crazy. You think having a tie be a double loss would deter slow playing? I mean, yeah. Why are you lying, Azul? Why not? What are you gonna do about it? That's what I thought. Pichu as a stadium would be fire, not gonna lie. Yeah, but what would it do though? Maybe it does nothing. It's just a card called Pichu, but it's a stadium card. How many Swiss rounds are there? 5 more Swiss rounds. Do people actually play first ticket? Yes. Or I think the person who won Philly that year played first ticket. I don't remember. Some people played it in Verzian Genesect, I remember. The card was bad. I think it's the only thing that people played it in was Verzian Genesect. I think the player who won Philly Regionals that year played first ticket in Verzian Genesect. I actually don't remember. Yeah, I do not remember. The matches are live, yes. That's true. We did have Dusknoir level X. That was a stadium Pokemon. What does the Pichu Stadium do again? Don't worry about it. Why are you stressing about it? You don't need to know that. Completely irrelevant information to what you got going on right now. When you need to know, you'll know. New cards? Yeah, we got Biscuit and 2 people and... Oh! The green guy. Sick, sick, sick. My favorite Digimon of all time. Hulk. Why would a deck play first ticket? Because you just really want to go first. I'm new to this. Do they actually announce new cards during the event? They do, yeah. They do it after Swiss before Top Cut. So 5 rounds from now. Well, they like to juice it, though. It'll be like 5 rounds, and they'll show like a couple replays from a couple rounds from like round 3 in the tournament or something. They really milk it. They really milk it, for sure. They're like, okay, we're done with the last round of Swiss. And now we're going to be revealing new cards. But first, check out this round from round 5. What the fuck? The tournament will conclude today, yeah. Is Perfect Order released in Japan? Nope. Any TPCI players on stream yesterday or today? Not for the match. We've seen Rahul and Hetty on stream, but it was like from the roaming camera, like where they was like looking at the player area. We were able to spot both of them. It's just a Western regional thing, Steven. They don't do meta shares. It's possible that like Pokebook on Twitter will like tweet out a breakdown post tournament of like day 2, but they never do anything on the official stream. What seems like the most fun rotation deck? None of them. They all seem terrible. The Pokemon TCG is gonna be miserable to play, but we're all gonna do it anyways. Am I ever gonna go to a Champions League? I don't know. Let's wait and see. What website do you watch the Champions League? YouTube. That's why Lex seems broken as it's a better Frostlass. feel like if you think that, you actually just did not read the card. Dusknoir level X is a stage 4 Pokemon that has to be KO'd to put into play as a stadium. Frostlass is a stage 1 Pokemon that you can have multiple of in play. Draw to 7 Delphox with Typhlosion. Thoughts? That's got to be terrible. You don't want to play Fire Energy in that deck. You want to play like 5 Fire Energy in Typhlosion, maybe 6. I could see 7 in Typhlosion, but also like more Night Treacherous is probably better. Delphox is better utilized as like the main threat in the deck for sure, I think, because its attack is actually pretty good and its ability is broken. So I think you just want to like maximize Delphox with a Delphox deck. Like, dude, imagine setting up 4 Delphox. Oh my, it'd be insane. And it actually, honestly, isn't even that crazy to do. You draw so many cards with the Delphox that, like, Delphox makes your next Delphox, makes your next Delphox. Like, we're cooking. Also, you probably play Max Rod in there as well. I don't know. I'm a big Delphox fan. With less Stretcher, we play 6 or 7 energy. I think the less Night Stretcher you play, the more energy you probably play, yeah. Post that Pichu Stadium in your Discord. Enjoy the new proxy. I gotta see what this looks like. Let's see. Wait, where'd you put it though? In general? Oh, I see it. The Pichu Stadium? That's a broken stadium right there. Pretty good effect as well, because your opponent's definitely going to worry about it. Like, you know what's happening, so you won't worry about it, but your opponent will definitely worry about it. All right, here we go. Round 8, 9, 10. Round 11. Double 10-0s, okay. I like that they're showing the... Maybe they've done that pretty consistently, though, showing, like, the high records. Players with the potential for top cut. I thought I saw maybe a Spite Ops for the player on the right there. On the right got threat Last Japan Nats. Pretty good showing here so far as well. Will just give me any deck to play right now and I'll play it. I'm desperate. No, I don't think I will. So do you own any cards that hold sentimental value to you? Not really, to be honest. No, not overly. Not that I can think of. Valkyrie, your opponent's deck has to be illegal. Wait, is that what he just did? I wasn't even paying attention. Bro, no way. Dude. Does top 32 qualify for Worlds? No, top 4 qualifies for Worlds. So top 4 is like the big deal. Honestly, like winning the tournament's obviously a big deal, but like getting top 4 is like, I'm pretty sure is like the goal for the players. Like the goals are the players are trying to get top 4, get their Worlds invite. Obviously, you want to win the tournament, but... Okay, so we got Dragapult versus Rockets Mewtwo. We've seen this matchup before, and it was... Actually, I forget who won. I think the Rockets Mewtwo player won. Pretty sure the Rockets Mewtwo player did get the dub. You still have the Suicune V I gifted you in Merida? I do, yeah. It's in my binder. All right, here we go. Prediction is up. Was that a bug catching set? Bug catching set seems a little weird there. Shaman start on the other side is not great. The Shaman is going to be pretty useless this game. Starting off with a bug catching set. I mean, I guess I can find quite a few things, right? Light Ops or the other guy. Your grass energy as well. I guess I don't hate it, yeah. You have a lot of cards in there. I guess it depends on like how many grass energy you play as well. Which I assume you're playing more grass energy with Vessel rotated, so. The last Team Rockets Mewtwo we saw did have Clefairy, yeah. They were playing the Clefairy, and it did matter in the matchup for sure. Got an Ultra Ball as well. I mean, if they're familiar with the matchup, or if they know what they're up against here, and they know getting Badooed is possible on that next turn. See the Ultra Ball coming down there, getting rid of the Spite Ops, and I can't tell what the other thing is. I assume we're getting rid of the Spite Ops though, because we're going to play the Night Stretcher here to immediately recover it. And I guess I wouldn't be surprised to see another Spite Ops hit the bench here, or maybe the Articuno. Oh, the Articuno was prized, right? Yeah, the Articuno was prized. That could be big. Maybe it doesn't. No, it could be big. Yeah, that could be a big deal. Oh, they play two. They're good. They're safe. We are safe. Where's the Proton? Not in the opening hand if they do play it. Ooh, we got the Rockets Energy turn one as well. Opts not to bench the Articuno yet. Maybe they're not sure what they're up against, but they're trying to hedge against Badoo in case it is Dragapult. So they don't want to bench the Articuno yet until they see that it is Dragapult. Or I guess maybe it could get boss stuck as well. But your Spite could get equally boss stuck, right? Could be thinking it's Alakazam also. True, yeah. All right, but there's the confirm. It definitely is Dragapult, as we see the Ultra Ball get played here. And I saw the unfair stamp in there. No surprise. With that, does go for the Latias. Dude, this bench is going to be so gross. Latias and Shaman on the bench to get into the Badoo. Ooh. We had the energy in hand, though. Why not just attach the... I guess you know the Badoo's going to get KO'd, so you're going to need the mobility to chain back-to-back Badoos here, I guess. Dude, that is disgusting. Yeah, really unfortunate sequence. Unfortunate start here, I guess. As long as we get a Buddy Poffin. But I think they're about to play an Ultra Ball. Oh, no, it's a Dreepy. Dreepy into Pokepad, okay. Is an Ultra Ball for Articuno kind of weird here? The opponent opens Shaman. Not if they think they're playing Dragapult. Makes perfect sense if you think your opponent's playing Dragapult. Game being played in fear of Grim or Water Pawn? Water Pawn mostly. Water Pawn's like seems like reasonably popular. There's a retreat to the Shaman into the Itchy Pollen. Get Petrol in the hand there. Top deck the Transceiver. Now the Articuno, of course, makes its way to the bench. Now that we've confirmed it is Dragapult. And then into the Lily to draw 8. I guess also another reason you don't need a benchy Articuno is because... you're not going to get hand disrupted, right? So, like, you may as well just hold it, I guess. Because the ace seems fine. All right, Mimikyu found. That's pretty good. Got some energy as well. So we can definitely attack this turn. Get this first KO. I do see a Spite Ops or a... I see another Grass dude in the hand there. Not sure which one it is, though. The Ops or the... Tarantula. He can't attack. No, it should be good here, right? Those are the Team Rocket's factory. Doesn't hold it for a stadium bump. And there's the knockout. Well, there's a stoppage of play. I don't know why we stopped play here, though. What happened? I don't know. Do they think it can't attack because of the ability, or...? No, Mewtwo just needs four Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. You don't need 4 on the bench. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening, to be honest. Maybe the timer was messed up or something, so they need to like re-sync the timer with the stream timer or something. It is Mewtwo +3, yeah. So we can attack here. The Mewtwo it can attack. All right, we're good. I was like, bro, what? All right, immediately into the Drakloak. I mean, you probably just want a Badoo again for a turn. There's a Watchtower to bump the Team Rocket's Factory. I don't know. The only reason I could see to play the Team Rocket's Factory right now, oh, and there's the Unfair Stamp, is I was going to say to play around Unfair Stamp, or if you have another one in your hand, aggressive Unfair Stamp. No threat this turn, though. We're not, like, punching... Yeah, there's no threat here. Think it's too early to play Unfair Stamp? I have no clue, to be honest. I don't know if there's like a specific turn like to like line up in this matchup. I have to like play the matchup to know if there's like a specific turn you want to save the stamp for. Also, their hand might have been dead beside, but they could have like checked with Drakloak, obviously. They could have loked to try and find something first, but I got no clue. It's never bad to play Unfair. Well, that's not true. There are some times where your opponent's hand, you know your opponent's hand is dead, so Unfair Stamp could help them, but match to Monkey Dory for turn and then pass. I mean, we could Mind Bend, I guess, on the next turn. All right, there's a Petrol in the hand. I can't see what else is in the hand, though. Bumping Stadium makes Unfair appealing. That is a good point, yeah. We have the Stadium bump to kind of go with the Unfair Stamp. Petrol into Ariana for next turn. I was wondering if we're going to see a Team Rocket's Factory grabbed. But just wants to go for the heavier draw support for the next turn, I guess. Not under item lock, but we might not have any items to play anyways. Well, that's true. Mewtwo can't even be confused because of the Articuno. Look at the hand is now Ariana Proton and something else. And there's just a punch for the KO. And we got a Team Rocket's Factory to work with as well. Nothing crazy prized on either side. This just seems like tough. It just seems tough for Bolt, to be honest. Could have gotten a receiver into Ariana to thin the deck more. Yeah, but then the Dragon Ball player could Badoo next turn, right? I don't think you want to play into, like if we don't draw into Dragon Ball plus energy, then you just Badoo for a turn, and you're guaranteed to, like, delay them a turn. Nitrogen for the dark energy. Are we just committing to a Mind Bend here? Risky Ruins to replace the Watchtower, and then into a Lily for 8. Receiver is an insane top deck late game. That's also a good point. Receivers are just good, right? You don't really want to thin out your receivers. It's like a high value card to just have access to. I mean, we can Mind Bend. We just can't. The Mind Bend actually honestly does make sense. We kind of saw this approach in the matchup yesterday, where it's like they went for like a Jet Headbutt instead of doing the 200, because you don't want to open up you don't want to open up the possibility of the Wobbuffet play. So you don't want to like hit the Mewtwo too hard. You want to like tap the Mewtwo. Like right now we can Risky Ruins will trigger on the Dreepies, and we like move some of the damage over, then we Mind Bend so it has 90 on it, and then next turn we KO with Dragapult. But even then we're still in like a pretty precarious spot because of like Clefairy Mimikyu or something like that. It can't confuse. Yeah, you're not going to get confused, but you still hit it for 60. They play Clefairy and Mewtwo here. We haven't seen it from this player, but it wouldn't be a shock for sure. Confusing would be pretty nice here, but we're going to have to forego that. All's lacking urgency. They are playing a little slow here. Big Paul's kind of cooked here. It does not seem great. The board state does not seem great. The matchup in general seems kind of rough, but the board state specifically, dude, they need a they need to get a warning or something here for sure. This is taking too long. Playing super slow. They move 2. Oh, they need to put it on the active though, don't they? Because now they're not setting up the Mewtwo to die to. They're only doing. They have 70 damage on the active, yeah. So now Dragapult doesn't KO it next turn. So now they need to find like Monkey Dory Crispin Dragapult instead of just needing an energy to attack with Dragapult. She Ruins gets bumped. That's 2 stadiums gone now to bump the on the factories. They're also, I mean, we'll see what kind of other options might be available here. The Mewtwo player goes for the Dops. Into the Ariana for 6, +2 from the factory. There's our +2. Looks like we're playing an Ultra Ball here. Gonna go probably get another, I assume, Spidops. Benching Clefairy ahead of time seems kind of bad. Unless you like have an immediate Night Stretcher, so then you could like kind of force your opponent to go chase your Clefairy, I guess, but just goes for another Mewtwo. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, this board state already seems like too hard to deal with because of the lack of. Why didn't we just do 10 more damage to the Mewtwo? I don't understand why we didn't Monkey Dory to the Mewtwo. Like, Monkey Dory to Mewtwo just seems like such a better play than the Monkey Dory to the little guy on the bench. That is true. They could retreat the Mewtwo and attack with the Spidops. feel like you'd probably want to save the Spite Ops. You're already winning the prize exchange, so like the utility of Spite Ops later on just seems more powerful. They do opt for that line. Yeah, things are looking really, really good here for the Mewtwo side of things. Also, Dragapult's only hand disruption card is gone. The unfair stamp's gone. I guess they maybe could play a Judge or two, so that could get involved still. Okay, they did have the Crispin, so they have the play still. Which maybe means it was like... But I guess they could have gotten... I still don't love the damage placement on the Spite Ops, because they could have put the damage to the Spite Ops this turn instead. They didn't have to put the damage on the Spite Ops last turn. They could have done that this turn. So I feel like this was still a misplay for them to not have put the damage on the Mewtwo right now when they went for the Mind Bend attack. Because they could have gotten Archered, right? You could have got Archered and then not been able to find the KO on the active Mewtwo, which would have been pretty bad. We did see the Ariana get searched out last turn, but it's not guaranteed that they wouldn't have access to an Archer after drawing prize cards in top deck. Archer wasn't active though, no KO. Oh, you're right. Never mind. Archer wasn't a possibility. You're right. So I guess we were safe then. We knew we were gonna have the hand for the next turn, so I guess it's fine to put the damage on the Spite Ops. All right, there we go. Dragapult KO. Put 6 on the Spite Ops. And now the question becomes, honestly, I don't even know if that is a question. You don't, oh, you can just lose this turn. You just lose to Rocket's Energy Clefairy. Oh no, is it just over? They didn't fully heal the Dreepy. They left 10 damage on the Dreepy. Game is over with the Clefairy. That's definitely an oversight on, they could have also evolved that Dreepy to Dracloak. Honestly, leaving the damage was probably correct. Leaving the damage on the Dreepy was correct if it was a Dracloak, because then it can't get sniped off the bench, but they don't do that. And yeah, that's pretty bad. That's that's pretty bad. We're gonna see the dub here for the Mewtwo deck. Knockout, getting the last 3 prize cards. Yeah, that's tough, man. I mean, the Dragon Ball player didn't have a super aggressive start, but it's not like the Mewtwo player opened up turn 1 Proton or anything like that either, right? So a little bit slow on both sides. A little bit slower for the Pulp player for sure. Definitely a little bit slower for the Pulp player, I would say. Only 1 Dreepy turn 1, stuff like that. But even if you had, like, you used the unfair stamp so early. We used the unfair stamp so early on. Honestly, you should probably try and pair up. Now that I watched this game play out, to be honest, like someone asked the question earlier, it's like, should we have saved unfair stamp? We should probably save unfair stamp for the turn we attack with Dragapult. Should be how we play it. So it's like if you bench Clefairy ahead of time, we can go boss unfair. And if you don't have it on the bench, then we just unfair swing. But we probably save it for the turn we swing with a Dragapult, the unfair stamp. Because in that kind of situation right there, I mean, we play 1 hand disruption card. We play 1 good hand disruption card. Even if we play Judge in the deck, it's like, man, I miss Iono. I'm not even playing the format and I miss Iono. Watching these games makes me miss Iono so much. Dude, I miss Iono so much already, man. I haven't even lost. I'm going to cherish, dude. Every game of this format that I play, I'm going to cherish it so much. Even when my opponent Iono's me. Once my opponent Iono's me, I'm going to be like, that's so sick, man. I hope I dead draw off your Iono here. That's so cool. Iono me to 1. Oh, beautiful, beautiful play. You love to see it. Play 4 Ionos everywhere. Yeah, every deck has 4 Iono until rotation hits. Iono me harder. Oh yeah, Iono me harder. Do it again. Oh my gosh. Azul's #1 Iono Glazer. Bro, I want them to reprint Iono so bad. Listen, 1 format without Iono and Countercatcher is fine. Iono me daddy. 1 format off is fine. I'm hoping with the reveals today though, they reveal a Iono reprint. I'm starting to believe. I'm like gaslighting myself into believing that they're gonna reveal an Iono reprint today, Jesse. What if they just do it? What if they're like, yeah, it's coming back? That'd be so sick. I don't think we need... They could give us Counter Catcher as well, but I'm a little bit less hype on Counter Catcher. Yeah. I think in a format with Iono, but no Counter Catcher could be really, really cool and interesting. Because then when you're playing like comeback deck versus comeback deck, like it becomes really... Like the late game, the mid-late game choices become really... I think would be really interesting for sure. Predictions? Oh, my bad. Yeah, the mid-late game decisions... Without Counter Catcher, with like 2 more in-depth comeback decks would be really interesting. You think they think hand disruption supporters of the sort like N and Iono are not good for the game? No. Or do you think they just haven't gotten around to reprinting it yet? I don't know. It's not something I think about. I'm not trying to figure out their intentions. I just want them to reprint it. I don't know what they think or how they feel about cards. No clue. Not trying to mind read them. They do what they do. I think they made a mistake by not reprinting Iono. And I think they should reprint it sooner than later. But like I said, a format or 2 off wouldn't be terrible. Even if they don't show it this, like even if they don't reprint it for this next set, that's fine. 2 formats off of Iono is not the end of the world. A 3 though? Chill with that. They definitely don't think it's bad for the game because they gave us N and then they gave us Iono afterwards. So we had N and then they gave us Iono. So, and we also had Team Rocket's admin before that as well. So they definitely don't think it's bad for the game. What about Marnie? I mean, I don't know what they think. Marnie is a bad game design card though. It's a poorly designed card. Marnie is a toxic card. Poorly designed card. What's wrong with Judge? Nothing's wrong with Judge. None of this has anything to do with Judge. It has to do with the lack of Iono. Was Roxanne also poorly designed? No, Roxanne was fine. It just wasn't very good. How long was the wait between Iono and an Iono? A really long time. Actually, was it that long? Was it 5, 6 years? Actually, literally might have been 6 or 7 years. That's a pretty long time. That's a pretty long time. Was it that long though? Maybe it didn't feel that long because we had N in expanded. Not sure. But A-Spec had people generally ran in Team Rocket's Mewtwo. I didn't see their A-Spec, but with the other one we saw earlier was Maximum Belt. And it was pre-pandemic, and Iono was a few years later, a few years after, so that at least 5, right? Yeah, I was maybe like 7 years. They will be revealing new cards after Swiss. What do people use for hand disruption between N and Iono? Reset Stamp and Marnie. Reset Stamp, Marnie, and Roxanne. First it was Reset Stamp, then it was Marnie. Did Marnie and Roxanne exist at the same, like immediately at the same time, or no? I don't actually remember. They existed at the same time, but I just don't remember when. Oh yeah, also Let Loose Marshadow. Sick card. Yeah, first it was Marshadow, then we got Reset Stamp. Then we got Marnie, then we got Roxanne, or then we got Roxanne, then we got Marnie. I don't remember. Marshadow is one of the worst. Like, Marnie was bad. Marnie was already poor game design. Let Loose Marshadow is one of the worst designed cards ever. One of the most toxic, poorly designed cards ever in the Pokemon TCG. Such a miserable card. I hate him. I think actually, honestly, Marshadow could have been fine if you just couldn't use it turn 1. If Marshadow literally just said you could not use it turn 1, I actually think it might have been fine. It wasn't played for 2 years when it first came out. That's true. But once it was good, well, that's because we had N. It's because N existed. I guess it was designed for a format. They still designed the other cards. That is fair. For the format that it was initially designed to be played in, it wasn't actually that good. Marshadow only became good after like 2 rotations. But then it was like miserably toxic. So, Hazel, do you remember that old supporter card Iono? Sounds kind of familiar. I think right now would honestly be the perfect time to reprint it. I can see it being having a healthy impact on the game right now for the current format that's being played in Japan. I could see that for sure, yeah. Was Marshadow banned in Standard? Nope. We had to ban Let Loose in GLC too. I mean, that makes sense. Such a miserable card. One of the worst. One of the worst cards. People talk about the best cards, their favorite cards of all time. One of my least favorite and one of the worst cards of all time. Let Loose Marshadow, man. They honestly probably should have just banned it. It's probably what they should have done. So many games were won by just turn 1 Let Loose. And it's like you couldn't get punished for it either. Like you just did it. Like you just was, all right, well, I went first. Turn 1 Let Loose. Let's see if you can draw out of it. Good luck. Couldn't we play supporters turn 1 as well? So you go like turn 1 Let Loose Lily, and then you're just like, good luck. And they're like, oh, fuck, I lost. There were some decks that didn't play Let Loose Marshadow, like Zoroark, and even Zappies, I think, played 1 Let Loose Marshadow, if I remember correctly. Sometimes they played it. But like Pikarom, just put 2 Let Loose in there. Put a couple Let Loose in, what was the other one? Reshizard or Kiawezard. Put a Let Loose in there. Hit him with it. Usually you Let Loose into a garbage hand and your opponent had everything. No, that's not true. First you exhaust your hand of resources, get Jirachi in the active, Let Loose, whiff Lily, Jirachi into Lily, play Lily, and then pass after you attach your Pikarom. Then next turn you go attack with Pikarom, set up your other Pikarom. And then after that you use the big attack. I forget what the big attack was, but then you board wipe them with Bolt Strike or whatever. How much influence would you like to see in the game? Would it be healthy to go as far as Power Spray or something that effect? Or is Iono/N as much influence as you would like to see? I think something like an Iono/N is like a good baseline, but more ways to have potential comebacks outside of that I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Like Counter Catcher, I assume, is also in that same discussion of what you're talking about. I would say Counter Catcher. I mean, like something like Counter Catcher is fine. Something like a Power Spray could be fine. Any of those things could be fine. I'm not against going past just N or Iono, for sure. That's kind of like, I think like neutrally N and Iono are actually just like good cards to have in the game, to be honest. And it's probably just like optimal for them to game design around those constantly existing in the game. And it should just kind of just be a constant. I think we've seen, like, we just have enough history in the Pokemon TCG to look back on and look at Rocket's admin, look at N, look at Iono, look at the formats where those cards were played, and it's not like those cards existing made aggressive strategies bad. Like aggressive decks were still good at all points throughout Iono and Team Rocket's admin. Aggressive strategies have still always been good. It doesn't like remove those strategies from the game. It just allows for more depth of strategy. In terms of like, instead of just being a bunch of aggro decks where whoever gets ahead in the prize exchange wins, it's like, okay, you can build, like I mentioned earlier, like the reason Unfair Stamp isn't like even close to what Iono did is because like with Iono in the format, you can like build up towards a comeback. But when you have Unfair Stamp, it's like you have this one turn where you play Unfair Stamp and you're like, I pray this like sets my opponent back a turn, otherwise I just lose. And then it doesn't set them back a turn, then you literally just lose. So I've played enough and seen enough of Pokemon TCG where I can confidently say it's just better to have one of those cards in the format than not. The formats are just better on average. Very few formats that don't have NIONO or Team Rocket's admin are better than a format that did. So the whole balance of comeback cards is kind of fucked by Dusknoir existing. It does fuck with it a little bit for sure, but we have Psyduck, so how long do we have Dusknoir for? Does Dusknoir rotate next rotation or the rotation after that? It's next rotation, right? So I don't know. We have like, I don't know, we're kind of bodied for one format, then we'll come back. What did N do? N was just Iono, but it shuffled into the deck instead of shuffle put on the bottom of the deck. It's like basically the same card. I mean, it's been a while since we've had a card like Marnie. Yeah, good. They should never print a card like Marnie ever again. Marnie is like a poorly designed card. Marnie is actually just bad for the game. Like, that's good. This is a good thing. What did Marnie do? It was Iono, except you drew 5 and your opponent drew 4 always. So both shuffle your hands, put them on the bottom. You get 5, they get 4. But it was basically kind of like Let Loose Marshadow. You'd have so many, just like Let Loose Marshadow, you'd have a ton of non-games where I went second, turn 1 Marnied, and you dead drew. That happened a lot with Let Loose Marshadow and Marnie. That's why both those cards are just poorly designed and unhealthy cards for the game. They created so many non-games. You went first? All right, fuck you. Turn 1 Marnie, you lose. Or I went first, turn 1 Let Loose, you lose. Let Loose was worse because you could play it going first. And you could play a turn 1 supporter on the first turn of your game. So Let Loose was like a whole different story. That's the problem with cards like that, is they just create a lot of non-games. Oh yeah, and we had Path, so you could Path Marnie people. You hit him with the Path Marnie. Instead of drawing 4 and 5, maybe if we got a few more cards, like you draw 6, I draw 7. Oh, hold up, Marnie for 6, 7. There could be something there actually. Path Marnie 6, 7. Path to the Peak, shut off all rule box abilities. Marnie into Path sounds dreadful. Interesting time for sure. Is Toad School worth playing at Enzork, or should I go with the Liam list from UIC for my cup tomorrow? I have no clue, to be honest. I don't think either of them are a bad option. They could also come out with a supporter that, like... Actually, honestly, maybe this could be a good supporter. It would be something like... I don't actually know how they'd make that work. I mean, you could get, like, really specific and be like... They could come out with a supporter that, like, only disrupts your opponent's hand if they drew a prize card last turn. So, like, similar to Unfair Stamp, but it's always usable for you. Like, it could be, like, a shuffle draw 5, but if your opponent took a knockout during their last turn... They shuffle their hand into the deck and draw as many cards. Well, I guess that would just be... Yeah, it would just be, like, knockout related. So you can't, like, spam Iono them, but it would be, like, restricted to Ace Trainer. Ace Trainer, but it would be tied to the amount of prize cards remaining. Yeah, I could say Ace Trainer going down to 3 was pretty cringe, right? No, Ace Trainer was just if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, right? Or how did Ace Trainer work? I forget the exact wording on Ace Trainer. But Ace Trainer could only be played if... That's just Archer? No, but it would be like if your opponent took a knockout during their last turn, they also shuffle their hand into the deck and draw for as many cards as they have prize cards remaining. But it's always a shuffle draw for you. If you're behind, you get 6, the op gets 3. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. Ace Trainer would be too good right now. Imagine Badooing your opponent and then going like Ace Trainer attack with Dragapult. Like that's crazy. And then they take a knockout, and then they go, and then you go boss on Fair Stamp. See, like a card like Ace Trainer is too good against aggro decks. Like you're like playing an aggro deck, you're like, okay, here we go, take my first prize card on their Badoo, and they're like, okay, cool, next turn Ace Trainer. You're like, oh, fuck me. I was introducing a friend to PTCG, and he read Iono, was immediately like, dang, this is a really good game. Was he? I assume he doesn't play Pokemon anymore now, though, right? He quit. Digimon player now. Dustclaws plus Ace Trainer. That'd be insane. Dusknoir might be the biggest oversight design-wise in a standard TCG. Yeah, it definitely is bad. It definitely is like, I don't think something like Dusknoir is inherently bad for the game, but I think I don't think it worked out great in the current card pool, to be honest. I think they came up a little bit short with Dusknoir in terms of what it does in the current card pool, and then honestly, kind of the way Psyduck works as well. Like, I feel like Psyduck's a little bit awkward as an answer, but it's like okay, Psyduck's okay. Dusknoir's like the idea of Dusknoir I think is fine. The idea is fine. The execution of it in the current format is maybe poor, but not terrible. All right, getting ready for round 12. They've never pulled off a self-KO Pokemon correctly. What about like Electrode EX, like Bombtar? How did that deck? I don't remember how that deck... I don't know how broken that deck was. Annihilate? Well, no, what Charles means is like, it's either too good when it's good, or it's just bad. Oh, Magneton. Magneton's a good shout, though, I think. Electro DX was very good. Was it like toxic good, though, Chip? Or was it just like, this is a good card, and it's played because it's a good card, but like, it doesn't like feel like miserable to play against. Like, Dusknoir kind of feels miserable to play against sometimes. Fortress EX? No, but what Charles means is like, I think Magneton's a good shout, to be honest. It was a good card, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, bro, this thing is just insane to play against. What Charles means is just like, it was a good card, but it wasn't like broken. It's either too good or it's just bad. That's what Charles means. I think they always see zero play or they're freaking bannable. Yeah, exactly. Although I think Magneton worked out. Most Electrode games are like 1-6 or 2-6 comebacks. But is it like an inevitable comeback? Like, it's like, well, here I am. I drew 5 prize cards and now I just lose. Or is it like there is like some back and forth to close out games? How would you want them to make a card to answer Dusknoir? Or are they setting up for... I have no idea what happened, but... Oh, is this just the other stream? I think we're good still. Will you crack the code on Charizard X and Y, making them a threat in the meta? I don't know, maybe. There's still plenty of back and forth with the card, IMO, but I didn't play back then, so I can't fully speak to it. Yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. The year that Ross came up with Bombtar, was Electrode being played in any other deck? Or was it just that deck? Do you think that format is going to go into weakness wars? I don't know. That's something to think about. Either will be or won't be. Either is or isn't. I think Lily's Determination is a balanced card. I mean, I don't know. I don't know yet. It's a little bit too early to tell. It's a very good card, and it's going to be played a lot in its lifetime. The question would kind of have to be is like how many games are won by going second and hitting turn 1 Lily? Not just going second, but going second and hitting turn 1 Lily. I don't think, like, from what I've seen of this format so far, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. Like, most decks function reasonably well, even when you go first, and even when the opponent goes second and hits Lily, it's not like, well, I guess I just lose. They just set up so much better than me. It's like fine. Pretty good card. Gonna be played a lot, but it doesn't seem like overwhelmingly. It doesn't seem like the impact of going second and hitting turn 1 Lily is like overwhelmingly impactful. It is very good though. It's very good. But Researcher is also a pretty good card. So, do you think that Charmander will return in Avengers Doomsday? I could see that Charmander being the villain for sure. Let's try Anti. Research, stupid ass Pokemon company. I actually I think I understand the idea of not reprinting Research a little bit. I was with you, Jesse, where I was like a big advocate for Research. But honestly, so far seeing the other supporters that people are kind of forced to play because they can't just go 4 Lily 4 Research makes things more interesting for sure. Like, everyone has Lily to lean on, but then you have to get a little bit creative from there. But it would be kind of boring if we did have Research, to be honest, because then it would just be 4 Lily 4 Research. I guess you could make the same argument for if they reprint Iono, right? Because that's just 4 Lily 4 Iono. At that point, if they add Iono back, they should probably add Research back. So it's like 4 Lily, so you have the option of Lily, Iono, and Research. But I do think it is kind of cool to see like the other, and as we like see more unique supporters get printed, because we did just hit rotation, so we lost a lot of supporters. It'll be interesting to see what people pair with Lily. People want to play that though, right? I feel like Lily and Research are fighting for slots. I mean, not in Mega Lucario. I don't think I'm going to play Carmine if I can play Research, right? I think quite a few decks would play 4 Lily 4 Research for sure. Maybe not right now, but like in the future as things evolve. You're like, I just want to play the 4 best or the 8 best draw supporters. Put them in. Just makes it harder on discard decks like Arch. Yeah, that's true as well. It's like the decks that want to be more aggressive are okay with discarding their cards. It's like you have Lily as a deck that doesn't do that, and I have Carmine. And then you just laugh at the person with Carmine because their deck has to suck. There's no way a deck with 4 Carmine is good, so. Agent Park's deck? No, I did not. Is Agent Park at this tournament? I know, Oreo. I can see YouTube chat. It's just not on the screen. Research is rotating. Research has rotated. Did you went 5-3? All right, let's peep the Sage and Cook real fast. Oh, I see it. Dude, I like the way he laid out his deck list, though. 2-4? Bro, what the fuck? All right, I'll share it with chat. I'll share it with chat. This is what Sage and Park played at Champions League. Raging Bingus, 4 Raging Bolt, 4 Kangaskhan. Dude, how are we playing 1 Latias in here, though? Did have the Chien Pao. Like, we can attack with Kangaskhan, I guess. Like, we can attack with Kangaskhan. But I feel like you got to play 2 Latias, right? There's a little Mewtwo hanging out back here, hiding. Got to be 4 Latias. Yeah, commit to the bit. Dude, 4 cat is so crazy. Instead of just, yeah, I mean, we have no good, we don't have Nest Ball anymore. Instead of playing, yeah, so we just have 4 Ultra Ball, and then we're just like, we'll just draw into our Pokemon. Where's the Sada? He chose just not to play Sada. Just wasn't worth it, I don't think. I mean, leaves another switch out? I mean, not really, no. That almost deserves a timeout, to be honest. Yeah, the only thing I think about when I see this list is just like, it feels like Latias is super high value. Maybe play 2. It just sounds like you're desperate to find Crispin every turn. Well, no, you have what's it called? Once these go online, then it's not as big of a deal. Like you get the trumpets in play, and then you discard 1 off the Raging Ball, attach return to Raging Ball. Like initially, you probably need like Crispin, but then from there the E switch plus trumpets should be able to carry you a little bit. Or via Seeker and single copy of a bunch of supporters. I do remember, yeah, I do remember those days. Why is the judge hanging out over there? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why the judge is over here. Hanging out with the reset stamp, I guess. Oh, shoot, we're into it. Here we go. Lucario. 9 and 2. So this is lose, and this is a losing out. Round 12, losing out. But if you win, you're not in. Lucario versus... might be some kind of fighting deck, like the Okidogi deck. Which for our judge is the optimal version. I mean, none of them. They're all garbage. Looks like Dragapult. A classic showdown here. Or what is becoming a classic showdown. Dragapult versus Mega Lucario. Definitely Lucario favored, though, I feel like. We did whiff the turn 1 energy attachment as well on that first turn. So if you could use 1 full power deck from a past format to use in the current event, why are you choosing Pidgeot Control? That's the only deck that sounds like it would be good enough, to be honest. All the other decks would probably just kind of suck, I think. Have you seen Retreat Lock being respected in these decks? In some of them, yeah. Like you see the switch over there in the discard pile for the Lucario player, so... full power Lugia would still be good. Oh, true. Probably Broken Lugia, to be honest. Yeah, Broken Lugia probably is the deck that can, like, most easily be able to stand the test of time. Shift Tree Donk. There could be something there with that Shift Tree Donk. Was it ever format legal, though, Chip? Or did it get banned before, like, the format even happened? I actually don't remember. Like, it was... you could never actually play it at a tournament, right? Wasn't it legal for one event in Japan? I don't remember. Pokemon video games? I played Sword and Shield, but that's it. Is Legacy Energy better than Unfair? Both are good cards and will be played in decks depending on the deck you're playing. Alright, we got a couple Riolus. Can we actually find this turn 1 attack, though? The turn 1 attack here is pretty big. Also, why is there energy on the Monkey Dory instead of the Dreepy? Are we really hoping the Monkey Dory lives? Oh, the Cypher Maniac? Wait, this is kind of cooked. Hopefully there's a Dracloak in that hand. Pretty good. Goodbye, Monkey Dory. Oh my gosh. Fez double Dreepy prize. It is a Dusknoir build. I think this is the first Dusknoir build of Dragapult that we've actually seen. Get a Dreepy, maybe a Badoo, maybe double Dreepy. Paul Dusknoir definitely seems to be less successful, for sure. That's true. Yeah, we can't get double Dreepy here. Don't mind me. Dude, why did we attach to the Monkey Dory? I'm still questioning why we attached to Monkey Dory there on that first turn. It was just such a low value attachment because there's a good chance that our Monkey Dory just gets KO'd. I guess it was like to... I mean, there wasn't even a Hariyama on the bench or a Makuhita, so the chance of Gus KO Dreepy was like not even that high. It could have been a boss, I guess, but I guess it devalues the boss KO. Monkey resist Lucario? That's not a good reason. Oh, we at least had a Dracloak. We do have an energy in hand. I think we have Lilies there as well. We should be okay. I don't know why he got second Riolu when he could have gotten Makuhita for Gus Loke this turn. Probably because like the threat of Unfair Stamp, just getting 2 Mega Lucario set up, like it's just like how you win this matchup. If you just get 2 Mega Lucario online, even if you're not like chasing their lone Dracloak or anything like that, you're going to be in a really good spot. So I think probably going for the Riolu by itself was probably correct, to be honest. Appreciate 3 months there. 1, 2, 3. If you go for the Harry, if you go for the Makuhita and then you get Unfair Stamp, then your Lucario dies before you can step on a Lucario, then you could be in trouble. Also, your opponent also had like a pretty slow start as well. So you just need to play the game and you're probably winning. Buddy Poffin. Let's see if he's aware he probably is too Dreepy. He's aware now. A couple Duskulls, I guess. We'll have to, is what we're gonna have to go with. Maybe the primes up there. Icicles. Over to the Rat Pack. Big Lucario looking good in post rotation. It looks alright, yeah. Looks solid. Usually 2 months there, Ink. I think one thing unfortunate for Lucario is it gets kind of collateraled by people like playing Psychic stuff to beat Dragapult. So like it makes decks like Mega Diancie that much better because it's like, oh, I beat Dragapult with this deck, but I also just happen to beat Lucario as well. That's kind of cool. So it's unfortunate to get collateraled. Another Riolu into Lily, only 6, of course. We have the KO on the Badoo lined up. I assume if it's a Dusknoir build, it probably plays Rare Candy. What is EV Box post rotation? No clue. Didn't lose very much though. We did see a Mega Diancie round earlier, yeah. There's a Lunar Cycle. We got a Makuhita in the hand now that we could get on the bench. Does a Mewtwo body Lucario? Seems like it'd be a pretty good matchup, yeah. Active is loaded up. Maximum Belt. I guess you kind of have to just play Maximum Belt Lucario, right? Like this kind of build of Lucario. Oh, we throw that on a Maximum Belt as well. We're just ready to go. There's a knockout. Energy probably goes to the Makuhita, I would assume. And we are getting a boss off the prize cards as well, so we can continue the aggression. If they try and hide behind a Badoo this turn. Yeah, this is a pretty good setup here. Dracloak gets pushed, so we don't even push a Duskull or a Dreepy to potentially use with Latias. I assume that means we're probably looking for an attack through Crispin here. I mean, theoretically, you could KO the active Lucario, right? With Candy, Dusknoir, Crispin, Dragapult. That is a lot, though. Why commit the belt? Let's play around on Unfair Stamp. Just be set up to respond to Dragapult Plus. It's unlikely they have Crispin, Candy, Dusknoir. What's it called? But yeah, you just want to play around Unfair Stamp. Or I guess Judge as well if they play. Well, Judge is like a little bit less relevant because they're judging, they're not attacking. But like Crispin Unfair Stamp could be a lot to deal with for sure. It does not look... They didn't even attach? Wait, am I trolling? They had a Psychic Energy in hand, but chose not to attach it? What are we holding out for? Man, I'm not gonna lie, this one looks pretty cooked. Lucario player's board is just like so set up at this point. Praying for Neo. I mean, maybe they play Neo upper. I'm just kind of assuming they play Unfair Stamp. There's the Unfair Stamp. You definitely don't want to play it yet, I don't think. I guess if you don't play it, though, you risk the Dracloak getting Gust KO, but then you can look for the Crispin Unfair Stamp combo next turn, right? We'll see. I don't know if they have it. They still need an energy this turn. They still need to find an energy. Maybe we would go for Fez here if it's in the deck. It's not. Dusclops is fine, though. Yeah, not attaching to the bench Dracloak there feels so weird if we don't play Neo upper. I know YouTube chat is not showing up. Hopefully we at least have an attachment for turn. I don't think we want to Unfair Stamp right now. I think we want to Unfair Stamp next turn. Okay, Nitrogen for energy. Or Monkey Dory, I guess. Oh, they're setting for a Mind Bend play instead. Okay. That just seems so low value. We're not even item locking this turn. If we just get another Lucario, this is just irrelevant, right? We just retreat the active Lucario to a bench Lucario, and then... I mean, I guess we might not have the Premium Power Pro, but we could just, like, Gust KO even. Maybe they play Energy Switch, though? They could play Energy Switch, I guess. Maybe that's, like, the lineup here. We have seen a list with Energy Switch before, so... It's harder to KO the Monkey Dory than it is to KO a Dracloak with an energy, I guess. We have the second Lucario to back it up as well. There's the KO. Monkey Dory gets pushed up. Yeah, we can Mind Bend the active, but they can just respond with Retreat, attack with the bench Lucario. And if they have Premium Power Pro, they just load it up fully. Go down to 2 prize cards. This turn, you could KO the active. Once again, you need Crispin. You need Crispin. You go Crispin Unfair Stamp, Dusknoir, KO the active Lucario. I'm going to start with the Unfair Stamp. And he does have the Jamming Tower, actually. It now feels bad that we don't have an energy on a Dracloak still. So we need, like, Crispin if we want to do, like, a big play. I feel like the turn we Unfair Stamp, we should probably attack with a Dragapult. Because otherwise it gives the Lucario player a turn to just be like, okay, I drew Lily, play Lily. And then just set up to respond to Dragapults after that. Or whatever. Just gives them more time to be able to respond to a Dragapult. In general. If we whiff the knockout here, I feel like we're in, like, a pretty terrible spot. We are a Dragapult and a Crispin away. Also, if we don't evolve this, we could just get KO'd by Retreat plus whatever that guy's name is. Okay, there's the Crispin. Makuhita, or it's a Makuhita, but it evolves into the other one, Hariyama. I think it's just going to be a Mind Bend. And then we just lose to Hariyama. I guess we could still evolve. We could still have the evolution, even if we're not attacking with it. We could just go attach Dark Active, attach Fire to Dracloak, evolve to Dragapult, protect it. Dragapult? No Pult? Mind Bend for 120. Got the Lunar Cycle at the very least. I see a Pokegear. Boss or supporter into Hariyama is pretty good. That's a Lily at least. But there's also a Boss's Orders. Yeah, it's cooked. Retreat Lucario to Lucario. Boss KO Dracloak. Reload up to Lucario. Maybe get an energy on the Riolu as well. Make everything or most things mobile. You do only go down to 2 prize cards, so you can't win on board next turn, but this is about as it doesn't look good as it can get with it staying looking bad. These games have all been stomps. It's been a little one-sided, yeah. Although, I mean, honestly, that is kind of a product of Megas. I think Jake even said it in chat earlier. That is a little bit of a product of Megas. Like, weakness is a bigger deal when you... Well, I guess in this game, there was no weakness, to be honest. But to do with some of the other stomps. Weakness seems more prevalent in this format, is what I should say. Whereas last format, weakness seems like it was less prevalent. And it's even more prevalent, theoretically, with Megas. This game, not a great example of that, but like the Diancie versus Lucario game, stuff like that. I think that was the same trend with VMAXs. For sure, yeah. Dragapult may have Clefairy if they are playing Crispin. Wait, is this the first cat use we've seen? Cat for a Lily? No? Did we see the cat earlier? Oh, no, we did see the cat in the Raging Ball game, right? Isn't that exactly how weakness should affect the format? I don't know. I don't know if you can like. I don't know if you could say for sure it should affect it this way or that way. That is how it is affecting the format, is what you can say, right? But like sometimes we see weakness get taken advantage of in different ways in the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes you can make a meta call by playing a certain type of a deck because it beats the top 2 types of decks based on weakness. Sometimes you include a tech card to take advantage of a deck's weakness. No Dreepy, huh? Dude, there's no Dreepy. Can you not scoop in Japan? No, you can. There's like no reason to scoop though. What if your opponent Omega throws? But there's a gust up on the Meowth with the Hariyama, then retreating to Lucario. And the KO with the Mega Lucario. Game just feels so one-sided now without Iono counter catcher. Literally face Hunter meta right now. I mean, yeah, lack of comeback tools. Once the prize trade goes in one player's favor, it's that much harder to make the comeback, right? I think the real question should be, should all weakness be X2? Maybe. Lack of comeback plus boss for game is rough. True, boss definitely factors into that. Boss definitely factors into that a little bit. Like if boss didn't exist, and even if we didn't have the comeback tools, things would be more interesting for sure. Because boss makes things be more linear or whatever. Even if you don't have the comeback mechanics of something like counter catcher Iono, you at least have control over what's in your active and giving your opponent potential access to gust effects if the gust effects were like more limited. Like Glissy's Appeal can only bring up basics. So if you evolve your bench out of range of being basics or don't bench Fez, then your opponent can't Glissy's Appeal. I think you choose what your active Pokemon is. You make the conscious choice. You decide. So what do you think of Japan's 4 megas per set limit? I mean, this is the first time hearing of that. It's a thing, I guess. A thing I didn't know about, but now it's a thing I know about. How has Zorak done? We've seen it yet? We saw one Zorak deck in day 1, but besides that, we have not seen a Zorak deck besides that, yeah. We saw Zorak lose to Alakazam in day 1. What does Zoro seem very underwhelming in post-show? I don't know. To me, I don't really have an opinion on it personally. Seems like it doesn't lose many tools. It seems like a pretty good deck right now. Seems like it doesn't lose many tools in post-rotation. Seems like it could be okay still. How much longer will they be playing today, and what round are we up to? We just saw round 12, so they have 3 more rounds of Swiss, and then top 32. Seems rougher to hit mega numbers. That is true. Hitting mega numbers can be tough. Well, actually, can you get there, though? Also, no one plays Hand Disruption anymore, so you can go Zekrom, Mochi, Black Belt, 330. We're still coming up short, right? Yeah, we can get to 330. Rahul is 10 and 2. He's close. He needs to win 3 in a row. Is the tournament done today? Sure, why not? I'm down. You don't need a 1-hit KO Megas as a 2-prizer? I mean, you do if their Megas 1-hit KO you, though. Then you lose the prize trade. Oh, yeah, the tournament is finished today, yeah. I thought you were asking if the tournament was done right now. I was like, what? Yeah, the tournament is over after today. This is day 2. This is the final day of play. The tournament will conclude. Is there an English translator? If any English speaking players played in Champions League? There hasn't been previously. Like, I think we saw Tord have an interview or two a couple times at Champions League, and I don't think he ever had they never had a translator for Tord, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have I wouldn't be surprised with now knowing that there's more English-speaking players starting to play in these tournaments. I wouldn't be surprised if they now have a translator like on standby, or like one of the judges, like they know someone who in the venue who could be a translator that they could bring on stage if they needed it. But we hadn't seen one previously, I don't think. We've seen any Kang Boof? No Kang Boof. I mean, that got significantly weaker without Arvin and Turbo Energize, to be honest. So it probably just isn't going to be a deck for right now. Who knows? It could come back in the future, though. It doesn't like rotate or anything anytime soon. I mean, actually, it maybe rotates with next rotation, but it's got like a whole year of sets to come out to refuel its potential. Anyone can play in Champions League, yeah. From what I've heard from judges, you're more likely to be selected as a judge if you speak multiple languages. Are you talking about for like TPCI events? I think that is true for TPCI events. I don't know if that's true for events in Japan though. They haven't needed like what's it called until like recently. Translator potential. Is there a reason YouTube chat hasn't been showing up in the combined chat box in the bottom right? Yeah, I turned it off. Work with one of the stream judges at Sydney, and they spoke fluent English, so they definitely have judges that can translate English. Wait, is that a meme? one of the stream judges, at the Sydney at the Sydney Australia Regional Championships spoke fluent English. How old do you have to be to judge major events? I assume at least 18. I actually don't know how old you have to be to join the judge program. I worked at Sydney. The stream judge at Champions League was there as well. Oh, okay. Sure. I thought you were talking about... I was like, dude, I thought you were just making like a meme about people speaking English in Australia. I was like, I assume so. I get what you're saying now, though. There's no shot in Australia and knows English. Yeah, I don't know what they speak over there, but it's definitely not English. He's writing this... Is running the Cinderace, you can auto start, not good for the deck? No, that card is just terrible. It's just based on the odds of starting it, it's awful. It's just like, yeah, it's just a terrible card. There would have to be like the value of opening it just isn't high enough versus the trade-off of not opening it. You'd have to be able to play it in a deck where you only play like 2 basic Pokemon or something like that, maybe 3. Like that's why it like worked. That's why like Talonflame worked with Greninja. Is because like you could play 3 Froakie, and then you open Talonflame like like 50% plus of the time or whatever it was. And it's like, okay, this is good enough. I don't think Mega Kangaskhan definitely isn't worth the trade-off of playing Cinderace. If Talonflame were reprinted, would it be played? No, it wouldn't. It's just as bad as like it's like I mean, it did see play. I mean, I think Talonflame Greninja was also probably the worst version of Greninja, to be honest. I think Greninja no Talonflame was actually the better way to play the deck, but it makes sense. I knew there was a Talonflame in the old head format that got played. Didn't realize it was such a low basic count. Yeah. Talonflame was just hella... Talonflame even in Greninja was hella mid, but... Cinderace will probably never see play. It will never be like a good card to play. Be a it'd have to be like a really rare situation where like if they printed like a Mega that was just like super powerful by itself, and you could play like 4 Cinderace, 2 of the Mega, but that doesn't currently exist. Like even Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan I don't think are good enough. What about Talonflame Secret Spring Guardy? I don't know what Guardy is that. Secret Spring is the GX. Oh, that deck was terrible. That deck was awful. Talonflame was not a good card. It was like okay, and it was like fine in Greninja. It was like serviceable in Greninja. It was a way you could play Greninja that was like, okay, this seems like a okay deck, or an okay way to play the deck. Greninja was good. Playing with Talonflame was just like, okay, this is like a way you can play the deck, I guess. Everything else with Talonflame was always terrible. Not real, always fake. Although playing 1 Talonflame in your deck for the memes, that's sick. Truth nuke. So I just played Joltik, Pikachu, Mega Kangaskhan. That's it. You cooked. Would you say that you are of good the play the game, of best the gameplay? Yes. Most definitely. You said good in there and gameplay, so the answer is yes. How many Talonflame did Cody Walensky play it? Hopefully 4. If Cody played 3, that would be insane. Yeah, if you played If you played Talonflame and played less than 4, you were definitely a cheater. Like, there's just no way. Nothing else makes sense. Like, if you played Talonflame in your deck and you played less than 4, you were definitely just cheating. Like, there's no two ways around it. You are 100% cheating. I don't know how you were cheating, but you were definitely cheating. 100%. Only a cheater would play 3 Talonflame in their deck. It's already questionable to play the card to begin with, so. Or losing. Okay, true. If you're doing it and winning, that's fair. That's fair. You could definitely be playing 3 Talonflame and losing. That's a good point. Good point. If you're playing 3 Talonflame and you're winning, you're cheating. I played 2. Well, yeah, everyone knows you're a cheater though. Like, that's not like not new information. You can check if Azul ever played through Talonflame. I don't think I ever played Talonflame in any deck. Are these new cards? These ones right here? Yeah. Or what about 0? 0 is the only ethical amount of Talonflames to play. Okay, I'm gonna go run and fill my water bottle real fast. Next round, what are we going to, round 13? Round 13 coming up. Every time you ask when the new cards will be announced, they delay it by 10 minutes. So think wisely before you ask anything ever again in your whole life. Oh, dude, I forgot to do the thing. I didn't pay out the last prediction. Wait. Where was the last round? Oh, that's right. They did like the new VOD. Right here. Player on the right one. Did they announce a Pokemon Rhythm game yet? Not that I'm aware. Wait, when does Pokemon Presents happen? Is that tomorrow or? Speaking of channel points, can we get some rewards over 20k? I need some ideas for that. I don't know what to. I need ideas. Oh, the 27th? I thought it was like this weekend because people were talking about it yesterday or the day before. Oh, okay. I saw people talking about it, so I assumed it was this weekend. Big tier list. Maybe they should make the current ones more expensive. Or Mega Starmie or Mega Greninja making any noise? Not really, no. We have seen a couple Mega Starmie decks. One of them had Mega Greninja is not a card yet. Mega Greninja is not legal. We've seen a couple Mega Starmie decks. A couple decks with Mega Starmie. Mega Greninja comes out next set. The Clang deck entry? Sure. Why are you obsessed with Clang? $50k be determine your next meal. Are you obsessed with Strudel? Well, I'm not out here reading Strudel's Pokedex entries. Wait, I'm not obsessed with. Hold up, I'm not obsessed. I've already read that one before. Wait, I think I've like read all these before. When Clang, wait, I've read all of them. Many companies in the Galar region choose Clang as their logo. This Pokemon is considered the symbol of industrial technology. Clang. I'm not obsessed. Strudel's just the GOAT. He's the lowest viewed Bulbapedia page, so I'm just trying to bump his numbers. Oh wait, is Clang actually the lowest viewed Pokemon Bulbapedia page? Is it the lowest viewed page on Bulbapedia overall or out of the Pokemon? Dude, wait, why? That's so random. Why is it Clang? Wait, what is the basics name? Clink? How is Clink more viewed than Clang? I mean, maybe that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. As well, if the format gets bad enough, will you become a competitive NFL player? Possibly. It's definitely on the cards. Galvantula? Sure. Middle evils get no attention. I guess that's fair. That's probably true, right? It lays traps of electrified threads near the nests of bird Pokemon, aiming to snare chicks that are not yet good at flying. Dude, what the heck? Galvantul's out here eating babies? What? Will you watch hockey tomorrow? Is there something going on at the Olympics? Probably not, no. I was gonna say this at the beginning of the stream. I might not stream tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how I feel when I wake up. Long weekend of long streams. So maybe no stream tomorrow. We will see. Jumpluff? Alright, let's see a Jumpluff Pokedex entry. US vs Canada, right? Oh, it's for the gold medal? 8 a.m. EST? Oh, I'm definitely not tuning into that. What the heck? 8 a.m. Blown by seasonal winds, it circles the globe, scattering cotton spores as it goes. Also, literally just like a Jumpluff's whole life is literally just getting blown around the world. His whole life is literally just like freaking Lugia. I don't do Lugia. It sleeps in a deep sea trench. If it flaps its wings, it is said to cause a 40-day storm. Simply by flapping. Raichu needs attention. Give him attention. All right. Me going and looking at all these other Pokemon pages not doing anything good for the Clang, by the way. So I guess some of these are kind of top end though, so they're not going. Clang's never surpassing them. It's believed that the weather, climate, and food of the Alolan region all play a part in causing Pikachu to evolve into this form of Raichu. I guess it's an Alolan Raichu one. Still counts, so I think. Any card reveals yet? Yeah, we got Mega Raichu, Pikachu EX, Y, and Charizard Z. And they're gonna reveal more later on. They hinted at a Wooper card. But they're gonna show us later. Talonflame. Make a whoop. Japan does not use Arcanine, no. Wait, what one did you want? Talonflame. Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Wait. Alright, Talonflame, Pokedex entry. Its favorite foods are Wingull and Pikipek. It attacks with a powerful kick and grasps them firmly with its talent. Dude, not that Pikipek, bro. What? Oh my gosh. Just be chomping on him? Dude, poor Pikipek. And I need to go get... I forgot something. I'm going to go get some food real fast. I'm going to get a snack. I'm hungry. Round 5 coming up. Or round 5 day 2 coming up. All right, we're back. We're locked in. I got chips and salsa and a protein shake. Thinking about bringing Absol to a cup tomorrow. Should I be a bond copy paste from UIC? It's not a bad place to start. Chips and salsa? Oh yeah. We've got... Ooh. Terabox? We got Shintaro versus Edmund. Shout out Cash. I know it was Shintaro. I didn't know it was Edmund on the right though. We've got some kind of Terra deck versus Zorark. Predictions up on Twitch. I have no idea what kind of Terra deck it is. Audino time? Mega Audino Terra box? Ooh, slow start. Uh-oh. That's no good. No fan wrote, attach a Clefairy pass. We're gonna start here into the immediate Buddy Poffin here for Edmund. That's about, as good as it gets. Take a look. We started our Mantan prize. Going for a Badoo as well, so that's gonna slow things down, of course. Not done yet, though. Attach active, and then there's the Lily. Man, that kind of sucks. Very mediocre start there for Shintaro. Pretty aggressive start here on the other side as well. I don't want to say it's over, of course. I'm not trying to say it's over, but... About today being 25 minutes and yesterday being 35. The 35 started as soon as you were matched. So it included getting to the table and setting up. Okay, I guess that makes a little bit more sense then. Sure. Also getting the Darumaka down into play is pretty good. I see another Buddy Poffin in the hand. Zorua number 3. Zorua number 4. No, she's going to settle for 3 there. Makes sense. We probably don't want to overcrowd the bench. Yeah, I mean, this is about... I mean, obviously it could maybe be a little bit better. But it's about as good of a start as you can get. Throws out the castle. We even get to preserve the energy on the Zorua. Dude, chill. It did get better. Itchy to the Clefairy. Do we at least have, like... I guess even if we had a Noctowl, we'd also need a Terra Pokemon. We have a Lily. Okay, we do have a Lily. And the attachment for turn. It's not done yet. Hold on. A little bit slow, but still in it. Did he shuffle his bottom card at all during that shuffle? Probably not, no. This is not the finals, no. This is round 13 of Swiss. Dude, is that just like... No. There's got to be like a... We have to be able to just go Noctowl for Buddy Poffin, get some more squad. We need something here. We need something. Oh, shoot. We're item locked. Oh, my gosh, bro. This is terrible. Good catch from the judge. Yeah, we are item locked. Dude, oh, there's a Dusknoir in there. Man, this is so cooked. This is so cooked. Oh my gosh. This is Pult. Oh, is it the Pult Water Pond deck? That is definitely one of those situations where you like look at your hand and like, this is so bad, but I have to do something. What can I do? All right, I'll play a Pokepad. Can't even play the Pokepad. But on the other side, Pokepad for the Zekrom, Cyrano, Double Zork, Fez. At the very least, we're going to probably KO this Clefairy. Honestly, it's maybe arguable that the Darmanitan attack is better, though. Punchy active KO the Hoothoot, and the next turn, KO the active KO a Hoothoot or a Dreepy off the bench. So I think if we can find the Darmanitan play and feel comfortable about expending the energy, that's probably what we want to do. Oh my gosh, bro. Chill. As for 3, then trade. Dude. Go Pokepad. We already have the Darmanitan if we want it. Darmanitan seems like a really good... ooh. I don't see a Darmanitan in the in the deck. There's a Darmaka. Is it Darmaka or Darmanitan prized? I don't actually remember. I did see the Power Glass in the deck, so... If we can get, like, we have the energy. If we get Power Glass plus Darmanitan this turn, I think we definitely go for the Snipe play. For 1 prize into 3 prize, or something like that. Without the Power Glass, though, just camming the active seems pretty good. There's probably there's probably an argument that just camming the active no matter what is probably the play, but... Alright. We're not item locked anymore. Can we stabilize? Top deck Owl. Seems pretty good. Get Terapagos in the hand there. I'm gonna start with the... Actually, is this the... Is it Dragapult, though? Dragapult would seem a little weird if... I don't think it is Dragapult. I think it's like a Terrabox. Terrabox with Dusknoir. Yeah, because playing Terapagos would be a little weird, I feel like, in the build. Looks like it is just Terrabox. I don't know how you make a comeback from here still. You've given up the first 2 prize cards. That seems pretty tough to come back from. Well, hold on. Is Briar still legal? It is, right? Maybe there's a play with Briar. I could see that. Let's go getting search off the Pokepad. I don't know how, but maybe there's a play there. The bench is currently locked. What if we, like, sobbed the Fez? Does Zork have a way to deal with sob Fez besides attack with Fez? I don't think they do, right? Because we're bench locked out of Pecharunt, so... Sob Fez seems like it could be a play here to buy time, to like build up. I kind of like the idea of Sob Fez. But we'll see what else he's got planned. They could just play Switch. They could. I mean, that's the question, is like, do they normally play Switch? I don't know if they do. They could, but if they do, then maybe you wouldn't make the play. That'd be the question, though, at this point. Yeah, I didn't see a grass spawn either. I don't think there is any Steel Mask. I I think he just plays through Crispin and Trumpet for the energy. There probably is E-switches still, but... Alright. I mean, we're doing things here. The 6 months there. Gun. Attached to the Terapagos and then into the Lily. So I guess we're not sobbing here. We could Prime Catcher KO Fez. Oh, that's pretty unlikely, I feel like. Even if sniping with Wellspring? Well, I wouldn't snipe with Wellspring. I'm just trying to sob the Fez. That's all I'm trying to do this turn is sob Fez. And then figure it out after that. Or what if we sobbed Zekrom? What are we attacking the Fez with to KO? I don't know. I just want to sob first and then just buy ourselves some time. We're just like looking at the board state. It just feels like we need time. I'm just like, let's just sob the Fez and hope that's enough to buy us time to build up to bigger plays. we play Dusknoir, but we need time to build up our Dusknoirs, so maybe from there we can figure it out. Sob Fez, Nor, Dusknoir Zekrom, Dusknoir Darumaka, Briar KO Fez win. That could be a line. The Terra player does play Grass Trumpet, yeah. Yeah, it does seem like we're playing for an attack with Terapagos here. I mean, Terapagos Punch Active isn't terrible because the Zekrom just used... The Zoroark just used Zekrom's attack, so... So it is possible that we can just punch the Zoroark here, and then the Zoroark just gets stuck for a turn, and then we go KO the Zoroark, and then we can go like Briar KO Fez or something after that. Briar Prime Catcher KO Fez. No lie, he's taking a long time. Yeah, he's definitely in the tank a little bit here. Definitely a bit in the tank. I feel like his pace of play hasn't been too egregious though or anything. Oh, counter gain. Hold up. Yeah, he's still making actions. It's obviously not the most efficient. He's trying to piece something together here. I see the water pond in the hand now. This deck looks pretty cool for sure. Okay, so it is just going to be a punch the active hard type play here. All right, there we go. on the Zoroark side now, we just need to try and find an ends PP up. And then we can KO with a bench Zoroark to continue our prize race. And then maybe a sob play happens. And we hope there's no switch. Yeah, we are two Zoroarks in at this point. What are the judges looking? Do they have like 3 timers over there? Is one of those actually a stopwatch? Are they actually like stopwatch timing the player's actions? Like how long it takes them to do actions? Yeah, there's Orc players from Singapore, I believe. They have like 3 kitchen timers over there, bro. Or maybe they're just actually cooking something. Maybe in the kitchen in the back, they're like literally just cooking something. Because they all look like kitchen timers. I don't see a switch in there, so I think Sob is actually going to be a pretty effective line. There could be a switch in hand, maybe, but yeah, Sob could be pretty good here coming up. We need 5 prize cards. Bring up Fez, Sob Fez. Ends PP up, Power Glass, Castle. So we are going to be able to attack and KO this Terrapagos in the active. But then we go into Sob after that. There's a boss as well, so maybe we're going to boss around it and KO the Fez. Sob Fez now until you get to 210, and then Briar, KO Fez, and Zoro. You don't even need that much time, right? Because you can get Dusknoir involved, right? So you can Sob Fez for a single turn, and then go Candy, Dusknoir, play Briar, pop Dusknoir, Water Pond, win. Oh my, that's actually not even that crazy. Boss KO both Hoots. Boss KO both Hoots would be good. That is a good call. It's a good shout. Yeah, that's probably the better play here than KOing the Fez or the Water Pond. Yeah. Or, hang on, we should probably play around Briar here, though, right? Actually, do we have a way to do that, though, with our current bench? Maybe we don't. It would be better if we could somehow play around Briar and go from 3 to 0, or we're so far ahead in the prize exchange, maybe we could just take a 1 prize knockout, then take a 2 prize knockout. But he's going to go for the double Hoot KO. But this gives the line. Now you can go Sob Fez, and then next turn, Briar, Candy, Dusknoir, Water Pond, Crispin. Oh, no, you can't Crispin in the same turn. You get E-Switch, I get. No, you can't even E-Switch. Oh, you could E-Switch with Trumpet, yeah. I don't see a Gust in the hand currently, though. So you gotta push Water Pond here. You gotta play for the Sob on the Fez. It starts with finding a Gust. That's a Knock Towel. Yeah, the lack of Hoots is definitely tough here. As for 3. Oh, hang on, is there a boss? Bro, his face. He's got it. Hold up, but the rest of the hand's not that good. We have like no follow-up. Wait, he actually might be 1 card away. I think he has Briar and Candy. He's a Dusknoir away. Anyway, he's a Dusknoir and an Energy, so he needs 2 turns. Stop for 20. Does the Zork player play Switch? No way you play Switch, right? But if we play E-Switch, we could attack with Fez in 2 turns and KO the Duskull off the bench. No Petch on the bench. Was the Fez an over commitment possibly as well? We didn't have to bench Fez the turn we did, I don't think. Could have left the bench space open for Petch. So maybe an error there on the Zork side, to be honest. More aggressive than we had to be. He Ultra Balled the Nor earlier, so we need a Night Stretcher then. Actually, it's arguably a misplay here. This is actually maybe a misplay here from Shintaro. We maybe should have brought up the Zekrom first and trapped the Zekrom for 6 turns while we draw into the combo. Like, it gives us more time. But by putting the Fez in the active means like an E-Switch all of a sudden unlocks the Fez KO Duskull play next turn if we don't protect it. But the Zekrom is like so much worse to have in the active. And even if we just get the Duskull to a Dusclops, Shred doesn't even KO it. We'll see. Draw. Trumpet. Oh, Hilda for Dusknoir? Oh, yeah, there is the Janine. But we have... Wait. Oh! Oh, but there's no Dark in the deck. There's no Dark in the deck, I don't think. I was saying the same. It does not look like him. Oh, is it not Shintaro? Someone in chat said it was Shintaro, so I just went off what someone said in chat. Left player? Left player's on Terrabox Dusknoir. It is Shintaro? I'll let chat figure it out. Okay, yeah, I don't... Even if we find the Janine, there's no way we have cards in deck to actually use it. Oh, is there... There's not a dark left, is there? Oh, there is! Dude, that trade there... The trade with... But now you snipe the Dusclops, you turn off Briar... Okay, this makes things way harder, if not impossible. No! He attacked the active! Oh my gosh! The combo's live! This means we have like +1 turn. Oh no, we got the Mochi in hand! We're holding off on the Mochi! This is why I almost wanted to see Shintaro bring up the Zekrom, because we could have trapped the Zekrom in the active for like 6 turns while we set up for this play, instead of having to rush to find the play. If we knew the Sob was going to be able to stall for a long time, if we knew the Sob was going to be able to stall for a long time, oh, and that's game with the Mochi. Yeah, if we knew we could stall for a long time with Sob, then I feel like sobbing the Zekrom first made more sense. Because we still had like a boss, or I know the Prime Catcher was in the deck, so we could eventually still pull off the play. But yeah, the Mochi seals this one up. Almost such a sick comeback, though. Yeah, it was a huge error on the previous turn from the Zorak side. Going for the... He should have just sniped the Dusclops. If you just snipe the Dusclops, you just win, right? You can't lose. I mean, that's the only other thing I would like to have seen for sure from Shintaro was like bring up the Zekrom and just trap Zekrom for 6 turns. Really cool set though. And he's trying to make Fez low enough to KO with Ogrepon. Yeah, but he can just do it all in 1 turn with Dusknoir. You can just go Prime, Briar. I guess it would have to be Prime at that point. Or you could boss up the Fez later on if you want to. You can go Prime, Briar, pop Dusknoir, Water Pond, KO active, KO Zorak, win the game. So we could have trapped the Zekrom for 6 turns to build up to the play. But instead he went with the Fez, which allows us to win sooner. It would allow us to win sooner, but it means we risk getting attacked by Fez. And like the Janine, E-Switch, losing the Duskull or the Dusclops means you just lose the game really fast. And Janine or E-Switch like gives that possibility over. Yo, appreciate the raid there, Video Game House. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, Judge, he's never decking out there. Yeah, decking out is probably not a real win condition. Although I guess, like, yeah, because the Fez is always going to attack at a quicker rate than we're going to be able to trap it in the active with Water Pond and then Briar. Oh, but I guess we have Dusclops, though, right? So we could have got there before Dusknoir. But there's a chance we get judged before anyways? I don't know. That's like, I guess, maybe very up to Zekrom isn't correct, but there's a thought. And I'll turn on the volume for the interview.
まずは勝利した感想というか先ほどのマッチの感想をお願いします。
I just came here to play the Champions League Fukuoka to gain some experience. I didn't expect to make it this far, so I'm quite happy to be able to play on stage.
ありがとうございます。すみません、カンペを見させてください。すみません。もう1問だけ質問をさせていただきたいと思います。なぜそのデッキを選んだかというのを教えていただいてもいいですか。
Because unfair stem is quite popular now, so I got Zorak to trade. If they stem me, I don't want to lose to unfair stem, so that's why I choose to play this deck. And I also like End Zorak a lot. Yeah.
ありがとうございます。アンフェアスタンプのみ僕は聞き取れました。すいません。これで一旦返したいと思います。この後も頑張ってください。
ありがとう
ございます。 一旦お返しします。
Wait, what's something saying? If he killed Klops, no, he had Judge still in hand. He could have killed Klops and then had Judge on the following turn to not deck out. So it would have been fine to kill the Klops there. We definitely should have killed the Klops. We need to get out of Briar range. We could have lost a Briar. Get ourselves out of the Briar range. Attaching, I don't know. Attacking the Water Pond was like, okay. It's probably a misplay though. We need to just kill the Klops. He maybe just didn't see the line. He maybe just didn't see the line where he loses to the Briar though. Okay, another round 13 match, 11-1. How many rounds do they have again? 15. So this is this a winning in? 13, 14? No. If you win this one, you have to win one more round. We got Mewtwo with Hero. Was that Hero's Cape? I think so. Heroes 2. Yeah, Hero's Cape Mewtwo versus a Pheasantipity. I guess we can do another prediction for this one, to be honest. All right, predictions up, chat. We got Hero's Cape, Rocket's Mewtwo versus Pheasantipity. Who do you think's gonna get the dub? Honestly, it is kind of cool to see Team Rocket's Mewtwo actually be like Team Rocket's Mewtwo seems like it's a pretty good deck in the format, which is kind of sick. Mirror match sounds kind of miserable, but besides the mirror match sounding miserable, that's cool. Is it only good in best of one though? No. Good Pokemon decks are good Pokemon decks. Doesn't matter what the format is. Only good in best of one. It's only ever possible that a deck would be worse in best of one, but it's never possible for a deck to be worse in best of 3. I don't think. Is the hand actually dead here though, besides the Proton? Doesn't look great. I'm curious if they're aware of the matchup. Obviously all we see is Fez. That makes it a little bit harder to like play this first turn, being unaware of what is behind the Pheasantipity. Would Garver be worse in best out of 3? I guess it is slightly worse in best out of 3, yeah. All right, attach active. Instead of attach to the Mewtwo, but did Ultra Ball for the Mewtwo, so playing around the possibility of item lock. I see Lana's Aid. Is this Diplin? Are we dipping? Lana's Aid, Unfair Stamp, Lily. That's a Badoo. Venusaur? Venusaur with plain Unfair Stamp? Instead of the... what's it called? Air Balloon to the active. Has not attached for turn yet. Just going to save that in the hand. Alright. Is Badoo common in Festival Lead, though? I feel like that's usually not played, so it's probably not Festival Lead. I do see a grass EX in the hand. Oh, is that Arboliva? Is that the olive? I think that is the olive there. Olive Dustnor? Oil time? All right, immediately into the petrol. That's a little bit slow. Probably just going to grab an Ariana here, I guess. Or Lily to set up for the next turn. I think going for the stadium is probably a little bit too slow. It is interesting to see such a high Lily count in these rocket stacks. But I guess, I mean, Lily's so broken. It guess kind of makes sense, to be honest. I saw some in some of the... I saw some in the City League results as well. Rocket decks with Lily. Looks like an Ariana. If there is an olive next turn, though, you could, like, take out double Tarantula next turn. We do get the Badoo KO. That does give out Fez over to the other side. I think there is the only thing missing on the other side, and then we just top deck Dawn. I was going to say, I think the only thing missing is the basic here for the olive, but we have Dolive, Arboliva, and Force Vitality. So we can start swinging this turn. Got to be an olive takeover. So it's Ogerpon, Olive, Meganium? I guess we did see a build of this deck with Owls yesterday, actually. Olive box. Oh, and we have the unfair stamp. Dude, this could be a dirty turn. Do we need Meganium and Olive? Well, it also plays Ogerpon, so I assume like that makes Ogerpon like your heavy hitter. I would assume. Like that's like the reason. I think he can board wipe? No, it doesn't do that much damage. What the heck? Board wipe? Chill. Ultra Ball away the Meganium and the Bayleaf. I wonder if it was actually a mistake to take that KO with the Tarantula, to be honest. Because now you set yourself up to get unfair stamped. To get a, not a meaningless prize card, but like, I mean, breaking the item lock seems kind of cool. I don't know, though. To be honest, I think we maybe should have chilled. What's the Olive Evolution? It does 120 damage in, what's it called? You can do 20 damage 6 times wherever you want. And there we go. Ogerpon cycle, Olive with the grass, into the unfair stamp. Oh boy, this could be a pretty crazy turn. KO double Tarantula to go with it as well, with no Mewtwo's developed on the bench. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. Also, Ogerpon with Meganium KOs Mewtwo pretty easily as well. This might be a... I don't know if this is a bad matchup, but this game is going one way, it seems like, for sure. You literally said it on a recent stream, I think on Pulsar. KOing Badoo is almost always a mistake against stamp decks. Yeah, it's not great. Honestly, KOing Badoo in general is usually just bad. You just shouldn't KO the Badoo. You have to be building up towards something. If you're not building up towards anything, KOing Badoo is fine, but most of the time you just should not KO the Badoo. Just like let him chill, man. Like, what is he actually doing? 10 damage? Like, come on. Grow up. It's not that big of a deal. You can handle an Itchy Pollen. All right, second Ogerpon getting developed. Man, we still got a lot to cook with in this hand as well. Ultra Ball and a Pokepad. If we want to like develop the Meganium, we probably could this turn. Yep. That's the Chikorita. And I think we are just a Bayleaf away from having Meganium in play. Got a Meowth in hand. Yeah, we got the Chikorita and the Bayleaf. So we just need... Or the Chikorita and the Meganium. Just need the Bayleaf. All right, goodbye. I kind of like the judge keep there, actually, to be honest. Like, if they draw into Ariana off this unfair stamp, I feel like having the judge to immediately take that built-up hand away is, like, pretty good. Opts to keep the Lily and the boss instead. Should I pick up the Mewtwo pre-built deck? What ace spec comes with it? Ganium's out. And here we go. Arboliva. Take out the spiders. Should the active one not be KO'd here? Maybe not, actually. Never mind. 3-3. 60-60. Stadium. Oh, and that's game. It's over. The game is over. Stadium, grass attach, and then 30 damage to the active and back-to-back Arboliva attacks. Draw for turn, and then, yeah, another 6 and 6. It's cooked. The Arboliva board wipe, as always, of course, expected. Unfair stamp. Even the opponent's happy for him. It's a round 12 match. This is like 2 rounds ago now. Clefairy with the tool card. I mean, that board is just kind of... That board's not very good, to be honest. That board's kind of scuffed. Lily's Pearl Clefairy versus Chicken Polt. It's got to be advantage Chicken Polt, right? I feel like the chicken is probably the hard carry in this matchup. Did the Mewtwo brick? Not, I mean, they got unfair stamp. They played into unfair stamp a little bit too aggressively. They were made to brick. Like, their plays led to increasing the odds of them bricking. Yeah, I think KOing the Badoo there was probably just not worth it, to be honest. Not only does it give over the potential of the unfair stamp, but it also gives over the Fez draw as well. Like, just chill. Just, like, wait. Play your Ariana next turn. Build up a bigger board. You're just not equipped to respond to unfair stamp in that situation. I mean, I guess their board, to be fair, I guess their board did look really weak. It was literally Fez with an air balloon and a Badoo, but... And they might have been unawares as to what they were up against as well. So do you think Baby Blaziken is good in this deck without reversal energy? Yeah, of course. That card's broken, definitely. That card is actually insane. The fact that they're not playing it is crazy to me. Like, it feels like there's no point in playing the Blaziken if you don't have the Baby Blaziken in there. Well, there's not no point, but like, yeah, not playing Baby Blaziken has got to be trolling. That card is so good. Definitely some trolling going on. I don't think I saw a single list in Japan playing the Baby Blaziken. Can you set up so many Blazikens to use it? Not really. You should be one attachment ahead on board. That's it. And if you're using like Badoo early game, like it's not that hard to get ahead on attachments. Also, yeah, counter gain is in the format as well. We don't have like Arvin or anything to find it, but yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest, to get it set up. Ooh, jamming tower into play, taking away that Lily's Pearl. The chicken is now also set up. It's because Shaman play rates are high, especially right now. I mean, if I can force my opponent to bench Shaman, I think I'm okay with that trade-off. By including like one card in my deck, I force my opponent to have to lose a bench space. That's like pretty good. But if everyone knows nobody plays it. Yeah. Rahul going on stream. All right, let's go. Is this the winning in for him, or does he need one more round? Where are we at? Round. What was this round? 13. He needs to win. I think he needs to win 2 in a row. Actually, jeez. This is round 13 as well. Yeah. So he needs to win this next round and the round after that. Honestly, with all the talk that we've had today about the lack of Iono, I feel like one thing I didn't really think about is just like how much better Lily will feel when you can't get Iono'd. Like you get to Lily to 8 and then potentially Fez for 3, and then you just keep the whole hand because your opponent doesn't play Iono. I mean, you could get unfair stamped, of course, but that's only one time that it could happen, and it's like hard to find. But yeah, I don't know. Is unfair stamp really the play now? Majority of decks are playing it. Like unfair stamp is being played at like I don't know. I would bet like 50% of I would bet that like 50% of top cut decks will have unfair stamp in it probably. Alright, so KO the active, KO the duck, and 1 on the Fez. 3 prize turn here for Chicken Poult. There's a jamming tower in play. Is Punch of Blaziken not better, so there's no Clefairy return KO? It does. I kind of feel that way for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Punching with the Poult here, getting the extra prize card quicker doesn't make that. It almost feels like giving your opponent the extra bench space is just worse, to be honest. KOing the duck was definitely weird here. Going after the side duck to get the prize card feels weird for sure. Because you could just leave it on the bench, and then if you do eventually KO the Kangaskhan, you could go like KO Kangaskhan plus KO Duck in the same turn. It does kind of feel like punching with Blaziken was probably the better play there, to be honest. I don't know why we're stressing taking out that the duck so aggressively. We're not like a Dusknoir build of Dragapult or anything like that. The Mewtwo decks, mostly maximum belt, I want to say. I think most of them have been maximum. But the last one we just saw on screen had Hero's Cape, so there's definitely like a mix of A specs, for sure. What does Blaziken fix matchup-wise? Just kind of having a non-weak... I think a non-psychic weak attacker is like its main... contribution, to be honest. Also allows you to play like other attackers more aggressively or play other attackers that is going to be a little bit more easy to utilize and set up because of its ability. I think it's mostly just kind of that. All right, well, we got the Clefairy set up, and it does KO the Dragapult, but we're still behind on the prize exchange at this point without a Stadium Bump. If we had a Stadium Bump this turn, things could definitely get pretty interesting. But no Stadium Bump is pretty tough. Appreciate the raid there, Lady Dunsparce. Hope you had a good stream. But yeah, the Clefairy swing back did happen. And we don't have a counter stadium, so that means the Blaziken can get 2 more prize cards here, and then you just boss KO away from winning the game. I guess that would be true no matter what, though. But now you could just KO the active, I guess, is the bigger deal. But yeah, because if we had a stadium bump this turn, we could be like 1 prize, 1 prize, and they would need to find a boss. As even if it was a even if you're only taking 1 prize card off the active. Even if you're only taking 1 prize card off the active this turn, you still win with boss on Fez or Latios or whatever. All right, Blaziken to the active. I mean, that seems like it's going to probably be the attacker this turn. Oh, the prediction was for last match, which the Arborleva player won. Should be the player on the right. We get the Blaziken KO this turn, and I doubt this Clefairy deck has a way to one-hit KO a Blaziken. We are in a situation though where, I mean, Blaziken can't attack 2 turns in a row, so we still need to find a way to get another knockout on the next turn to win in 2 turns. But if the Clefairy player just punches our Blaziken, then we have like a lot of time to figure it out. There's no standing page, no like public standings page that I'm aware of. Here's the prime sub there, Angel. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Do you feel like this game should do away with intentional draws? No, they're fine. If you keep ties, you should keep intentional draws. All right, here we go. Chicken fully loaded. Gonna get the KO. First or second with Frost House Monkey Dory. Second. Second, turn 1 Badoo. We're cooking. All right, what is... Yeah, I guess I just don't know what's in this deck besides Lily's Clefairy and the tool card. So I don't even know what you would play, to be honest. What's up, TPO? I mean, we're setting up a Clefairy. Clefairy Punch Blaziken can't be the play, though. But actually, if we gust around the Blaziken, that also can't be the play. Yo, what the heck? What is that thing? Xerneas EX? What does that card even do? What does Xerneas EX do? They put it on the bench. And then into the judge. The active is an EX 220? That's it? Is that literally what that does? Bro, this card has to suck. There's no way that we're playing this in our deck. Did we actively choose to include this in our deck? Xerneas is purely for Heroescape Lucario? Oh, does it do more? Oh, because you can leave your bench low with Heroescape Lucario. And then Clefairy can't... Wait, but doesn't Latias do the same thing? Oh, does it have more HP than Latias KOs? Oh, shoot, it does. Wait, what the heck? Okay, I see it. Because, man, that card is terrible. That card is so bad. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. Latias only does 400 Lucario, right? Yeah, it wouldn't KO if it has the Heroescape. Well, actually, no. Latias does 210, so it would do 420, which is 20 damage short. Hyper-specific tech? Yeah, very much. Yeah, very hyper-specific. But it makes sense. It makes sense. That works. There's a reason to play the card. We haven't seen a Heroescape Lucario yet. Latias says 200. Wait, does it actually? 200 damage and 2 retreat cost? Bro, this card sucks. Why does anyone play Latias? I remember the days when Latias used to have 1 retreat cost and do 210 damage. All right, so we can't attack this turn as Blaziken, but we have so much time to find boss KO one of these 2 prize Pokemon. We have 2 Dracloaks, I believe. 1 in hand, 1 on board. So we're going to be able to see a couple cards here. The Blaziken can't attack. It might not be a big deal. And can't attack next turn. And it can't even attack next turn, yeah. It'd be looking like this Blaziken in the active. Uh-oh. Quick count. Does Clefairy get the job done here? Monkey Dory to the bench. There's the boss. Bring up the Clefairy. Retreat the active Blaziken. Recycle the Psychic to the Clefairy. And KO. Dub for Chicken Box. There's got to be like a cool name we can call the deck, right? Like there's Bird Box, Chicken Pult. Maybe that's cool enough. I feel like there's got to be something. Gotta be something better though. Maybe not though. Maybe that is good enough. Lava Chicken. No, that's a. What's it called? Meme. Minecraft movie meme. Chicken Box, Nugget Box, Blaze Box, Timu Pulsard, Timu Pulsard, Caniac Pult, call it KFP, Pult, Kentucky Fried Pult. What was the point of Xerneas EX? It one hit KOs Mega Lucario with a Hero's Cape, which otherwise you can't one hit KO. So it's very much like specifically for that matchup. Although if you have Lily's Clefairies with Pearls, how are we losing to Lucario? Like, dude, if we got, they look like the deck played 4 Pearl. If we got like 4 Lily's Clefairies with Pearls on them, how are we losing to Lucario? We really need that Xerneas tech? There's no way, right? It also one-shots Cornerstone. Oh, true. Maybe it is also our Cornerstone answer. Is Lucario playing Scrapper? Maybe. All right, if Cornerstone is a real thing, then I guess it does make sense as a Cornerstone tech as well. This is not the win. This is the win in for people who are X and 1. It depends what record you have. It could be the win in. Depends on your record though. There's one more round. There's one more round of Swiss after this. The goal is X and 2. So 13-0 already in top cut. The 12 and 1s are on their winning in. Anyone who's 12 and 1 is on the winning in. 13-0 is already guaranteed. And then everyone at 11 and 2, they need to win this round and the next round. Yeah, apparently Rahul's going to be on stream. We'll get to see what he's playing. New cards will be revealed in 2 rounds. The tournament completes today. Tournament will be over today. I like Dragapultry. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Dragapultry. Yeah, that's good. Let's go with that. I think it's possible for X3 to make cut. Oh, I guess that is true. An X3 could maybe make cut because they do cut to a top 32. It's not a record you need. It's top 32. So it's possible for X3s to make it or X2s to whiff, I guess. Depending on how things play out. Unless they're doing something weird like an asymmetrical thing, but I don't think they are. I think it is just a straight up top 32. We'll probably need to wait another 30 minutes for the cards to be translated in PokeBeach anyways. No, I just use my phone. Like, I'll tell you what they do immediately when they should put the card on screen. Why do they show match points 11-2 as 33 if you can only have wins and losses? I don't know. I think it's maybe just let people know what it is. It matters at the Japan Championships. Obviously, yeah, it does not matter here. There's not a reason why they have to show it, that's for sure. Maybe just so people get familiar with the system, though. Because it does matter at the Japan Championships. It doesn't matter at any of the Champions Leagues, though. Maybe there's a way you can get penalized and lose a match point. Maybe that's why they do it. Like maybe that's a form of a penalty over there. I don't know. Like, that's like one of the reasons, I guess. Like, you could be like this player with 12 wins. They have 36 match points, but maybe if you do something, they could dock a match point, and then you technically are 12-1 with 35 match points, so you would be under the other 36s. I don't know. That's like that. I guess that could be a thing. Maybe they use it as a penalty system. Rules a sub feature. Oh, so they might show him after the main round. What? We're going to break? Ooh, yeah. They'll probably show Rahul afterwards then, his match, if it's not like super one-sided. Sub, so he's after? Depending on how the match goes, yeah. They don't always show the sub streams. They often do, though. I swear if Rahul gets on stream and he's playing Terror Box. I mean, the deck still seems like it could be pretty good. Like, the build from Shintaro was pretty cool. Yeah, Shintaro's build was pretty cool. Is everybody watch a sub stream, or do you have to wait? I don't think so. I don't think they have like a secondary stream, no. What are these cards? Oh, they're pocket cards. What is Pocket like right now? I haven't played Pocket in so long. What is Pocket like right now? How much has the game evolved? Stale AF. I'm actually like curious. Do people like stream Pocket on Twitch still and stuff? I mean, someone does, right? Dead game. Pocket meta sucks right now. Has it been bad for a while, or they're doing rotation in Pocket, right? Has the first rotation hit yet? You said every 6 weeks. It's kind of nuts how slow it is to get the mats to craft the cards you need after all. Still getting a million dupes. No rotation in Pocket. Nothing has rotated in Pocket. Have they said whether or not it was gonna rotate? Is YouTube chat dead? No, I can see it. There are blocks, so maybe. Okay. I guess we haven't had 3 years of Pocket yet. If they're gonna rotate like they do with the TCG, if they're gonna follow it. Pocket is only a year old. Is it really only a year old? Has it only been a year? It feels like this is like we're almost done with 2 years of Pocket. $1.5. Dude, I thought we were deep into the Pocket. Hixer played Flareon. All right, here we go. We got Daichi back on screen. Is this match I winning in? I don't know what the records are. Nope. Still need to win 2. Appreciate 37 months there, Sith. Also appreciate 10 months there, Riley. And the 2 months there, I don't give to Chuck. Chuck? To give a... something Chuck. Got me to the real TCG. I don't know if I should love it or hate it for that. Well, it depends. Do you love or hate the real TCG? What's the most interesting archetype you've seen so far on this stream? Interesting, definitely Shintaro's deck. Shintaro's Terra Box. What deck has looked the most impressive over your viewing of this tournament? Probably Alakazam. Yeah, probably the same. Oh, I guess Daichi might not be playing Alakazam. He played it yesterday. I assume he's still playing it, but he might not be. But there's probably a pretty good chance that he's still playing it. In Ascended Heroes form, what do you think Zoroark loses to? Honestly, Zoroark might just have no bad matchups amongst good decks. Yeah, you can switch decks from day 1 to day 2 and Champions League. Oh, probably Grimmsnarl. Frostlast decks. You probably still lose to Frostlast decks, yeah. Especially if they have Shaman. Or gets folded by Lucario. Are you going to play Lucario in the Ascended Heroes format? Yeah, that's what I thought. I think the Zoroark players will be fine because you'll be 0-5 after you hit all your Guard Wars. Zoroark players won't have to worry about you with your Mega Lucario. They be aight. All right, Zoroark versus... Oh, that is definitely... That's not... Wait, he might be playing the same deck as Shintaro, actually. That is definitely not Alakazam. That's for sure. Confirmed no Alakazam. This is Metagross. Metagross Dusknoir. Frillish start! Bro, I thought Gardevoir rotated. Fancy Bomb. Jellicent Dusknoir. Clefairy makes its way down. Attach to Frillish Pass. I guess you could get donked by Mochi, right? You could get Mochi Zaruid. Prediction? I got you. All right, predictions up, chat. Who do you got? You got Zoroark on the right-hand side or this other deck on the left-hand side. I don't know what the deck on the left-hand side is, but it is a PokemonTCG deck for sure, confirmed. Who do you think is going to get the dub? It has 60 cards? Well, actually, we don't even know that. It could be less than 60 cards. Metagross Jellicent control deck, maybe? With Dusknoir? I feel like it's got to be a more aggressive deck if you're playing Dusknoir. Rest of the hand here, Darumaka and the energy for turn, but... Oh, do we have a Lily as well? Cringe, bro. That's literally everything. That's broken. Dude, these Zoroark players don't miss, man. Like, this is actually disgusting. I'll play Zoroark. I'll find turn 1 Buddy Poffin for 2 Zarus and then play my Lily's Determination to draw into my Cyrano. Ah, they whiffed the Cyrano. Bodied. Alright, they have another Lily. They can have another shot. Buddy Poffin, we're probably failing this. We didn't attach active, so it doesn't seem we have any intention of using Badoo here, even if we play it. I feel like actually Zora can't afford to play Badoo anymore because that'll get stuck in play. You don't have Turo to fix your bench if your opponent decides to not KO it. Badoo is prized. Okay, Badoo's not an option. Oh, they went for the Zekrom. I thought we'd grab Darmanitan here. Well, I guess I don't know we're up again, so maybe this doesn't make more sense. All right. Over to Daichi. I see the Power Glass in hand, so it probably is Mega Diancie for sure. Got an Ultra Ball here. Oh, the hand is not great. Gives up a Dusclops and a basic Psychic Energy. I mean, dude, getting this cat involved is like, man, we have a Clefairy on our bench and a cat? That's 4 prize cards. That is not good. I don't know how many boss the Zoroark deck is playing, but at least 2 for sure, right? Probably 3. Harlequin spotted. Wait, was it actually in there? Dude, he must follow Jake Gearhart on Twitter. I see a judge. Was there also a Harlequin in there? All right, cat into the Lily. Nothing else to be played here. Hourglass. I mean, item lock next turn could be decent. But item lock's not that powerful against Zoroark. Unless you're trying to like stop N's PP up from being played or something like that. Although I guess these builds, these newer builds, I feel like from what I saw from Champions League, we're playing like heavier Ultra Ball counts. We even saw some lists with like 4 Ultra Ball. We'd find ourselves a Duskull and the fish. Ugh. Ooh. No Mega Diancie. You could get the fish knockout on the Zorua here, but then you have 3 Pokemon in play that all die to Zoroark. I feel like you kind of want to set up a Mega Diancie here. All right, Energy's going to go to the Clefairy here. Gonna finally get a Mega Diancie into play. Took a while. Or maybe not? Maybe we should probably check in here. Dude, there's so many liabilities. Is this not a Mega Diancie deck? Am I trolling? Or is there no Mega Diancie in there? Would we not set it up in this matchup? I guess is my other question. Another Duskull. No Mega Diancie. Hella liabilities though on the bench. I think it's just Jelly Dusk, no? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. It might not be. That is possible. I don't think I saw a Mega Diancie in there. The hybrid build. So it's a Jelly. Oh boy. Power Glass, Energy, Petch. Into the Lily, but we're under item lock. Can we find Zoroark? That's all we need right here is a single Zoroark. KO the Frillish, KO one of the Duskulls. Start to take over this game. Triple incoming. That's true. It is always triple Zorua. It's always Buddy Popping for double Zorua into triple Zoroark. No, the last one. There it is. Oh, this is going to get tough. The Zoroark was found. Here comes the trade. Maybe just ditch the Lily. Keep the Cyrano for the next turn. No Darm still? That is true. There's no Darmanitan. That's a good point. Good point. No Darm, no Darm. Second Zoroark. No third Zoroark? Maybe their PC is broken. Also got ourselves a castle. Can go ahead and retreat instead of poisoning our Zoroark, I guess. Being poisoned, I don't think matters too much, but... Prepare him, PC. I think here you have to just KO this Zoroark and hope that the ends PP up combo can't be found next turn. But I already see a Janine in the hand, so there's the Shred KO. Did Prize one ends PP up? Or Flare. Yeah, you could hit him with the Flare. Good point. Latias gets pushed. Double Clefairy. We see a Dusknoir in the hand. The setup is just so weak. Like, this is not what you want to be doing, I feel like, on this turn. There's also a Judge in hand. We have a Judge. So we could go Judge plus Dusclops plus Clefairy KO. There's the Judge. Dusclops plus Clefairy isn't enough to KO Zoroark. Oh, shoot, you're right. Oh, that's why, like, the poison damage would have actually mattered from the Petron, because then it would have been enough, right? Yeah, we are coming up 10 damage short, actually. Oh, no. Oh, boy, I don't know. This is actually going to be tough, then. Candy Dusknoir, I guess, then, right? Candy Dusknoir? If we don't get a KO this turn, that's really scary. Got Pokepad, got Ultra Ball. We could Ultra Ball for Fez. Starting with the Pokepad. He's going for a Dusclops. But yeah, you're right. Dusclops does not get there. No energy to cycle with the Mystery Garden for draw power. Man, I don't know. That's tough. I'm trying to come up with like a... oh, WinCon! WinCon unlocked! Reveal your opponent's deck. Hold up. Actually, might get away with one here. Double prize penalty? Triple prize penalty? Just gotta have faith. And the deck will provide. I don't think there'll be a prize penalty here. DQ. What happened? He actually fumbled Daichi's deck when he was cutting it and revealed cards. But it should just be a warning and then they continue. Mega Absol? None today. Saw one yesterday, I believe. Okay, looks like it's resolved. I assume there'll be no prize penalty. I mean, he's trying to piece it together. Wait, is it actually a double prize penalty? What they set next to him? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Retreat to Latias pass? Man, that is terrible. Oh, no, Latias was in the active there. I mean, that's still pretty terrible. That's pretty bad. Punch for 2 hundo. Now we got the Darmanitan. Boss KO double Dusclops seems pretty good here, to be honest. Or Dusclops, Dusknoir. KO the active also seems pretty good, though. It's all good here. It's all good for Zoroark. Zoroark doesn't have any bad plays. Should have stuck with Zam. That's what I'm saying. Ultra Ball's available here. Go get into a third Zoroark. Turn late, but better late than never. Also, like, Flame Body the act. No, you probably just go for... I mean, just KOing the active seems fine, though. Unless the Zoroark player misplayed and they used the 250 damage attack last turn when they didn't have to. This seems pretty tough to make a comeback from, but it's not over yet. There's no other energy developed on Zoroarks on the bench. It's just... You can see so many cards with Zoroark. It's just kind of gross. He pointed at Shred. Did he? I feel like he pointed at the Zoroark. Listen, I'm just trying to find an out for Daichi here. Another Zoroark to the bench. I think there's a Lily in hand we could actually just play. He's gonna start with the trade though. Trading away at Night Stretcher. What the heck? What else does the hand have if we're trading away at Night Stretcher? Boss KO Dustclops Duststorm honestly doesn't even seem that good. It seems like okay. Yeah, they're going for the Lily here. Okay, I think I like that a little bit more. But I don't know why we traded away a Night Stretcher there. I think we should just Lilied first. I don't know what we were looking for that would... Maybe if we drew an energy there, we would have gone for the boss play. But KO active is like more than good enough here. Watchtower, okay. Attach to the bench. Dude, one time. No, okay, never mind. All right. Dusknoir KO's the active. Then we lose to like Energy Boss. Yeah, you could Dusknoir KO active. Doing a quick count of resources. There is a Night Stretcher gone. There is a Night Stretcher gone and a Zekrom in the discard pile. So maybe KO Zekrom opens up an opportunity to buy time. If we can get there. Like KO the Zekrom plus item lock. Hold up. Maybe there's a line here to find some time. But the hand does suck, yeah. Does this deck even play Fez? Because he didn't Ultra Ball for Fez last turn when he could have. Does that not lose to Darm? That would lose to Darm, yeah. He passes? Wait, that's it? Aw, it's cooked. Does he see a line here? But there is no line, right? We have Petch in hand. And is so dead. Well, it's got Ultra Ball, but there's no Fez prize. So does he just not play Fez? All right, trade number 2. And yeah, I mean, this is just cooked, right? Osmochi in game. Oh yeah, you can literally win this turn. You can Darm KO the Latias plus KO a 1-prizer. And if you don't, that's also pretty good. If you just KO the active, is also pretty good. But I see the Mochi's in the hand. I think Daichi, I don't know how many, there's probably a Diancie in there at the very least. Oh, if they had game last turn, doesn't matter. All right, going out with style, pops the Dusknoir. He could have popped Dusknoir last. No, he could have Ultra Ball for Dusknoir. I don't know. There's not like there's never a real line. There's never a real line. I would like to have seen a little bit more from his deck. This also might be a tough matchup, though, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Zoroark seems like it would be tough to overcome. I guess if you, like, go second, get turn 1 Frillish, and you can just kind of, like, remove the Zoruas as they hit the bench with, like, Dusknoirs and stuff like that. I could see that working. But definitely seems like a tough matchup overall. We got the Cyranos in there to help them find the Zoroarks. It's not going to be easy. Did Meowth for Harlequin? Shake my head. True. Maybe we'll get a sub feature. Yeah, as long as the game was better than that, they'll probably put on the sub feature for sure. Which would you grab? The spicy McChicken or a snack wrap? Are those both from McDonald's? Is the snack wrap at McDonald's? You gotta go with the spicy McChicken though, I think. I've never had the snack wrap before though. Cards will be revealed after next round. Tim Hortons cilantro lime grilled chicken bowl. What the fuck? Tim's got it like that? What is a Tim Hortons? They got cilantro lime grilled chicken bowls. Yo, appreciate the 10 gifted there. Dan Song. Always appreciate the support, Dan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome all to the Rat Pack. And welcome all in. Also appreciate the 11 months there, Trash Bro. You sound hungry as fuck right now? Me? I'm like a little hungry. I'm definitely gonna have to find some food later on. Maybe order something. Should have had it in Toronto. I guess. I didn't know Tim was coming with the cilantro lime chicken bowl like that though. When was the last time you had chili, Unk? Chili? It's been years since I've had chili, to be honest. Nah, but no way you guys actually think Tim's food is good though. The only thing I've had from Tim Hortons is donuts, and they're like good. They're like good chain donuts. Like if you go, like it's like a McDonald's or whatever. Like when you go to McDonald's, not McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts. When you go to Dunkin' Donuts to get a donut, you know what kind of donut to expect. Same thing with Tim Hortons. It's like a, I mean, Tim Hortons is basically the Dunkin' Donuts of Massachusetts. Or I guess you could say it's like the Starbucks of Canada. Starbucks is what Tim is in the US compared to what it is in Canada. What was the red thing on the table with the writing on it? That just indicated who went first. Because in Japan, they do even turns. So when time is called, if the turns are uneven, like if the active player it's their 7th turn and their opponent's last turn was their turn 6, the opponent who has played one less turn gets to play one more turn. It doesn't make a ton of sense and probably shouldn't exist, but even turns in the Pokemon TCG makes no sense. Even turns would only make sense if going first was always better, but going first is not always better. So even turns is kind of silly, because then if you do even turns but you choose second, you have like double the advantage. It's like, oh, if time expires on your turn, I get to another turn and I also got to go second, so fuck you. It should just be +1, or just when time expires it's a double game loss. Here in Mexico we also have Timmy's and it's so much better than Starbucks. Timmy's is better than Starbucks? I don't know about that. The coffee at Starbucks is definitely better. I can't speak to the donuts though. They don't really have donuts at Starbucks in that kind of way. Dunkin' Donuts are like day-old Walmart donuts. They fish out of the dumpster. Yo, chill. What the heck? Did Rahul win? I can't read that. Oh, they're not going to show... If they showed us this, I don't think they're going to show us the gameplay. Rahul lost? No! Alright, no top cut for Rahul. He can still win to get into the Japan Championships, though. If he wins the next round, he's into the Japan Championships. They might still... I don't think they ever show us this and then show us the gameplay, because it spoils who wins the feature match. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a Boston guy? I thought Dunkin' was their whole thing there. I mean, Dunkin' Donuts is like fine. It's nothing crazy. I don't really drink coffee, so Dunkin' Donuts is for like people who drink coffee. It's not about the... It's called Dunkin' Donuts, but it's not about the donuts. It's about the coffee. Payout, by the way. True. Also, aren't they called Dunkin' now? It's not even Dunkin' Donuts, right? Isn't it Dunkin'? Oh god, the coffee at Dunkin' tastes like piss water? Why do you know what piss water tastes like? The heck? Also, it's coffee. You you tell them what to put in your coffee. Coffee's not that deep. Coffee's not that deep. Krispy greater than Dunkin'? Krispy Kreme is definitely better donuts than Dunkin', yeah. Because they've had to survive, Azul, they're not sheltered like you. You don't understand what it's like, because well, you haven't had to drink piss water to survive. All right, you're right. My bad. Remember the NC State Fair Donut? That one's pretty good. Did not taste like piss water. Coffee's not good. Y'all just caffeine addicts. What they do with coffee is pretty good. Like black coffee by itself is not very good. I agree with you. But like just adding a little like you don't even need that much to add that much to coffee to make it good though. Usually like even like a little almond milk in coffee makes it like pretty good. I'll agree like black coffee is not very good. But like an espresso with a little milk, I don't know, it's pretty good. You have to do very little to coffee to make it like really good. Part of it is caffeine though. You're not wrong. Part of it is caffeine. You're not wrong. Caffeine's pretty addictive. It also tastes pretty good. Black coffee is insanely good. Yeah, if you enjoy piss water. But to each your own thing. Sometimes you what's it called? Acquire the what is the word I'm looking for? The term I'm looking for. It's an acquired taste. But when you're really in the struggle, sometimes when you're done with the struggle, you still drink the piss water. How do you know what piss water tastes like, Azul? I guess they're not showing us the secondary match. All right, chat. There is one more round of Swiss. One more round of Swiss. They might show us multiple games from the round. They might show us multiple games in the round. There's one more round of Swiss. Then they'll reveal new cards, and then they'll be top cut. Did you ever have a North Shore beef sandwich when you lived in Massachusetts? I can't say that I have, no. Not that I remember. How they drag this on and on, bro? Yeah, but you're still here, aren't you, Poplio? You're stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck. This is the equivalent of drinking piss water, but you're still here drinking it. There's nothing you're not gonna leave. When will they... Boycott the piss water time. What time is this gonna finish at? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, 5 or 6 hours probably. Yeah, 5 or 6 hours. Have you ever watched YTP? No idea what that is. Probably like 3 or 4 a.m. West Coast. YTP is a rapper, Young Toilet Paper. No, I've never watched Young Toilet Paper. Who's your favorite fiction writer? I need more novel recommendations. I mean, all right. Some people are gonna get mad at me in chat. I mean, probably I forget his name. I know who he is. The guy who wrote The Lord of the Rings. But like that's a pretty easy answer. Yeah, J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah. Did he write anything besides The Lord of the Rings? I actually don't remember, to be honest. I'm pretty sure he did. I can't say that I've read anything besides The Lord of the Rings, though. Jar Jar Tolkien. Well, yeah, The Hobbit, but like besides The Hobbit and besides the Lord, like all the Lord of the Rings stuff. I don't know if he wrote anything besides all the Lord of the Rings stuff. But I haven't read anything besides those. Green Eggs and Ham, Dr. Seuss. He's got some bangers. Yeah, besides that, I don't really have a... I mean, that's just kind of it for fiction writers. That's all I got. Well, you can read? A little bit, yeah. Even though you're a TCG player? Wouldn't that make more sense to be like the VGC players can't read? Because you just click the attack. You click the blob of letters of an attack, and then your Pokemon does the attack. That makes no sense. How is that like... Trash talking a TCG player by making fun of them that they can't read makes no sense. Now, a VGC player... The joke is that the TCG players don't read their cards. That's fair. I mean, some don't. Go players can't read? Well, yeah, obviously. They know button 1 and button 2, and they tap one of them. Is Slowking better pre or post rot? I mean, you lose Kyurem. I don't know how good it would be post rotation without Kyurem. That's kind of like the reason it's good. What about pocket players? They read at like a really low level. Isn't Kyurem an H? Wait. We're two rotations out from Lost Zone, and Kyurem still is a legal playable card? Lost Zone rotated last rotation, and we're about to rotate again, and Kyurem is still legal? What? Dude, I just assumed it was gone. What the heck? Counter to Colch's tenacity? True. Gotta keep Colch's tenacity in check. Same set as Monkey Dory and Dustor? I guess it is. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah, you guys aren't wrong. I believe you. I'm just like... The realization is just hitting me. I just assumed it was gone. Is Academy at night you lose? That's fine. We got Young Goose. We got the Young Geese. We're chilling. Be funny if they added Colch's Pokemon, so Kyurem just nukes an entire archetype again. Nah, we got Shaman. We're chilling. Academy at night and Kyurem are from the same set, bro. I don't even. All right, I'm just gonna see. This is why I don't talk rotation. I don't even know what cards are here or not here. Did we lose Cypher? No, we've already seen Cypher today on stream. I know we don't lose Cypher because I saw someone on stream today. Who's your favorite Pokemon and why is it Wormadam? He's just, I mean, Wormadam is just so, you know, like, so wormy and dammy. Like, how can you not love the Wormadam? Would you still love me if I was a Wormadam? No, you gross. What the heck? I wish Mom Worma gave a damn about me. So we're lying now. No, we did not see Rahul's match. I don't think they're going to show it. And now he's out of top cut contention, so we won't see him anymore at this point. Did they show any new cards yet? Yep, you missed all of it. And they're not allowed to show them again until they get actually printed, so you won't see them until the set actually drops. Alakazam doing good? Not as far as we can tell. We haven't seen Alakazam on stream since yesterday. Man, I thought Dachi was gonna play it again. We'll see though. Maybe there'll be some Zamming cut. Are we in top 16? No, we're in top 37. I do not speak Japanese, no. Absol box is dead post rotation. It does not seem very good immediately, no. But like once again, Absol's a good card, Kangaskhan's a good card, Monkey Dory is a good card, so lots of sets before those cards rotate. Lots of potential. So when you play Professor's Research, do you draw 7 cards or do you cheat and draw 8? Just depends what I need on the turn. All right, here we go. Winning in match. Wait, why is it a sub feature 11-3, 11-3? Maybe a decent amount of X3s make cut. So they're showing they might show an X3 match. But yeah, the match you're about to show us on main is winning a match. Maybe they think the 11-3 is rad. Maybe. Yeah, maybe there's big fans. Azul just joined. I heard recently that you are rating future formats. Yep. I hope Alakazam is doing really bad and everyone who played it is unhappy. You know what? Me too. That's the kind of hater energy that we need in the current day and age. Everyone's just so soft these days. You appreciate 3 months there. Munkin Boy? Can we get an Azul draws Pokemon from Memory Stream? Maybe at some point. Maybe that sounds like a good thing to do in between rounds of watch parties. That's definitely something we could do. All right, here we go. Final round of Swiss coming up. Winner makes top cut, most likely. Loser does not make top cut, most likely. And then after this round, we'll have new cards. But they might show us multiple games from this round, or as a treat, they might show us some games from previous rounds as well. And then we'll see the new cards. And then after that, it goes to a top 32. Did Twitch finally message you about dual chats? No. Until it gets resolved, it's probably better safer than sorry. I don't know. I just didn't want to stress about it this weekend, so I just like turned it off, and I'll rethink about it and then reassess in the future. It's so dumb that they care. I don't know. It's just pretty silly. There's not really a good reason. So I think eventually they'll come around and be like, it's fine. But until that happens, maybe I should just wait for it to happen. Appreciate the 9 months there, Raw Dog. Appreciate the 8 months there, Rare Candy Danny. I'd love to watch a draw Pokemon from Memory Stream. It would be so bad. Not to be rude and sorry if this was already asked. Yes, you are vegan. You actually can't dual chat anymore. I mean, you were never technically supposed to ever dual chat. What card they announced that was getting reprinted? ADP. Where I get the case/shelves to display my trophies? It's on Amazon. I forget what I searched to find it. Yeah, it's on Amazon. Simple solution, turn off all chats. No one is saying anything worth reading anyways. But that means what you just said is not worth reading, which means what you said has no value, which means I shouldn't do what you say. A little bit of a dilemma there. You appreciate the 9 months there, Naval. My bad, you can keep them then. I mean, I can't do anything with that either. It's kind of stuck in limbo. I think they're gonna reveal Mega Gumi. Is there a Mega Gumi? Well, they're not gonna reveal new megas. The question is just like, which megas will they make into TCG cards, right? Yeah, what mega would you want to see made into a card, chat? What mega do you want to see in the TCG? Of like, they're not gonna make new megas, but Metagross Elements. Rayquaza. They should do the Raichu for sure. Wait, do we know the name of the set? What is the name of this set? I feel like that would be a hint at some of the megas they're probably gonna give us, right? Ninja Spinner. Oh, we already know it's Mega. Oh, I guess that doesn't tell us anything because they already showed us Mega Greninja. Yeah, never mind. Mega Heatran, so Oricorio has a basic fire evolution to enable the acceleration. That'd be pretty good. The name of the next set implied Darkrai, I think. Ninja Spinner implies Darkrai. Abyss Eye set after Ninja Spinner. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's definitely Darkrai, right? Is there any card reveals or no? Not for you, no. It's gonna be like on like a per person thing. So like some players will be able to use the cards, but you don't get any of them. So like you seeing them doesn't really matter. You won't be able to use them. All right, let's see what. Ooh, oh, the unfair stamp. All right, we're not making any comebacks on the right side of the stage. Grass energy. So it's Dragapult on the left-hand side. I don't know what the right-hand side is. There's just a grass energy in there. And they will not be making any comebacks. It's Abyss Eye and Storm Emerald. Oh, yeah. So it's definitely Darkrai and Rayquaza for sure. They could draw their prize cards out of order, I guess. But assuming they draw their prize cards normally, another mulligan. Definitely Pult. Gamba? I mean, I can do the Gamba right now. Do you guys want to see what the player on the right is playing first, though? All right, you know what? I'm going to start the Gamba. You guys wanted this. We don't know what the player on the right is playing, but I started it. Is that Ursaluna? Due prized. Petrol? Petrol and Pult. Where else the unfair stamp? Yeah, Ursaluna starts pretty bad. Because it means you like have to use Latias if you want to get into an aggressive Badoo. All right, here we go. It is Bolt. Bolt versus Polt with the Ursaluna start. You hate to see the Ursaluna start. Nordum. Oh, okay. Noctowl Bolt. Most of the other bolts that we've seen have been the non-Noctowl builds. We don't see the Noctowl build as much. And got the Fan Nordum already, so gonna have a pretty good, or has a pretty good start to go with so far, but we still need to find our Ogerpon to enable the Noctowls, of course. How does this matchup go? I have to imagine without Dusknoir in most decks, it probably comes a lot down to Stamp, to be honest. Like an early Stamp from the Polt player. Dude, why is everything just hinged on Stamp now? That's why it's like, oh my... Whatever. I'm sure the format's great. It's super fun. I love it. They are playing the Baby Bolt. That's something we didn't see with any of the other builds, I don't think. An extra Fan Nordum grabbed. I assume as Ultra Ball fodder. Already had another Hoot in hand. Makes sense. Grass to the Fan Nordum and pass. Okay. So not a super aggressive start here. Also did not play the Ultra Ball. I assume there's an Ultra Ball in the hand, but they didn't play it. Play one. So it's weird to have grabbed the Fan Nordum. Into the Ultra Ball here on the... Oh my gosh, bro. We already opened Ursaluna and our hand is dead. We have to use the cat. This is awful, man. This is so bad. So if we want to Badoo this turn, we also have to Latias to the bench. So our bench will have Ursaluna, Latias, Meowth. And then if we Badoo, we'll have room for 2 Dreepy. So we just never Ursaluna here, right? All right. There was 3 boss in that hand. Meowth for the Lily. I think we always just like sacrificing the Ursaluna, I feel like. And then maybe we go into Badoo on the next turn. Holy smokes. Latias prize no, or am I misremembering? Let's find out. No, Latias was prized for the Raging Ball player. Dragapult side, nothing crazy. Prize of Badoo, prize of Dracloak. Did find the Buddy Poffin. I guess that is kind of like the... What would you say? What is the thing I'm thinking of? Not like you win some, you lose some, but like... Something. Yo, appreciate the gifts up there. The Wiz. Bare minimum. Nah, not bare minimum. Silver lining. Yeah, sure. We'll go silver lining. That works. Yeah, appreciate the gifts up there. Wiz. Appreciate the support. And also appreciate the 8 months there. Pain Dawn. Consolation prize. Yeah. Consolation prize. You opened Ursaluna. You had to Ultra Ball for me out to play the game. Here, have a Buddy Poffin. All right. Well, no item lock. It's going to open up a lot of plays on the Raging Bolt side of things. Starting with that Crispin here. And with one more energy, we'll be able to KO this Ursaluna at the very least. You would love to be able to attack. I think it's a big deal with Bolt in general right now. Or after rotation, you really don't want to discard both your energy on your Bolt if you can avoid it to take knockouts. Because you need to be able to just go like attach attack and not have to find Crispin every single turn. We'll see what else they got going on. Maybe he just didn't have an Ultra Ball, but just took the Fan Nordum for the possibility of top decking an Ultra Ball. Just pass. That's it. All right. I mean, if you're the Dragon Ball player here, that's a sigh of relief. You gained a turn. That's huge. Poffin for more Dreepies, or I can't tell what the other card is. But you definitely wouldn't hate a third, even a 4th Dreepy here. I still can't. It's an Ultra Ball. I still can't tell what that is. Yeah, the Glass Trumpet is kind of carrying Bolt still. Glass Trumpet plus an E-Switcher to be able to sustain enough energy and play to consistently attack. And you're not getting Iono spammed as well, right? That's like another thing with Raging Bolt. You have to survive the unfair stamp, and then if you stabilize after that, you can just like chain attacks pretty reasonably, right? A lot of Dreeps. Oh, but now we bench locked ourselves out of Latias. I don't know if I like that. Because now the Raging Bolt player, if they don't have a great following turn, they can just not KO the Ursaluna. If they really wanted to. If they really wanted to, they could chill. So I don't actually love the 4th Dreepy, I don't think. Especially with a Dracloak prized. Now, I don't know if they actually checked their prize cards to, like, know that that happened, but... Rock Scouting, probably for another Dracloak, I would assume. Yep, get a Dracloak. Baby Bolt did not rotate, no. And it is in the list. We saw the Baby Bolt. It's like, Bolt is a crippled deck without Sada? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worse. But Poltnor or Dragapult lost Iono and Countercatcher, and it's still out here. Oh, I thought he just drew pass. He just drew and was like, you should correct your board state. It does have a Grass Energy in hand. But if I'm the Bolt player here, I would wait. I think we maybe just Crispin and chill. There's another Crispin in the hand. Just play the Crispin, load up some more energy and play, and then pass. There's no bench base for Latias. Like, what are they going to do? I wonder how long you could go on with this as well as the Raging Bolt player. You want to attack... You don't want to give the Dragon Ball player too much time, probably. But you got time here. Turo? That'd be interesting if they did have Turo. I think we're safe. Area 0 opens up Pult bench Azul. Pult does not play Area 0, so we'd also be safe from that. Even the Hoothoot's getting some energy here. I would definitely consider not attacking until we're a little bit more set up. But they're going for it. They're swinging. As a Dragon Ball player here, I don't think I'm that scared of this line, though. Of this being the play. I think you're like, okay, that's fine. We gained our extra turn. It, like, sucks. Whoa! What is that prize draw, bro? They're trying to snipe that unfair stamp. I don't know about that one. Aura? Chaotic Evil prize take? Yeah, it's definitely something. Why didn't he swing last turn? It would have left him with 0 energy on the active Raging Bolt, which would have made things awkward. Bro checked stream. He checked stream, but he forgot where the unfair stamp was. You heard you say he's not making a comeback this game, and took that personally. Dude, when I was away, what the heck? Okay, Ultra Ball and the Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy. I feel like trying to get a Monkey Dory set up at some point is still pretty good here, though. There's the Dragapult. If we have a Crispin to go with this to be able to chain Dragapults, that seems pretty good. Looks like it's just a Psychic Energy, though. Oh, no, we do have the Crispin. My bad. All right, we're setting up to chain Dragapults here. That's pretty good. I guess the one Petrol so you can go Meowth for Petrol for unfair stamp. To guarantee it when you want it. There we go. Punchy active. And then, honestly, I don't even know where the damage should go from here. Maybe 4 on a Hoothoot. 1 on a 4-1-1 or something like that. 4 on 1 Hoothoot, 1 on the Phantom, 1 on the Hoothoot. Can Bolt take 2 knockouts in the next 3 turns? Yeah, definitely. Bolt can definitely just go KO2 prize, KO2 prize, and just win the game. But our initial setup was so underwhelming that it'll definitely be tough to get there. This is why I almost want to see them wait for a turn or 2 longer. because their hand was still bad. Sure, they get 2 prize cards and another top deck before they have to respond to a Dragapult. But also, taking that knockout means if we got unfair stamp punched, we'd be in big trouble, I feel like. There's 6 damage counters. There's one hiding on the Hoot Hoot. You just gotta look a little bit harder. And is dead. Is it still dead? I don't know how many more turns they should have waited for, but I think they should have waited for a little bit longer. Would have gotten an Ogerpon to Teal Mask the last few turns? No, they didn't have any Pokemon Search cards. I thought they had an Ultra Ball in hand because they took a Fan Rotom off of Fan Rotom, but they didn't even have an Ultra Ball. They were like playing for like an Ultra Ball top deck. I think they should have waited longer, and they could have probably waited quite a few turns longer, to be honest. And is it? Oh, you can't. Yeah, they have nothing. They literally have nothing. Not sure why we weren't just Burst Roaring. Yeah, even Burst Roar. Yeah, even Burst Roar would have been better in the early turns. Maybe after like you play Crispin, then play Crispin, then Burst Roar. But this is looking tough now. Psychic Energy and Bolt for why? They probably play Clefairy. I mean, yeah, this is just kind of cooked. Boss KO Baby Bolt plus KO Big Bolt plus KO... I don't know, or KO Double Hoot Hoot. I mean, there's so many plays you could make. Oh, we could have Burst Roared and we just didn't Burst Roar again. Yeah, once again, they just didn't Burst Roar. Pokepad. Last Draco is prized here, so that's not available. But going for a Monkey Dory isn't bad. 7 months there, Otter. They could have just used Baby Bolt and sniped with Blood Moon inactive. Well, no, they never had an out for the... Maybe they could have waited for that. Yeah, that's true. They could have waited for that play. But that was never available. They had no Pokemon Search early on. So that would have been something they had to wait for. Yeah, they probably should... It was okay for them to like play the first 2 turns like Crispin, and then they should have gone like Crispin, Raging Bolt attack, whatever it's called. Burst Roar. Or whatever. Yeah. Discard your hand, draw 6. And then go from there. Palsky does have Latias, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. He maybe doesn't play Latias. Sure. Okay, KO active, KO Hoot Hoot. 3 prize turn. Now we just win in... we can't just win next turn, I guess. I guess we could maybe win with like some kind of Monkey Dory play. Or should discard energy with Raging Ball players too high? I mean, he did play Discipline for the first turn. Like, he could have taken the knockout 1 turn sooner, but then didn't. But then he should have waited longer or Burst Roared that turn. Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes on the Bolt side, to be honest. Or not really a lot of mistakes, just like one really big mistake. And yeah, this game is pretty much cooked at this point. There's no win con. It might even be over this turn. How much damage do we need to KO off the bench? No, I guess we can't quite win this turn. 6, 3, 9. We can do 8 total, I think. So yeah, we can't win this turn, but with KO active, KO Hoot Hoot, leave a Fan Rotom, it's over. I think he was 1 energy short that first turn, no? Oh, you might be right. He maybe was, yeah. No, I don't think so, actually. I think he did have 4. He just chose not to attack that turn. And then Crispin again next turn and then attacked. Well, I'm not sure. You might be right. There's Latias, yeah. Yep, knockout. Clean it up more on the Fan Rotom. Pretty good. Why doesn't the right player scoop? I might ask the stream players to never concede, or I mean, it's best of one. Like, you don't have anything else you can do anyways. Yeah, it's best of one. There's nothing else to do. Might as well play it out. It's possible, like, when players go on stream, though, they ask the players as well to, like, just, like, you know, not concede. Just play out the match until it's over, completed. That's also possible. We have seen people concede on stream before in best of one in Japan. It has happened, but it doesn't happen very often. I mean, he's playing for, like, the quad prize penalty at this point. Rahul did not win his match. He didn't even make it on stream. They had him on the side station and they didn't show it. There it is. You can't concede. You have to sit there and live with what you did. Yeah. It's kind of an... Yeah, I mean, there was just such a better play from the Raging Bolt side, though. It was just, like, played so poorly. Like, this turn here... Like, they could have actually burst roared... not this turn. They could have burst roared... They could have burst roared right now. But they have a Crispin. They got some other good cards. Actually, they probably should have burst roared right now. Well... Because there's still the threat of Badu as of right now. There's still the threat of Badu because of Latias. But then once this turn happens, the 4 Dreepies come down, and now you're locked out of... Now you're locked out of Latias. It's like, oh, shoot. Well, now the Ursaluna is just stuck. And then this turn, they play Crispin again, get 2 more energy in play. But they definitely should not attack here. You either just, like... Either your hand is so good, you have to wait for a top deck, which is fine, because Ursaluna is stuck in the active for, like... At the very least, 3 turns. Before it can hard retreat. It was like 4 turns. So if your hand is really that good, which I don't think it is, then you can wait. But if your hand's not that good, you just burst roar here, and then you set up like an unbeatable board state, and then you go knock out Ursaluna, and then knock out Dragapult, boss KO, Meowth, or something like that. So definitely like a massive error here, to be honest, from the Raging Ball player. Unless he expects a switch in Pult. Even if you expect a switch, you definitely still burst roar here. Yeah, if you think there's a possibility of a switch, you still burst roar. You don't ever take the knockout. There's always a burst roar angle. You ever study flavor text to be better for the podcast? No. There's no way the Pult players carrying the loaded Bolt anyways. Yeah, also your Bolt would be around no matter what. If only he just slowly burst roar instead of Baby Bolt. Well, the Baby Bolt play's not that good because if you KO a 1 price roar off the bench, Latias can be benched. So the Baby Bolt play isn't even that good, to be honest. The going through the Ursaluna is still maybe better. Just getting the 2 price knockout. But just have like a second Raging Bolt set up. Have some Ogre Pawns on the bench with Grass Energy. Yeah, I don't know how good the Baby Bolt sniping is, to be honest. Because then you just open up the bench space for the Latias, and Latias comes down, and then... At that point, there'll probably be enough energy on the Pult side of the field that you KOing a Dracloak with an energy isn't going to like set them back, so. That was straight Pult, yeah. Which is what most of the Dragon Pults have been so far. I don't even know if we've seen a Pult Dusknoir, to be honest. I think most of them have been straight Pult. Okay, so another round. The Haunch? Quad Haunch? Just need to try to burst roar into boss. You don't even need boss there. Just KO the active. You don't even need burst roar into boss. Just KO the active Ursaluna after you've like set up a playable hand or a better board state. We don't even need to get that extreme. We don't need to do any fancy. We don't need to do a boss KO. We don't even do anything fancy with the baby bolt. Just burst roar, set up another raging bolt. You're cooking. Oh wait, this is Haunch versus Haunch Spite Ops. Oh, this isn't even technically a win-in, I don't think, because they're both 11 and 3. So I think it's possible the winner of this makes cut, but unlikely. Spider Haunch? Is that even good? What is the point of having the spider in there? I'm so curious about like that inclusion. Like, how's that ever better than Porygon? Grim, I guess? Is it even that good against Grim? Isn't that just like a liability against Frostlass? Grim and Zoroark easier, right? Oh, I guess Zoroark might be a big deck, yeah. That could be a big one it makes easier. Well, I don't know if that's true, because like Darmanitan can't even snipe KO a Honchkrow and a Murkrow. Spiders for fun. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting from it, I'm not gonna lie. The spider seems kind of off to me. Maybe instead of a Porygon as an efficient attacker, you can KO little guys and let Haunch KO the big ones. I guess there's like no hand disruption. Honestly, that's like maybe not that unreasonable, to be honest. Yeah, maybe that's not that unreasonable. Because it's not like you're getting spammed with hand disruption and it's like multiple times you're going to have to draw into energy plus Ariana to KO the big guys. You just need to do it like once or twice throughout the game and then let the spiders KO everything else. A little bit of back and forth, I guess. Sure. I thought 11-3 doesn't make cut. I mean, there's a chance that an X and 3 makes cut, but it's not. I don't know why they put an X3 match on, to be honest. Unless like a lot of them make cut, but I'm pretty sure that's just not true. I'm pretty sure maybe 1 or 2 X and 3s will make cut. So I don't know why they're showing this round, to be honest. Is one of the players like notable or something? That could be it. They know we yearn for the crow. Yeah, they just wanted to watch a crow mirror. Man, this Archer play seems... I feel like you need so much here. You need an energy and 3 supporters. I guess you are drawing 7 cards with the stadium, though. Still seems like a lot. Energy. Yeah, we're basically there. Got the Roto Stick. We don't have a ton of follow-up. Factory. We kind of need that Roto Stick to carry. I guess the headset can be our follow-up. Or I guess isn't this... Maybe this matchup is literally just like a Archer spam. Ooh, that's pretty good. Do you literally just Archer every single turn to hope your opponent whiffs? Because if you just sit there and let the other player... If the player who's ahead just Arianas every single turn, you're just going to lose, right? Let's see what they discard, though. Yeah, it keeps the Archer. They pushed the crow here. The hand does seem pretty weak. I think the first one stuck. I think that it's going to be a Proton. No, their hand literally just sucks. They got a Giovanni and a Proton. Maybe you Giovanni up the Murkrow to hope it gets stuck because we did just evolve the other thing into the Honchkrow there. Or we did evolve a benched Murkrow into a Honchkrow, which is probably correct to play around the response Archer. Just get some more dops, and then hope that the factory is probably not going to lead to a KO this turn, but you're hoping the factory leads to your own Archer for the next turn. Yeah, we're definitely hoping for an archer or the transceiver off the factory for the following turn. Discard 3 for 1 prize is so bad. This matchup must be miserable. Well, no, they have Porygon. It's not too bad. Okay, transceiver for next turn. Double transceiver for next turn. Sure. No KO this turn. So now the prize trade goes in the favor of the Honchkrow player on the right if they can find an energy. They have the Ariana, but they don't have an energy for turn. There we go. That's a pass. And they got a couple dead cards in the hand. Might need to burn at least the Roto Stick. You're never taking those, right? Yeah, okay. Rounds? This is the last round of Swiss here. Oh, we're going to burn the transceiver. I thought we wouldn't burn that. I was actually giving it a thought here. But yeah, well, I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, you have Ariana and Archer in hand. Nothing to grab. Okay, can we find an energy off the Ariana? I didn't see an energy there, I don't think. Oh no, we got one. We're chilling. What if we start spamming Torment? Do they run out of Geo or energy? No, you would just lose. If you spam Torment, you would just lose. There could be like a weird mid-game, late-game situation where resources are low, but if you like start doing it initially, you're just going to lose the game. All right, now we have the prize advantage. So now Ariana is probably the more important card. I guess it probably depends on if you're ahead or you're behind, how important Ariana versus Archer is. But the correct response here now for the player on the left is Archer to hope that the other Murkrow player whiffs the knockout. They didn't grab the Archer immediately, though. They're in the deck with the transceiver. Maybe just doing some prize checking. Dude, what are they in the tank about? They're tanking right now. Oh, they're going to fail the first one. Okay. Is it not going to be the Archer grab, though? Dude, you got to grab Archer or you're just going to lose. All right, maybe just prize checking. So maybe just prize checking. Oh, do they play the neutralization zone? Is that what I just saw in there? Not going to go for the... Dude, I feel like you have to Archer spam when you're behind, though. This does not seem like the move at all. Gotta play as many Archers as possible. All right, need to get ourselves an energy. Got the energy. Plenty of stadiums. We're chilling. Dude, how many energy do you play in this deck? If you play Team Rocket's energy and Ignition energy and the grass energy for the spiders. That'd be what, 4 grass, 4 Team Rockets, and then like 2 Ignition? A lot of energy. 10? It's probably like 10, right? I guess because you have Spite Ups, you should actually attach the Team Rocket's energy here and build up energy on your bench Spite Ups. Because if you attach the Ignition energy, then the player on the right could Giovanni Gus KO your Spite Ups. And then you need to find an energy again. So I feel like the Rocket energy makes the most sense here. We'll see what they go for, though. Goes for the Ignition. I guess because you have the Rockets as backup, maybe it is fine. Burning the Transceiver here. What? Going into a turn where we're going to get Archered? Oh no, actually, we're probably not going to get Archer this turn. Oh yeah, why would we play the Transceiver here? Does that even make it? Oh, do we need to? Actually, we need another supporter for the attack, right? Okay. First, my mind was boggled there at first. But we need a supporter to actually take the knockout on the active. We definitely need to preserve the Archer here. We have to discard the other supporters. Or we should have gotten a different supporter to discard. Gotta keep the Archer. Okay. They still probably should have played Archer this turn so they could have Archered more times, but... And now, well, honestly, we might see an Archer on this hand because that hand sucks. It's just a bunch of Team Rocket's factories. So you might just Archer this turn to reset the hand. Because Ariana is not going to see us a whole ton. All right, there we go. Archer. This could buy us another turn here. We could get one turn further ahead here, possibly. If there, oh, actually, I don't know how many grass energies in the discard pile. The Spite Ops might be guaranteed to attack. But there might only be one in there. Unlikely, probably. And we don't really need it to either. We just need to find an attack ourselves. We would have played Ariana here if our hand wasn't 3 Team Rocket's factory. A-spec on the right is the Miracle headset. And then yeah, on the left is the... Okay, got the energy. We'll have the stadium to work with, of course. We do need to worry about building up our Porygons as well, just so we can chain attackers. Another Porygon on the way. I don't think I saw any Porygon 2s in there, but there's probably one in there. Yeah, player on the left is playing the neutralization zone. Player on the right has the Miracle headset, which is the go-to. Getting for 2. Oh no. Oh no. Did they whiff? I think they whiffed. Ooh, that hand sucks. They whiffed. You appreciate the prime sub there, Burn. Welcome to the Rat Pack. So now we're gonna have to spam Archer back, but now the Spite Ops is established. Now we have multiple attackers on board here. As the player on the left here can set up multiple attackers. So that getting Archered is less powerful. Just gotta go Ariana. Evolve bench, Ariana, attach energy active. Draw, I think 7+2, and then find 3 supporters to take the knockout on the active. Unless there's not that many supporters. There's actually not that many supporters left in the deck here. Maybe we can't try and go for a Honchkrow KO. Maybe we need to take a KO with Spite Ops. But they can't play it. Oh, they have a Petrol. Okay. Dude, I was about to... Wait, what is this? Are we whiffing the attack this turn? Wait, were we out of Ariana? Maybe we can hard retreat and then attack with Spite Ops. We might have been out of Ariana there. There might not have been an Ariana in the deck. Factory for 2. Oh, we might need to hit something here. I think we whiffed. I think we whiffed an attack on the other side. Oh my goodness. Back-to-back whiffs. Unless there's a basic grass in the discard pile. We can't attack this turn for a KO. Oh, maybe we're safe, actually. Oh, we're safe. There's a grass in there. I see it. But we don't have any attackers set up. Which would have been nice to establish this turn. If we could establish 2 attackers in play, that gives us so much leeway going into the following turns. But now the Archer can still hit on the other side. Archer KO is still like a strong line here. For the player on the right. Porygon. Energy. Honchkrow. And then Miracle Headset. Recover double Archer. Because it has to be Archer spam as the win condition here now. Yep. Man, what a terrible matchup. The matchup is literally, if you're ahead, stay ahead. If you're not ahead, play Archer. And then hope your opponent whiffs. He didn't even think about it. He just grabbed double Archer, played Archer. Here we go. Player on the left could have used Giovanni that turn to preserve energy. Oh, that is a good... Well, that's a good point, but then their hand is dead, right? But honestly, that might have been the correct line. That might have been the correct line. Because you actually could have changed Spite Ops then, right? Back-to-back Spite Ops. Yeah, that was probably a mistake. Because, yeah, now Archer could catch us. Doing a quick supporter count. I'm sure there's enough in the discard pile to take the KO. Did we already draw off the stadium? We didn't forget the stadium draw, right? I just missed it. Is the Spite Ops there because Grim is popular? I mean, it probably got to be like Grim or Zork or something, right? What version do you like more? I'm kind of digging the Spite Ops more than the Porygon. I mean, having not like played them in the format or played with the Spite Ops build, the Spite Ops has to be some kind of meta call for sure. The deck is probably just neutrally better without Spite Ops. But there must be enough matchups that it solves that it's worth playing. But the Porygon Honchkrow build is probably the better build. Like, it's the more powerful way to play the deck, but it doesn't make it the better way to play the deck. So, yeah, it's hard to say without knowing the reasons behind the Spite Ops. All right, into the Archer. We do need an energy here still for the Spite Ops to get the KO. Can you use foreign language cards in tournaments? It depends on the tournament. In Japan, you can't. No, you have to use Japanese cards. Porygon gives you an endgame nuke attacker. This is true, but that's way less relevant without Iono existing. You have to like overcome the unfair stamp at a certain point, and that's it. Get in for 2. Is it another whiff? We've seen so many whiffs. Nope, we have a Team Rocket's energy, which is not ideal for attacking with Spite Ops, but getting the knockout super important here. Looks like maybe has some kind of Pokemon recovery. It's like debating recovering some Spite Ops. Any recovery. Or maybe just deciding whether or not to bench that. I wonder why they chose to attack with the Porygon this turn instead of trying to go for the Honchkrow KO. Because Porygon is better into the late game. All right, Porygon gets pushed to preserve. Night Stretcher top decked. You can play the Night Stretcher to recover the Porygon too. Plays the Proton for nothing just to get access to the Team Rocket factory draw. And has the KO lined up with the Porygon here as well. But they need to find like an Ariana or a Archer to make a comeback. Okay, there we go. There's a Transceiver for the next turn. There's the Porygon 2. Benches the Articuno as well. Play around Archer. And then knockout. Yeah, way more than enough. It's dead. Still behind in the prize exchange. Only Honchkrows for attacking options, though. On the other side. So you need to find energy and 3 supporters. 2 turns in a row. Energy top deck's pretty good. Has a couple Archer in hand. But also might just have the KO out of hand. So you maybe don't even... You do, yeah, you have the KO, and then you can hold Ariana for next turn. Or you can play Ariana now, draw a couple, and then try, if you have more Arianas left for the next turn, you could do that. You could sell Ariana this turn, I guess. I'm talking about to win the game. I can imagine Honch. Oh, sure. But if you have the Spite Ops, I can like take your smaller KOs in the early game as well. I think Ariana does make sense here and is going with it. Draw 3. Then we get to draw 2. I wonder how many Archer are left here at this point. Got a Nitroture in hand. I don't know if we're... I mean, we're probably playing it just so we can bench something to get that out of the deck, to be honest. Would be my guess. Gotta keep both archers, I think. Oh, you only need to discard 2. Okay. Draw for turn. Energy into the transceiver. There is only a minute 40 left. There's an archer left. Okay, it's all in on this last archer. Not only does our opponent have to whiff next turn, but we also have to get the KO here. Oh, I guess it's good to recover the Tarantula there, because it'd be easier to take the knockout on the active with a Spite Ops, potentially. Having that option is definitely worth it. We're looking for 3 supporters here on the right side, and on the left side, we're looking for an out to Ariana. I don't see an Ariana, but I do see Pokepad and Archer. Only 1 minute left. There we go. There's the KO. Prize card. Top deck return is Giovanni into the Pokepad initially. Is there a Spite Ops left? There is not. And there's not that many supporters left either. There is a Night Stretcher, though. Well, but now we're not going to be able to get into the Spite Ops. There's the Archer. All right. We need to find energy and 3 supporters. We're going to draw 5 plus 2. But there's not that many supporters left. I didn't see that many supporters left here. One, two, no supporter. 1 supporter. 2 supporter. Got the energy. 3 supporter. All right, that's it. 4 supporters. And Honchkrow Spite Ops gets it up over Honchkrow Porygon. Dude, it really is just a Archer Simulator. If both players set up, fine. It just turns into an Archer Simulator for to see who can get the win. But I guess honestly, the Spite Ops are probably a little bit better to have than like anything. Well, yeah, Spite Ops are probably the best thing that you could have. Well, but getting the energy on the Spite Ops is so awkward. Porygon still might be better, to be honest. Porygon still might be better. Not sure. I can see it. Good display of agency. Yeah, great display of agency. The Archer spam. Why not both? All right, you gotta calm down. That's definitely terrible. Why'd they go to this? Are they resetting the stream maybe? Or going to a different stream? Are they like ending this stream and starting a different stream maybe? I don't know. I don't know why they cut to this page. Maybe they're about to end this VOD and start a new VOD. They haven't cut to this page at all throughout the whole tournament, so I don't know what this means. Cards have not been revealed yet, no. Is this like a giant hammer that the Zygarde has? What is this? I saw some big name got banned on Twitch for combining Twitch and YouTube chat. Will you have to change that soon? Who was it? I didn't see that anyone got banned. It's a cannon? Oh, it's a cannon? Oh. It's a big cannon. It's a gun. Yeah, who got banned on Twitch for combining chat? I heard of someone getting a warning. I didn't hear of anyone getting banned though. I can't find it. It may have just been a warning. I'm pretty sure it was just a warning thing that happened. Okay, they're back. Whatever happened is huge. This is a big dub. Big dub. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. All right, here we go. Oh, it's Greninja. Oh my gosh. All right, hang on. I actually have to get my phone out for this. They are doing the reveals now. Gotta get a Google Translate. You could have seen it coming. I know, huge surprise. Dude, please just reprint Iono. Please reprint Iono. Please, please, please. I'll never ask for anything ever again. Just reprint Iono one time. Come on, come on. Said his Ninja Spinner. True. Reprint Marnie. Stop. I'm banning you. Don't ask for that. You sounded like me 3 years ago. Oh, when you first wanted something. Sorry, my dad works at Pokemon. He said no. Dude, what the fuck? Wait, what is that Pokemon's name? He's got a massive cannon, though. He's blasting. Okay, let me take a picture of the thing. P restore 30 HP to each of your Pokemon. Attach up to 4 basic energy cards from your deck to your bench Pokemon any way you like, then shuffle your deck for triple Psychic 200. And then the Xerneas. $30 damage times the number of energy attached to all of your Pokemon for triple Psychic. Bro, how are we getting this much Psychic energy in play? We got the freaking P cannon. Oh, 30 for all Psychic. Wonder Patch. Guardy? Oh, it's a Mega Guardy card. Sure. Then we have a 1 prizer in Mega Guardy. Oh, dude. They're giving Guardy more buffs, bro. What the fuck? Now Guardy, Mega Guardy has a 1 prizer that does the exact same thing. I guess you could just attack with the Floetta thing and then... What's this thing called? Florges? Mega Florges? I didn't realize Florges' head was like a cannon. Alright. Once during each player's turn, the player may discard 2 cards from their hand to draw a card from their deck. And then this card cannot be played until you trash a Prism Tower that is on the field, which is the other one. And it can also be played on the turn you played a Prism Tower. The maximum HP of all Mega Floette EX on each side of the field is increased by 150. So you have to play a stadium to play a stadium. And then your Mega Floette get 150 more HP. And you can play the stadium on the same turn you played the other stadium. Then if your opponent bumps the stadium, you lose the HP. That's actually kind of cool. It's like evolving stadiums. That's kind of cool. That sounds bad. But the idea is cool. Yeah, definitely terrible, but definitely cool. That's fake. Yeah, it also could be fake. They technically haven't printed the card yet, so. 30 damage plus 50 more damage to each of your bench Pokemon with damage. 50 more damage for each of your bench Pokemon with damage, and then choose one card from your opponent's hand without looking at it. Reveal it and discard it for 2. Oh, this guy sucks. Yo, reprint Iono. Reprint Iono already. Please? Wait, actually, the first attack with Risky Ruins wouldn't be terrible, right? Dude, that's not Iono. Your opponent's next turn to the Pokemon affected by this attack cannot attach energy played from hand. 60 plus, add 10 damage for each damage counter on all of your opponent's Pokemon. And then the Tump. You can use this card once per turn. Choose one card from your hand and that evolves from this Pokemon and place it onto this Pokemon to evolve. Then place 2 damage counters on the evolved Pokemon. You cannot use this card on your first turn. But you can use it on the first turn that it goes into play. Monkey Dory Stonks? Honestly? That's true. Wait, this actually does not seem terrible. That could be okay, right? Okay, now take all of those cards back and give us Iono. I'll trade them. Trade offer. You get all these cards back, and I get Iono. So many psychic cards? What the fuck? I mean, this guy would have guarded EX. They have to resupply. They have to resupply us with good psychic cards now. If you play the Psychic Devolution Spray, does it refresh the ability since it's a new Pokemon? It would, yeah. Wait, what is this? What is it? Could you actually? Does that work? What is it? What does the Trevenant do again? Hold up. Is it 10 more for each damage counter? You could actually cycle the Trevenants, right? Oh, this is all of your opponent's Pokemon. Is that it? That might be it, yeah. Dude. No Iono reprint. Oh, we're back, baby. Hold on, there's more. Dude, I hope this Cobalion is actually an Iono. Oh, what the fuck? Well, this Pokemon is sent from the bench to your vessel, I assume active. You can use this once. Choose any number of metal energy attached to a Pokemon on your field and attach it to this Pokemon. The fuck? This guy sucks. What about the energy, though? Loses all of its energy to escape. Oh, free retreat? So free retreat. The energy gives free retreat to metal Pokemon. Oh boy, more. Oh, Iono, one time. Come on. You don't look like Iono, but it's good enough. Come on, be Iono. Choose up to 2 basic energy cards from your trash and attach them to your Pokemon. Then your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and draws for his... No. Choose up to 2 basic energy cards from your trash and attach them to one of your Pokemon. That's actually not terrible because it goes from the discard pile. Oh, is it metal energy only? It is basic metal energy. Okay, now show us Iono. now show us Iono. Yeah, it's not a terrible card. That's actually pretty solid. It's only metal though. It's only metal energy. Would you prefer Roxanne or Iono? Iono. That's why I'm not saying reprint. That's why I'm not begging them to reprint Roxanne. I'm begging them to reprint Iono. Please, one time. Is it bench? Let me see. My translation thing says to one of your Pokemon, which is considerably better, but it might be bench only. That's a turn 1 Mega Mawile smacking for 260. Dude, how are you getting 2 energy in your discard pile on the first turn of the game? You're lying. You're not doing that. I guarantee you'll never pull that playoff chip. Ultra Ball? No, but Chip can't do it. I'm saying Chip won't be able to do it. You guys might be able to do it. Dude. No Iono? Are you kidding me? Why are they doing this to us? To me specifically. Why do they hate me, bro? Why does the Pokemon company hate me? Oh, Iono? I don't know what this says. I don't know what this says. We've seen this before, though, actually. I don't know what that means. This Iono's coming back. Scramble battle? What is a scramble battle? Does Iono will return in Avengers Doomsday? It's a new event they're having? Maybe that's where they'll reveal Iono at the scramble battle. It looks like that kid's book, Where's My Mom? But it's Where's My Iono? What did he have to do to get his mom, to find his mom? Maybe I can do that to find Iono. Crazy, it says they hate AzulGG, so we're never getting Iono back. Bro, what the fuck? I did see that, Doom. Yeah, I did see that. Pokemon is expanding. We all thought Amazon was going to take over the world, but it's actually Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon was just kind of tired of the bullshit. They were like, bro, we have so much money. We have all these, what's it called, problems. Let's just buy everything so we can make everything better. Oh, Iono battle? If anyone wins this tournament, they will reprint Iono. Oh, sick. That's a good tournament. They should run that tournament. Pretty underwhelming, to be honest. That was pretty underwhelming reveals. The supporter is pretty good, though. The one that accelerates 2 energy. It is only to battle Pokemon, so that's kind of whatever, I guess, but... Double DQ in the finals. No Iono. They should let the world champ every year reprint a card, and then we pay Riley to give us Iono. Dude, I would be down. I'd pitch in big time. Tokyo Luminous Night, celebrating 30 years. Some event going on in Tokyo. I guess I gotta go back to Japan. Dude, y'all are unlocked, bro. This is some unhinged comments. Why not just spam meddling memo? I know it's not Iono, but still possible sending good cards to the bottom. Isn't that new Butterfree card basically an Iono? Bro. Listen, just know you're wrong. We don't need to break it down, though. We don't need to break it down. Just know you're wrong, and those ideas are terrible. But we don't need to go any further. That's it. Nothing will replace Iono. Stop trying to replace Iono. Just give me Iono. You don't understand. I don't want Butterfree. I hate meddling memo. Give me Iono. We need Let Loose. Yeah, true. Bring back Let Loose. That'll be great. Dude, Let Loose would probably be disgusting. The game would be miserable if they brought back something like Let Loose. I would probably just like quit until the next format or something. I just gotta go retire. Even question thoughts on an N reprint over Iono? I mean, it doesn't really matter. If they gave us N over Iono, I wouldn't care. I think Iono is the more interesting card, so I'd prefer Iono, but they also could do something different than Iono or N. I just want a card like that to exist in the game, basically. It doesn't have to be Iono. It doesn't even have to be N. But don't give us like a Marnie or a Let Loose. Roxanne and Ace Trainer also just aren't good enough, I don't think. It could be something different, but very similar to Iono or N. But it could be a little bit different. Like, the cards just work so good in the Pokemon TCG. Just the way the Pokemon TCG works and has worked for its whole existence, basically. Except for, like, base set stuff, but that's, like, fake Pokemon. That's not real Pokemon. Besides, like, base set stuff, like, since Rocket's admin has existed, the better formats are the ones with Iono and Rocket's admin, so... We got Judge, bro. Oh, yeah, true. I forgot we have Judge. Everything will be fine. My bad. My bad. I completely forgot Judge doesn't rotate. We still have Judge. We're chilling. We don't need Iono. Archer. Oh, and we have Archer. We have Archer and Judge. Bro, that's too much hand disruption. Stop. Stop it. That's too much. We have Lucian and Lucian. Oh, and Harlequin, too. Oh, my goodness. Ban some of those cards, bro. It's too much hand disruption, bro. It's too much. Ban some. Harley Quinn. Don't forget Reset Stamp. No, I don't play Unfair Stamp. Or Unfair Stamp. Yeah, I don't play Unfair Stamp. I play Prime Catcher. I'm a Prime Catcher main, so I would never... Yeah, you're playing 06, buddy. 06 Meddling Memo. Unfair as a non-ace spec. Yo, now we're cooking. That would be sick. No one would take a knockout. We'd all just sit there and just play spread decks. Every deck would be Frostlass Monkey Dory. We'd all just sit there, Frostlass Monkey Dorying. We'd all sit there and Frillish. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, Frillish. Get the beefy lad involved. Base set Slander's out of pocket. I mean, I'm not wrong. They're saving the Iono reprint announcement for Pokemon Day for sure. Yeah, probably, right? I mean, that makes no sense. Yeah. That's right, guys. It's okay. It's fine. They will announce Iono during the Pokemon, or not Pokemon Day, Pokemon Presents. During Pokemon Presents, they will announce Iono's reprint. I believe. I have faith. Iono reprint is just, there's next Friday or whatever, whenever Pokemon Presents is. YouTube chat is not broken, no. Iono as an ace spec. I mean, we basically already have that. The leaks are getting pretty annoying, though, to be honest. What do you mean? The reveals? If they reprint Iono and Marnie? That'd be bad. They should not reprint Marnie. That card should never be printed ever again. Why is she crying? I don't know. Probably because they didn't reprint Iono. He is Iono. She's crying because yeah, no reprint. There's no Iono reprint. That's why she's crying. No Iono. Now come the tears. She's crying over the Iono and Guzma reprint miss. Guzma? Nobody wants Guzma. Get that out of here. I'm crying too. We should all be crying, to be honest. There was no Iono reprint. Gosh darn it. As well as evolved into only babbling about Iono. I mean, honestly, part of it is because I've been watching this tournament, and I've been like, the gameplay is playing out exactly how I expected with the lack of Iono in the format, and it just looks so much worse. The gameplay, it doesn't matter what Pokemon are good or what abilities and attacks, like, but like watching this tournament makes me realize that the game is going to play out exactly as I expected to play out, and the game is just going to be so much worse than a format with Iono. I don't want Guardi EX to be good forever, but I want the style of play to be emulated that you could execute with something like a Gardevoir deck in other decks in the future. And obviously, like, they're probably not done with cards like N and Iono for forever, but I think it should just be a staple in the Pokemon TCG. I just don't see a reason why it's not a staple, to be honest. It just feels like it should just be a constant staple in the game. I don't know. So I just struggle to see why it shouldn't be a staple. Like, having played through the cycle of Iono, like, the game is just better when we have an N or an Iono. Especially like after we lost N for a while, and then playing through that version of the game with no N. We had Reset Stamp. When Reset Stamp was out, that was fine. When we had Rock Sand, it was like okay, I guess, but not great. We had Marnie Spam, I guess, that was super sick. But now having re-experienced Iona or an N-like card in Iono, it's just the game is just literally always better when we have N or Iono or Reset Stamp. I guess you could say Reset Stamp, but Reset Stamp is like a really tricky card because you have to be really careful with Reset Stamp because it's an item card. But Reset Stamp can work. I think Reset Stamp did work when it was legal, actually. But that's definitely a card where you have to be a lot more careful than like an N or an Iono. So yeah. But I never really felt this way previously until now. Iono's rotated, and now I'm watching this gameplay. I'm like, man, it definitely just looks like a worse game. Which I just want the game to be better. If the game could just be better, why not just have the game be better, basically? But I'm still going to enjoy the Pokemon TCG. Like, I'm not going to quit playing the game or quit streaming or quit making content. Hopefully it's not too long, though. Hopefully it's not too long. What did N do? It was just Iono, but you shuffled your hand into your deck as opposed to putting it on the bottom. And then we had Rocket's admin before that. That did the same thing as N. Just Stamp is too broken. Well, I think when it was in the format that it was legal in, it wasn't that bad, to be honest. But I do agree, like, in general, as a card, it's not something like a professor's research that you should just reprint in any format. What did Guzma do? Guzma was boss, but you switched your bench Pokemon to the active. So it was like a do-it-all card. Do-it-all utility card. It was your mobility card, your pivot card, your get out of getting stuck in the active card, and it was your gust card at the same time. So it was just too good of a card. It did too much. It was kind of like, yeah, Guzma was Prime Catcher as a supporter. It was kind of like Field Blower. It was like the Field Blower of gust cards. And Field Blower is like the Tool Scrapper, or Field Blower is the Guzma of Tool Scrappers. It does way more than just remove tools to a obscene degree. Chaotic Swell is the Field Blower of stadiums. Chaotic Swell was also a stupid card. That was a poorly designed card. Because, like, Chaotic Swell was never, like, played. Yeah, Chaotic Swell was just, like, so stupid. I hate that card. That's one of the cards I actually hate the most. Because it's just such a dumb card. It wasn't even, like, broken or anything. It was just stupid. It's a super unfun card. You just get to, like, take away part of the game from your opponent. Wait, what did Chaotic Swell even say again? It said when your opponent played a stadium, it like automatically countered the stadium, right? Like if you had Chaotic Swell in play and you went to play a stadium, both stadiums got discarded, right? It was like a pre-counter stadium. What a dumb card. I hate that. Now that someone brought that card up, dude, I hated that. That card was so stupid. It wasn't even like super toxic or anything. It was just a really dumb card. It was a really dumb card. Chaotic Swell would be a great counter to the Floette Stadium. True. The ultimate. They're going to reprint Chaotic Swell as a counter to that stadium. What would they have to offer in a deal with Iono to make you take it? If they reprinted ADP with it, I think it's still worth it. ADP would probably be fine if they reprinted that with it. Not Broken Lugia though. Yeah, I think I would take ADP. I think Garbotoxin was a bad design. No, the card was like fine. I would take back ADP. I would accept the ADP reprint if we got Iono, but no Zacian, no Zacian, just ADP. They can't do a Zacian to us again. All right, top 32 is up next. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second. Top 32 is coming up soon. All right, chat, I'm locked in. I got my water. I got my goldfish. We're ready to go. I started playing right before Lugia rotated, and the end form of that deck was terrifying. Can't imagine full power. Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. What kind of goldfish? The basic ones. What do you think are the worst designed, most unfun, and most stupid cards ever printed? Like neutrally as cards, like not combinations. Like even ADP was only bad when it got Zacian. But like Let Loose Marshadow, Chaotic Swell, Marnie. I think Field Blower was a little silly. Parallel City, Field Blower was a little silly. Parallel City was a little silly. Chip Chip Ice Axe, maybe, yeah. Catcher when it didn't have a flip, yeah. Power Spray? No, Power Spray was essential. SP would suck without Power Spray. No Toxic Laser, yeah. Wait, Marnie's so bad? It seems similar to Judge. Yeah, but you haven't played in a format where every deck plays 4 Judge and aims to turn 1 Judge you when they go second against you. Reset Stamp? No, Reset Stamp was fine. That's what I was saying earlier. I think Reset Stamp was a fine card. But sometimes you got cheesed. Sometimes you'd go first or second and you'd burn the Reset Stamp so you could draw 1 more card with Crobat, and you'd draw off of Reset Stamp to 6. So that was kind of lame, but it wasn't that bad. It was pretty rare that happened. Reset Stamp was only terrible and expanded. I don't even remember it in expanded, to be honest. But yeah, Reset Stamp was fine. I do dab. Just put command playlist. Except when people give you prizes and then stamp you. What could even do that, though? I got pretty sick of Lost on Sableye at one point. Yeah, but it wasn't like in the Lugia format? Resource Management Guru is nuts. That card was probably too good. Lysander's Trump card was dumb because it removed a win con from the game. Yeah, Lysander's Trump card was a pretty stupid card. It was just kind of, it should just have never existed. Yeah, that was pretty bad. What's up, Couch Potato? I think Reset Stamp is an objectively broken card. It just needs to. It just found itself in a format that needed a broken card. Yeah, but that just means that they did good. What's it called, right? That's good game design then. Like Reset Stamp is, I agree. Like Reset Stamp in a vacuum in the Pokemon TCG is insanely powerful, and then probably arguably broken. But if you played in the formats where Reset Stamp was legal, you're like, oh, this is like fine. It's like a good card that some decks play, and it's not a big deal. So that's just good game design then at that point. Because what, like, it's like Broken Time Space is also another good example of that. Like Broken Time Space is objectively is maybe the most powerful card in a vacuum in the Pokemon TCG. But you play with Broken Time Space in 2010 and you're like, oh, this is a good card that Stage 2 decks play, or some Stage 2 decks play. The Broken Time Space, once again, is like a sign of really good card design. Because really broken card in a vacuum. But when you get out of the vacuum, you realize, oh, it's not legal in every format. BTS or pre-nerf candy? BTS is better. Pre-nerf candy in the formats that it was in wasn't that good. It was like fine. We say Golden Go EX was a broken card in a vacuum? No. If you put Golden Go EX in a vacuum, it dies. He crumbles under the pressure. He can't handle that. Some pretty bad design post-COVID, Sword and Shield. Like things just got absurd. Rad Greninja. Yeah, Red Ink Greninja was definitely overtuned for sure. But something with like cards like Red Ink Greninja is like when every deck can use it, it's such an easy card to use effectively as well. But yeah, I agree. Definitely overtuned. Definitely overtuned. One of the best cards of all time for sure. Overtuned. And yeah, the synergy with the other cards was obviously intentional. They went a little bit too far with Red Ink Greninja. And maybe Palkia. Well, actually, I think Palkia by itself isn't that bad. Red Ink Greninja really put it over the top. Is Fez overtuned? Pheasantipity is probably overtuned. Yeah, Pheasantipity is probably overtuned. Pheasantipity should probably have like 180 HP and only draw like 2 cards or something like that. I don't know what Fez should do, but it should do less than it does, and it would probably be fine. But putting Fez on your bench does not feel like a liability, like basically ever. It's like, oh, I put Fez on my bench, and your opponent's like, wow, I wish I could do something about that, but I guess you just win because you have infinite draw power, and I can't go out of my way to just easily remove that from play. Fuck me. Also, the fact that Cruel Arrow is actually pretty good is also probably not a good thing. Gus Fez Punch 200 Iono is such a way to play around with lower HP. Actually fix it. I mean, it's only for Pult though. Dude, what did a we need like the Twitter meme where it's like a Dragapult is talking. But I wouldn't be able to Gus the Fez and punch it for 200 and have it not die. Bro, bring up an Ogerpon. I don't know. Pult, Absol, and Guardy, give me a break. Well, Guardy wouldn't care because they can just bring it up and punch it with a Screamtail. Maybe you could leave the HP, but it definitely is like too good. The card is too good. If you don't have to, no matter what deck you play, if you really like never think twice about putting Fez in play, then it's like there's something bad about the game design. A card like Pheasantipity, the trade-off is supposed to be you're putting a liability on your bench. It's okay for some decks not to feel that way, like Raging Bolt. Like Raging Bolt already has 2 Ogerpons on its bench. Does it matter if you put a Fez in play? Probably not. But when you have a deck like Gardevoir or Dragapult being like, sure, fuck it, I'm gonna put a Fez in play, that's probably not a good thing. That's when you probably should stop and be like, okay, hold on a second. If no deck cares that they put this thing in play, then every deck is just a draw +3 deck every turn, which all of a sudden is not a good thing. There's no trade-off. You don't even care if you lose the bench space. You're like, bro, I get to draw 3 more cards. Like, who cares? Wasn't Oricorio EX just fine in that format? It was, but I think Oricorio was purely balanced because of ADP. Like, ADP, like, single-handedly, like, balanced Oricorio as a card. Probably. Well, actually, also one of the reasons the format was so fast, you'd rather just bench a Dedenne. Losing the bench space of Oricorio to not be able to Dedenne one more time per game was, like, pretty bad as well. Some decks did play Oricorio, though, so you could go, like, Oricorio, then Dedenne. Dude, what a disgusting... Dedenne GX, man. Jesus. Fuck that rat, bro. The original rat, Dedenne. The original rat was Dedenne. It's weird to me that SV was marketed as the comeback era, but almost exclusively been a super duper wombo combo era throughout. I mean, that shows like, I think it's an example of poor game design, right? Because they think they're making the game a certain way, and then it's not that way. So that means they have less of an idea of what equals what, right? They said X was going to equal X, but then X ended up equaling Y. So I would say it's like poor game design on their part. I mean, it didn't end up being that bad though. Like the game's been pretty good for a while. So even if it is like not fully what they wanted or what they expected, it's still pretty good. Nope, it does not, Jake. Rowan's a little bit behind in the stream there. I've def played this matchup. Been archered 5 times in a row and then still won. I did enjoy with Crobat B. You could evolve it into Crobat B Max to remove the liability. That was good game design. Crobat V was like the balanced version of like Dedenne and Shaman. It took them Shaman, then Dedenne, then finally Crobat to like figure it out. But they at least figured it out. And then they did give a Squawkabilly, but that's like a severely nerfed version of Dedenne. Extremely nerfed. It's always so weird looking back on format sometimes and realizing like when certain cards were legal. Like Eldegoss was legal with ADP, right? Or wait, am I trolling? Then was like legal so much after that. I hate Billy. Nah, Billy's chill. I don't have a problem with Squawkabilly. Chill lad. Like Squawkabilly is like, see, that's the thing about Squawkabilly. And that's how you can tell Squawkabilly is a better designed card than Pheasantipity. Because like I said, when you don't really think twice about putting Fez in play. You're like, oh, I get to draw +3 cards. And then maybe I can draw +3 cards next turn. But Squawkabilly is like a card you're like, if I have to put it in play to play the game, fine, I'll put it in play. But I hate putting this fucker in play. That's how you know Squawkabilly is a well-designed card. Because when you put it in play, you find yourself losing games that you otherwise wouldn't have if you could have avoided putting Squawkabilly in play. Because there's a trade-off happening. You get to play the game at a more powerful rate because you discard your hand, draw 6 new cards. But you know that it is a liability and a risk. Talking about card design, card balance, not design. Who cares? Same difference. Whereas something like Fez, you just don't give a fuck. You're just like, all right, get another one. Let's put 2 in play, 3 of them. I want more Fez. Get the whole squad in play. You ever like having to bench that fish? Exactly. What was more broken, Dedenne or Squawk? What? Don't ask that question ever again. Wait, do you even know what Dedenne does? I would not reprint Fez in its current form. Using that logic, it almost seems like Sadek would be more interesting if it, instead of turning off KO abilities and made them give more prize cards when they use the ability. Nah, because then Dusknoir would still be too good. You should use your first Dusknoir to KO the duck, then use your second Dusknoir to win the game. If you could use as many Fez as you played on the bench, how many are you benching? Bro, I have 4 Fez on my bench every single game. Every deck I play is an Area 0 deck at that point. We're Fezzing it up. Is it time to get all worked about how they shuffle in Japan? Or do we already do that? Oh, I don't care how the Japanese players shuffle. That's a chat and a chip thing. Well, chip's just trolling, but they shuffle how they shuffle. It goes by the rules. That's all that matters. They're following the rules. The rules over there are different. This is top 32. Chip is pissed. Dawn and Kangaskhan? And what is that playing? The Dawn is throwing me off right here. Because I would have said Raging Bolt. But there's a Dawn. Oh, maybe? Terrapult with Kang? Sure, yeah. See it. Alright, chat, here we go. Prediction is up. We've got on the left, Lucario. On the right, something with Kangaskhan and Dawn. I don't know. Opening Dusknoir, maybe? Hey, this is a Dragon Ball deck with Kangaskhan. Pokepad. Gonna start those lunar cycles. I think we were short a card right there as well. He's playing Watchtower. Oh, he's playing Dark Energy as well. Oh, is this? No, it's Unfair Stamp. It's what? Tank Lucario? I expected the Hero's Cape. So it's like Monkey Dory Lucario. Interesting. Versus Dragapult. There we go. There's an energy. Double Riolu in hand as well. We're going to be also an Ultra Ball. We're going to be pretty, well, maybe not that well set up. We don't have a draw supporter in hand. We'll see how this lunar cycle goes. It is also only 25 minutes for top cut here, so urgency is necessary. We need to see some urgency. There's the cycle. Crispin, energy. Fighting Gong. I mean, that's an okay draw. Another energy out of the deck. Apparently the reason for the 35-minute Swiss was because you have to like get to your table. So like once you pair against someone, your 35 minutes begins then. So day one, because of the dynamic pairing or async Swiss, they had 35 minutes. But day two for Swiss, they only had 25 minutes. And now into Top Cut, they also only have 25 minutes. All right, there's the pass. So no Ultra Ball played, of course. So Badoo could still be okay here. A lot of energy in the hand. It's four or five energy in the hand, actually. It's gonna be Ultra Ball for, I assume, Meowth here. I think the hand is dead. Let's see, though. I think I saw an Area 0 there. But it's not a Terra build. Maybe it has a broken sleeve, I guess. Oh, with 2 Kang. Was there 2 Kang? They had an upside down card. Wait, why do they need to get a Judge involved for an upside down card? Or is the card upside down in the sleeve? No Iono or best of 1 for all majors? I'll take no Iono, I think, at that point, to be honest. They can keep the Iono. No Iono or free ice cream for everyone but you. Free ice cream for everyone but me. What the heck? Can't believe you want Marnie back. I mean, hey. 2 Latias as well? I mean, I guess if you're going to play double Kangaskhan, you probably should play 2 Latias. Such a weird build. Really valuing the draw power. Fez is not enough. Fez and Dracloak's not enough. We need more. What is that, dude? I love that. The meme. This is the kind of greed they talked about in the Bible. Is Dracloak and Fez not enough for you? You need the Kangaskhan +2 as well? And 2 Meows. I mean, you gotta have 2 Meows. You got Area 0. Got plenty of room for the cats. Okay, into the cat. Gonna be for a Lily, I assume. Ooh, going for the Brox. What are we getting here? Latias plus... I mean, you don't want to put Kangaskhan in the active, right? Do plus Dreepy. But how is that not insane? Doesn't our hand suck? Isn't this insanely weak? Maybe the hand's better than I think it is. He has 3 energy and a Pokepad. We're gonna live off a Dracloak? We're going for the Latias Badoo? Dude, what? Is getting Lily there really not just better? Oh, maybe there. I think there might be a Lily in hand. Or was that the Pokepad? Ooh. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Hold up. That's kind of cool. The Latias load up. I mean, it makes sense, right? Wait, hold on. Okay, hold up. Hang on. He was maybe cooking the whole time. I apologize for my for disrespecting. I didn't even think about that. All right, good catch on the Pokepad. Plenty of Lucarios in the hand. We got the Crispin as well. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with your game. He's on another level. The Latias buildup. That's crazy. Okay, Riolu's getting set up here. There is Lucario. There's another Lucario. I mean, that Latios is fiending to get in there now. Small-scale Latios would be pretty good here. Oh, I guess we're an energy away from that being a reality, though. It is Dark Energy, yeah. No Hariyama. Monkey Dory and Dark Energy. Plus Lucario. Second Soul Rock bench. Interesting. All right, into the Pokepad. We are still living off the Dracloak here, unless our top deck was good, though. We need something here. Ideally, another Bidoof to continue to slow the game down. Still want more Dreepies, obviously. Here we go. Oh. Oh. Dude, he still has part of his deck. Dude. I've never seen that one before. That's a first. His opponent shuffling the top half of his deck. And then he goes to draw from his deck that isn't containing his whole deck. I assume it just has to all be shuffled again, but it won't be a penalty. It won't be a penalty. It probably just needs to shuffle it all again or something. Yeah, here's like a cut. We should be good. That is funny, though. So I throw my cup 1-4. 1-4. We talked about this, Fu. Top cut. All right, you gotta pass this time. You gotta top cut the next one, though. Hopefully this I don't think this should be a penalty. If they weren't in Japan, it would be. But in Japan, they're a lot more lenient with these kind of things. So it'll probably just be a warning. Unless he has like a lot of built-up warnings, then maybe it could be a penalty. But my assumption will be this won't be a penalty. Get a warning, continue. But if this was like if this wasn't in Japan, if this was like a TPCI event, I'm pretty sure it would be a double prize penalty. All right, into Dracloak. There's a Lily. Okay. Love to see it. Who would get the penalty? The player who drew before the deck was put back into place. Well, why are we not... I guess we can still crisp into the Latios. So maybe attaching to Dracloak makes the most sense. I thought we were going to attach to the Latios there, though. But I guess it's like a half measure. We're not all in on one way or another. Sure. I don't hate it. Oh, okay. We got a Dreepy. Okay. And we could Pokepad. Ooh, we got the Crispin to work with as well next turn. We could go get a Bidoof. Getting another Dreepy feels kind of weird. Oh, is eyeing up the... Oh, maybe we just grab Monkey Dory and push a Monkey Dory. I could see that being the play for sure. Trying to force a Premium Power Pro for the knockout. Also, this Lucario build is playing on Fair Stamp. They don't have Maximum Belt. So getting through Dragapult is going to be a lot harder. I think he draws energy. I mean, at this point, I'm starting to think his deck is only energy. Because he drew all of his energy. He opened up with all of his energy. And then he somehow drew into all of his energy. So I think his Crispin will be fine. I think his deck is just all energy. No, yeah, he might actually whiff it here. One Psychic in deck? Jeez. You see it judged here. Alright, there's the pass with the Monkey Dory in the active. 2 Premium Power Pros in the hand. Starting with the Pokepad here. Looks like we're going to see a Monkey Dory get set up. The red marker indicates who went... second. And if time has expired, that player has to be the last turn in the game after time is called. All right, Monkey Dory's involved. Oh, I guess we can use one Premium Power Pro here to get the KO. This is an interesting build of Lucario for sure. I'm going to a cup tomorrow with my friend. Who is going to win, me or him? Neither of you. Do we split the energy? We probably split, right? We go like 1 and 1 on the Lucarios. Or they have like a reason to put down 2. I guess with 1 Premium Power Pro plus we're going to move 1 damage over. Ended up moving both, which is still probably fine. Oh, I guess that is like a thing though. We do have Monkey Dory in this list. So we do play only, we don't play the maximum belt, but like Monkey Dory will help make up for that for sure. Why is Alakazam not tier 1 post rotation? If we lose Iona, will people start to run Hand Trimmer? Alakazam basically will never be a tier 1 deck. It could be a tier 1 play for like a certain tournament. Dude, did we just find our last energy in our deck off this track, Loke? Yeah, Alakazam will never be a tier 1 deck because it's too easy to tech for. But it could be a good call for a certain tournament. But the deck's like not neutrally that strong anyways. The deck's like fine. So the deck might be like overall like a tier 2 or tier 3 deck at best. And then for certain metagames would be a tier 1 play. All right, second cat on the board. What tech do you play? More Mist Energy? I mean, there's like a million things you could play to tech against Alakazam. Mist Energy is one of them. We forgot the Lily. I mean, I guess we can attack with Dragapult this turn. But we just put the Psychic Energy on the bottom of the deck, so that would mean we have to have a Psychic Energy in our hand. And like I feel like we have to start swinging sooner than later. We can't wait. Oh, I mean, I guess we're waiting. Never mind. So we're just gonna sack. We're just gonna try and find Badoo off Lily and Badoo again for a turn or something. This feels just like so insanely weak. Meowth is weak to fighting. Yeah, this just feels so weak. I guess we could retreat to another Monkey Dory. That could be the play as well here. No Monkey Dory to retreat to. Is that an energy switch or an energy search? Energy switch, okay. Second Latias. Are we gonna run to second Latias here? That still feels so babe. What am I trying to say? That feels so bad. Brave. I think I read Mega Brave in chat and said bad at the same time. Dude, it's not even that late. How am I already like losing? I guess it is 11 actually. I take it back. I thought it was like 9. It's a little late. It's a little late. Who wins, Golden Go or Pult? I don't know. Play the match. Just find out. Sometimes Golden Go will win. Sometimes Pult will win. So play a game of Golden Go versus Pult and then report back which one won. You can't see Latios as well. They do play Area 0, so they do have bench space. Chien Pao in hand. You're probably saving the Chien Pao to bump all your cats. So you want to like find Area 0, go wide, play Chien Pao, bump the cats, remove all the liabilities. All right. The hand is still dead here on the Lucario side. They actually don't even have a second fighting energy in hand. Gonna take another KO on the Dreepy. Go down to 3 prize cards remaining. The Dragapult player has a lot of work to do to win this game. Lucario just goated? Pretty much, yeah. Double Nitrate are prized. One way I could see this game playing out is if we have like Latios boss KO Lucario, and then the second Lucario KOs the Latios, you could respond with Clefairy Crispin and win. But we'd maybe need one of those Nitrators off the prize cards to make that work. Oh, we're setting up the Clefairy now. Okay. Oh, this Clefairy is going. Oh, we could E-switch off the Dragapult to the Clefairy. And then just be a Psychic away from winning with Latios, actually. We don't even attack with Dragapult. Do we have boss? Oh, man. Now, this is awkward on the Lucario side. It's working, though. We're just Latios gaming. Oh, and we got the Nitro off the prize cards. Okay, the Lucario player does play Unfair Stamp, so we could see Unfair Knockout with the first attack and then try and win the game on the next turn. But their hand is currently dead, I think. Like, I don't know what else you do here. You don't have a way to draw a prize card. There's no 3 prizes in play. You could 2-hit KO. Like, punching with Soul Rock's not very good, right? Or I guess you could 2-hit KO the active with Soul Rock, right? You could punch for 70, and then punch for 130, and then Lucario boss win. So I guess that actually is a line here. You could go Soul Rock, Lucario, and hope there's no boss found in that time. Which is no draw. There is no draw power on the other side of the field. So if they don't have boss in hand right now, it might work. Yeah, then as the Dragapult player, you'd have to... I wouldn't play the Premium Power Pros yet, though, I don't think. Maybe you do just play them, actually. Because if you get, like, judged, you just want to have to find less, right? Maybe you play them. But we're not done yet. Going in with an Ultra Ball, continue to thin out the deck. No Fez? I think most Lucarios don't play Fez. I'm pretty sure. It's not very common in Lucario. Psychic Mon's too strong. Oh, wait, we're taking the KO with the Lucario? So we just lose to a basic Psychic here? Okay, I don't like this line. I think they should have gone for the... double Soul Rock attack. Even though they didn't guaranteed have even a fighting energy. Like, you're going to top deck something, right? But yeah, there it is. Nitrate attach, or was it attached from hand? I don't know. Dude, the Clefairy Latios lineup. Bro, things looked so bad for them in the early game. Things looked so bad. Psychic weakness prevails. Yeah. Just the, I mean, I guess did the Lucario player even play a supporter the whole game? I don't know if the Lucario player ever played a supporter. Pretty sure they didn't. The other line the Lucario player could have done would be to never evolve to the Megas as well. Evolving to the Megas might have also been a misplay, to be honest. So, that might have been a mistake. When Dragapult joins army with his previous enemy. Yeah, Clefairy and Dragapult, the unlikely duo. A lot of Lucarios run cape for basically what just happened right there. Yeah, I'm surprised that that's not a cape build, to be honest. I mean, they didn't find their unfair stamp either, so they just didn't have anything. But I'm surprised that with like Monkey Dory and stuff, that it's not a build built around cape, and it's built around or their ace spec is the unfair stamp. Definitely interesting. The energy switch honestly seems really, really good in Dragapult. Like the one of energy switch. We've already seen like a lot of games from Dragapults. Like there we saw it get utilized. But we've seen other games from Dragapults where it's like it could be good if they find it or if they play it. Kind of seems like a good inclusion for the, because your energy is so like you're just like so much less. You don't win the game faster because you don't have Dust Snore, so games are longer. Just like the flexibility of it, I guess. Oh, the interview. I was wondering where we were cutting to. Payout? Oh, true. Feels like Grim and Zora are hard matchups without Duskline. Grim, I'm not sure because you have like a lot of people are playing like double Monkey Dory. I also just don't know how good Grim is as well. Yeah, I have no idea how good Grim is. That'd be like one thing for sure. Because like Grim probably has a bad Lucario matchup, right? It seems kind of bad to have a bad Lucario matchup. Okay, weakness really is a shame for Lucario. There's really nothing you can splash in the deck to offset the weakness. I don't think so, no. No, I don't think so. I mean, the plan is to stay up till the finals. We'll see. If I get too tired, I guess I'll have to go to bed. But, yeah, the plan is to stay up until the to watch the whole tournament. It's only 11 right now, so yeah, it's only 11 right now. We're done with top 32, so it's just top 16, top 8, top 4 finals. 4 more rounds, but they usually show like multiple matches per round. So we'll see. If I get really, really tired, I'll maybe tap out, but I should be able to stay up the whole time. Around like 3 a.m. or something like that. Anything surprised me so far? Not really, no. Nothing, there hasn't been anything really that crazy. How were the card reveals? Pretty underwhelming. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. We don't need like the next Guardy EX. We don't need the next Guardy EX or anything like that. So they seem to be like on par for like what else has been printed recently. So like the power level or the nothing's power creeping out of control, I guess. Do people want a Guardy reprint? Nah. Do we have more reveals? No, the reveals are done for the day. Starbox Meganium was wild. That was an interesting deck, yeah. But it's like, it didn't seem like that great. The Arbor Leva deck was interesting, though. The one without the Terra stuff, to be honest. That one was more interesting. The Owl feels like it's just like kind of clutters the deck. But maybe it's worth it. There's more rounds. They're playing all the way to the end of the tournament here. We're currently in top 32. The YouTube channel is PokeCach. What about Rockets T-Tar with Lucario? Don't say that. Don't bring that up. Ever again. I actually don't even know what the card does. But if I don't know what it does, it's probably terrible. All right, here we go. Round 32. Another top 32 match. We've got Badoo. Hang on, we do another prediction for this one. All right, predictions up. We've got Badoo versus Monkey Dory. A showdown of two of the greats. No, it is Dragapult. Dude, how many Dragapults are in top cut? What do you think, Chad? How many Dragapults do you think are in top cut right now, in top 32? What if it's like 16? 13? At least 10? So much Pult. Yeah, not round 32, top 32. All right, over to the other side. Oh, we have our first Pult Mirror, though. I'm sure many Pult Mirrors have happened in the tournament, but first Pult Mirror for us to watch on the stream. This has to be so much about setting up Monkey Doors and finding Crispins, right? The mirror match has to be almost like, yeah, like that's got to be the most important thing. I don't love the Pult Mirrors. Deck building creativity really is dead, huh? No, not really. People just like playing good decks. No one wants to roll up with Mega Electros and go 0-4 or 0-3 drop. People would much rather play a good deck like Dragapult, even if it's similar to what other people are playing. But hey, listen. No one is stopping anyone from going and playing Mega Electros and going 0-3 drop. Electros or Dragonite, though? Well, I mean, yeah, obviously that deck is broken, but... The Electros Dragonite deck is actually pretty sick, though, so... Don't sleep on that one. We did have to waste our energy for turn to get into the Badoo, but it probably is worth it here. And then into the Ichipon on the other side, we have... Double Dracloak into the Lily. Oh, dude, it's so gross, bro. Just like Buddy Poffin turn 1, double Dracloak Lily turn 2. We don't whiff. This could actually be a takeover game. Like we could just have turn 3 Dragapult boss. Oh, there's the Dragapult. There's a Dreepy. There's a Dracloak. There's a Dark Energy. Can we get a Monkey Dory? Or a Psychic Energy? Yep. Okay, there's the Psychic Energy. Dude, come on, man. Wait, what was the other card they could choose from, though? All right, Dracloak number 2. Jamming Tower. Not very good. So the other card must have been pretty bad as well. Creeps in play, basic Psychic, and then Itchy Pollen. I don't know if we have a boss yet, but yeah, boss KO, the energy off the bench is probably pretty good here. Especially if we can get a Monkey Dory established as well. Oh no, is it one? Okay, we got Lily. Hold up. Pult player number 2 responds with Dracloak Lily. It's about to get crazy in here, folks. Wait, did they already use their Dracloak? I feel like they tapped it and untapped it. Okay, they did use it, yeah. Did they use it again? No, they're drawing off Lily still. Okay. Can't play the items, of course, but did draw into multiple Ultra Ball. Has any Pult player used the new Rosa yet? Oh, no Dracloaks? I thought I saw one in the hand. Ooh, okay. Boss KO here is huge if they have it. Dracloak number 1. There's the boss. Dude, literally, what the fuck? This game's already over, right? Unless they play Candy. But the other player would need like Candy, Pult, Crispin to like have a chance to come back in this. Oh, that was a Dusknoir. They actually played Dusknoir. What the heck, man? They're drawing the nuts. Risky Ruins or Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball to find Monkey Dory next turn wouldn't be bad. Goes for the Risky Ruins. I just don't see a world where you don't swing here. Just the Evolve. Unfortunately, we only have a Dark Energy. We'd like to attach for turn somewhere. I mean, I think you just boss KO Dracula. Yeah, okay, there it is. I was like, they were thinking about it, so I was like, are they not going to do it? Honestly, I would maybe even KO the Badoo here, just so you don't get it, like unfair stamp Itchy Pollen or something like that. Like, make it harder to get like Itchy Pollen in the whole process. I wouldn't hate to see KO Badoo, but setting up 3 on each Dracloak is also really, really good. So going 3 Dracloak, 3 Dracloak, or 3 Droopy, 3 Droopy. So that way you can KO a Dracloak. Oh, they are going for the Badoo KO though. Oh, I hope. Oh, they just dump 6 there? Oh, they just like burned the damage. I don't know if I like that, to be honest. I kind of like 3s on Dreeps. I guess if you're going to KO the Badoo, I don't hate the damage burn. I mean, but like investing your attachment for turn onto the Monkey Dory is so weak this turn, right? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I kind of like the 3s on the Dreeps. Why not 10 on each? Because they're going to become Dracloaks, and then that's just damage for them to utilize with Monkey Dory later, for most likely. But you have 2 damage on your Badoo, so actually, no, what you said makes sense. No, you're right, because we can get Monkey Dory next turn, move damage off our Badoo, and if there's just 10 on one of the Dreepies, we get to KO it next turn. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I think it was, definitely a mistake, right? I actually like that line. Put the 10s. Do 10s at least, right? You can burn some on the Badoo, but at least put the 10s on the Dracloak. Or Dreepies, excuse me. So that way you can go use your own Badoo, use the damage on your Badoo, plus Monkey Dory, get the KO. Although, I guess that does let... But see, now the Crispin did happen, so we can... If we had damage on the side of the field, then we get to move it over to the other side of the field and KO the Badoo. But it's going to be hard to, like, stop that for forever, I feel like. Oh, we're going with the Mind Bend here. Okay. Oh, I guess that could have been the response, right? The response could have been Clefairy KO, actually. So it is possible that this Dragapult could have got KO'd this turn. From, like, Clefairy, Latias, Crispin. Basically, every Dragapult player plays Clefairy. I wonder if they actually had the play and just didn't do it. I see an Ultra Ball in their hand, and I think I saw the Clefairy. Wait, they had the play. Unless they prize Latias. Oh my... They actually had the play if they just used Dracloak first. Well, maybe had it if they used Dracloak first. That would have been huge. That would have been a huge swing. But this free turn is like massive to maintain tempo. On the Dragapult side here, you could actually also just run to your own Badoo for a turn and like Itchy Pollen and like reset, and that'd be fine. Maybe that's not that good, because then you'd get the Monkey Dory moves the damage over. What is the Clefairy 4 in Pult? Pult and Lucario. It's a mirror tech and it's good against Lucario. Latias was surprised because he went to grab with the Brock to start. Oh, did he? Okay. Maybe the play wasn't available then. I guess that's what also KOing the Badoo does, to be honest. Removes the pivot, which allows you to get into the Clefairy. Okay, so KOing the Badoo did make a lot of sense then, I guess. And then I guess, yeah, if they went to go get it with Brox and didn't get it, then I guess it is prize, right? All right, just going to go for the Mind Bend. It does get to do 120 because there's a Clefairy on the bench, and we are confused. Honestly, a Switch looks really good here. I doubt they play Switch, but if they do, that's pretty good. Monkey Dory Dark plus Switch. Crispin plus Switch. Oh, wait, is that a Kieran in the hand? Bruh. They might have a Kieran in their hand. Dude, they literally just draw everything. They haven't whiffed yet. Like, geez. They literally have not whiffed. And they're cooking. They have Monkey Dory, Dark Kieran, so they could KO the active KO with Drakloak. What are they using here? Poffin? They are playing the Dusknoir, yeah. Not done yet. Thinking about playing an Ultra Ball as well. Maybe gonna thin out a card to Ultra Ball away here. Developing another Dreepy this turn doesn't seem bad. Noctowl? Do they have like Area Zero and stuff in this build? The cat? The Crispin. Okay, so we're just gonna retreat to a fresh Dragapult. Okay. Sure. Yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah, this also works. This is not like a bad play either. I still don't know if that was a Kieran or not, though. I think it is, though. I think it is. It looked like it. We're not flipping out here, right? Oh, hey, we're going back. Just when you think he's done, he goes back in. Oh, wait, did he just misattach to Dark Energy? What is that? Wait, he had a Psychic, right? Oh, bro, that is not... Wait, what are we doing now? Itchy Pollen? Bro, that's the wrong energy type. Oh, no. Does he know? Oh, he knows. You could tell on his face instantly when he did that. Dude, that is a oh, no. Okay, hold up. I don't... It still looks pretty bad. But there's definitely a line here. It's definitely winnable for sure. It doesn't look great though still. It still looks good for the player on the right. But the comeback potential is there, definitely. You have a recommended garden? What does that even mean? Bro drawing so good he needed to nerf himself? Yeah, that's the balance coming into play right here. This is top 32. That was an insane throw. They can Monkey Dory to KO the Badoo. And now the question is, as the Dragapult player... Oh, you shouldn't have pushed Dragapults? Yeah, we already saw the energy attachment for turn happen. Honestly, that's a bad sequence there. That's a bad sequence from the Dragapult player with the Clefairy on their bench, because they should have the first thing they should have done for the turn was Monkey Dory to the Badoo, and then make the opponent have to guess what they can play into on that turn. That's actually a pretty huge throw. Because right now, after you see the fire on the Drakloak, it's always just like, okay, push Dragapult. But otherwise, you have to like stop and think and make a judgment call there. Maybe it's not that hard to make the judgment call, but you still have to like be a little bit harder than just sending this thing up. But now it's an easy send up. Why is Paul confused? Because of Mind Bend, Monkey Dory Mind Bend. Okay, there's our Psychic Energy. We can also play Unfair Stamp this turn if we want. Ooh, Dusclops is... No, Dusclops is probably pretty good here, right? KO active, KO bench, Drakloak. Isn't there a line where you can take 3? If you have boss, yeah, you could take 3. But I don't think you want to be honest. I think you probably want to go KO the act. You just want to remove all the energy from play. If you draw 3, you leave an energy in play to be E-switched. And that seems a little bit scary, maybe? I kind of just like KO active, KO Dracoloak here. What's the point of hand shuffling? What's the benefit? There's no benefit. It just keeps you like... it just keeps you engaged. Alright, there we go. Just distraction. Yeah, basically. And I'll fix my camera 1 second. Stimming is how they get their fix. Yeah, she hit the hand shuffles. Oh yeah, they didn't take the Klops prize. Oh geez, yeah. I wonder if they're gonna catch that. He took Klops prize. Did it take it? He did take it. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, he did take it. Yeah, my bad. Actually, no, it's not my bad. I was listening to chat. I gotta stop listening to chat. Yeah, I know the camera died. I know. All right, hard to treat plus knockout plus Fez plus Dracoloak. Man. Two prize cards left. Push Dracoloak. I see there's a Dragapult in hand. They need like they to have a chance here. They like need Crispin. Even then, they're probably in a disadvantageous spot. If they have Crispin Dragapult, though, they can go KO active plus KO Duskull. Oh, into the own dude. We keep seeing unfair stamp into unfair stamp. Okay, let's think about this. 4 prize cards. 120. I mean, Crispin Punch seems like the best play. Yeah, Crispin Punch seems like the best play, I think. Could there be a line where you like bring up the Dracoloak and headbutt it? Jet headbutt it? Why did he retreat to Dusclops then pop? It's like the same thing, right? Halucha did rotate, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they definitely don't have what they were looking for. If they had an idea of what they wanted, they would have just snapped done it. So they're coming up with like some secondary line. Gotta come up with what is the best option out of the cards available. Boss the cat, okay. And pass. All right. To win this turn, we need... Oh, okay. I would say we need boss energy into the Lily. I mean, retreat punch is probably good enough to win the game. If we just get retreat punch, we're probably just going to win on the following turn. I think I saw, yeah, multiple energy in hand. Not going to win this turn, but it should be basically good enough. Pokepad, we can develop the... Oh, do we have Candy? Oh, Candy, Nor, Attach, Retreat. And we play Candy, bro. Is it a 2-1-2 Dusknoir line, or is it a 1-1-1? And then there we go. Punch for the dub. 2 cats as well? So many cats. That is the dub. Polt beats Polt every time. All right, well that was the second top 32 match. So next is top 16. All these Polts run like 3 candies. Oh, some of these Polts. Yeah, some of them are pretty heavy candy. Some of them definitely less so. Top cut is best of one, yeah. It is best of one. The dark energy attachment made things interesting, though, for sure. Definitely made things interesting. I think the game would have been definitely a little bit more of a steamroll without that, but yeah, kept things interesting. 4 more rounds of Pult action. Yeah, 4 more Pult mirrors till we find out who wins the tournament. Finals at least best of 3? Nope. The whole tournament is best of 1. New trainer helps our Chaladon? I can't see how. Our Chaladon's ability already does what the supporter does. I can't see it actually being very... Okay, yeah, I can't see it being relevant like at all, basically. It's good with other metal Pokemon that don't have energy acceleration, but for our Chaladon already does that, so I think our Chaladon's chilling. You think Pult or Pult will win? I'm gonna give the edge to Pult in this one, but it's close. It's definitely close. Hopzation. Yeah, like Hopzation could utilize it for sure. It's insane how at least not at least cut or even finals are best out of 3. Definitely an interesting choice. Definitely a choice. It's a choice of all time for sure. They did definitely actively choose to not have finals be best out of 3. Check on Rahul, he's going through it. Yeah, I saw his tweet. That's rough. Definitely rough. They made a decision. Yep, definitely made a decision. Have they always been best of 1? As far back as I can remember, yeah. It's just the Japan Championships, day 2 of the Japan Championships is best 2 out of 3. But every other match played in Japan is best of 1. Even day 1 of the Japan Championships is best of 1. What do you get if you win a Champions League? The trophy, and that's it. Trophy. Well, you get your Worlds Invite as well, but all of top 4 gets their Worlds Invite. But it's just the trophy. Feel bad for everybody. Honestly, needs to get off Twitter and head to Family Mart for the new cheesy Famachiki. What is it? Cheesy Famachiki? Top 4 gets an invite to every Champions League next season too. Oh, really? That's actually a pretty big deal as well. Yeah, top 4. Top 4 is where things like are like that's where the big deal happens when you get top 4 because you get your Worlds Invite. There's no prize money, Doom. No prize money. Free entry fee. No prize money. Top 4 gets the invite. Other placement. Other placement locks up invites to other tournaments. Like if you get, like if Rahul had won his, or if Rahul had correctly submitted his last round result. Like if you get 12 wins, you get invited to the Japan Championships, stuff like that. And prize cards aren't there? There might be. I'm not sure actually, off the top of my head. You need to qualify for Champions Leagues? No, but you get a guaranteed spot. So the tournament is like a lottery entry, but you don't have to enter the lottery if you get it guaranteed. Top 32 gets an invite to the next Champions League and special events, special sleeves. It's more than top 32 gets invited to the next Champions League. It's like if you get 10 wins. If you get 10 wins, you get invited to the next Champions League, I'm pretty sure. The tournament is free entry, yeah. Yeah, you don't need to qualify for Champions Leagues, but you'd prefer to qualify so you don't have to go into the lottery. We're going back to Japan anytime soon? No current plans. I'm going to try and enter the lottery for the Champions Leagues, but besides that. Is 12 wins auto invites to Champions League? No, I'm pretty sure it's 12 wins is the Japan Championships. 10 wins is Champions League, I believe. What deck would you take to the Champions League? I don't know. I don't know what format they would be in. If you win on West Pokemon Tournament, do they instantly transfer the money? No, it takes a little while. It doesn't take that long though. Like a month or so. Favorite match so far? We've had a couple good ones. The one before the Honchkrow mirror? What was the matchup before the Honchkrow mirror? I forget what it was, but that one was pretty good if I remember correctly. Oh, hey, let me pay out this prediction real fast. Who won again? The player on the right. Oh no! I almost paid out the wrong prediction. Do we know the percentage of people who successfully enter the lottery? I don't know that number. I've heard in the past, like when there was like 5K big tournaments, it was like 10K entered, 5K made or something like that. What deck are you gonna take to the Champions League in 2067? I mean, Mega Ultra Super Charizard DX, obviously. Duh. Why would you even ask that question? Kind of disrespectful that you asked me that question. The Dark Slop versus Grass Slop match was fun. The slop down, slop off. All right, I'm gonna fill my water bottle again. I'll be right back. Top 16 coming up soon. All right, chat, I'm back. Beat the ad this time. It's the year 2045. Paul just won another Champions League. Common Energy episode 2067 just dropped, and Azul still hates the deck, but favors The new Squirtle box that just leaked from Japan Meta. Chip leads against that flavor text. 1,500 to 14. Dude, what the heck? That's still only the lead that Chip has by 21 points? Dude, that would be pretty pathetic, to be honest. 1,500 to 1,481. Honestly, the fact that Chip... Dude, it's crazy. Like, some of the ways that Chip gets to guessing a flavor text, like, in comparison to how I guess a flavor text. It's pretty crazy. And then, yeah, he, like, has, like, this whole, like, oh, this background lore about this Pokemon or this thing in this video game in this show this one time. Is how he gets to them sometimes. And then mine is just, like, I think I've heard about the Pokemon before. So how do I lock in? By not being unlocked. Usually. Wait, what is this? Is this the Koraidon Miraidon reveal? It's like the EX reveal? My playlist is just command playlist. It's just that playlist. Chip really lives this shit? Yeah, I guess. Chip is locked? Yeah, he's locked. All of us are screaming Chip's logic at your screen every time you're trying to guess. Yeah, but somehow, that's what I'm saying. Somehow I'm beating Chip by 1 point still. If you win a City League, would you take Venmo or Cash App for your prize money? You win prize money at City Leagues? Probably Venmo, I guess. It's such a weird question. What is it? Where did this question come from? Oh, is this like just showing the evolutions of EXs, like where they were and where they are now? So I need a pick at LA Regionals, no glaze. I might not go to LA. We'll see. Yo, so green app or blue app for money, bro? What are you talking about? Like, oh, the Cash App versus what's it called thing? I was prize money taxed. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. Yo, so that Phillip card is clearly a buff to Hopzation, right? I mean, yeah. Doesn't necessarily make the deck good, though. But basically, whenever there's a card that you would consider playing in a deck, it's automatically a buff to a card. Did you see the Hopzation plus Arch deck that won City League? No. Yo, appreciate the 10 gifted there. Polaroid Dreams. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Welcome all to the Rat Pack. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Any decks so far that outstand others? I mean, Dragapult, I guess. What EU regionals are you considering going to? Command in the title. Command in the title will tell you which major I currently plan to attend. The answer is 0 for EU. No European regionals this year. Maybe next year. I do want to try and win another European regional for sure. Next year, I'm going to definitely try and do EUIC, I guess. And then maybe a European regional. Not sure about the European regionals. I'll definitely do EUIC next season, though. Well, I don't know. If it's like a weird, terrible format, maybe not. Yeah, if EUIC is just like a weird, terrible format, then I might just not go, to be honest. But I'll probably try and go to something in Europe next year if I don't do EUIC. EUIC would be the top of the list to go to, though. They did not reprint Iono yet tonight, no. Unlucky. The night's not over, though. The night is not over. They could still reprint it. If you don't have your Worlds Invite before NIC, will you try some cups and challenges? No. No. So I want you to win a world because I feel it's the only thing left you have to accomplish, and I'm a fan of yours. Appreciate it, Johnny. I haven't given up on trying to win worlds, but there's just a lot to do in the Pokemon scene, to be honest. Well, for me, I guess, like as like a content creator, I like streaming. I like being. I mean, my YouTube videos are basically just like from my stream, obviously. I like creating content. I like competing at events. I like casting events. Having casted my first event this season now. I don't know. I just like doing all of it. I don't really have like a... It's not that I want to compete less or I've lost my drive or passion to want to compete. It's just that like I want to do all the things. And I've done more competing than I've done non-competing. So it definitely intrigues me more to do non-competing compared to competing. But yeah. Could you please cast EYC instead of playing there? I mean, if they invited me to do it, I'd consider it for sure. Yeah, I don't really have like a... I wouldn't say I've lost my drive or passion to want to compete. It's just like I'm just doing it all to an extent. If you only choose one, which one will it be? Between competing or content? I mean, probably content at that point. What plans have you got non-competing wise? Would love to see another cup stream. I mean, I don't really have that many plans. I do plan on doing more cup streams in the future. It didn't really line up this quarter, so I didn't end up doing a cup stream this quarter. But next quarter should be doing the cup streams moving forward for the future quarters. But besides that, I don't have like anything like lined up. I want to do like more of the kind of invitational type stuff that I've done, like the show match type stuff, of course, when it comes up. But that just comes up when it happens. I'm probably gonna try and do like a big rotation tournament actually when rotation hits. I want to do like a big rotation invitational. So I need to like find someone to run the tournament for me, but I'm gonna run like an open qualifier and then an invitational after that. Online, not in person. In person would be way too expensive. I can't afford to do it in person. That'd be insane. Azul lost the will to compete at the same time we lost Iono. True, actually facts. What other top players would you want to see casting at regional? I don't know. Ones that want to cast. Because then they're gonna cast better if it's something they want to do. The ones that want to cast more than the other ones. Would you take what would you take blind to a locals, do you think? Just whatever good deck I want to play that day. And the answer is just any good deck. It just doesn't matter. Just pick a good deck you like playing and bring it to the local tournament. How do you feel about United Wings post-rotation? Gotta be good, right? Alright, here we go. Top 16. Casters nowadays still paid in products? No. You think they'll bring expanded prize packs to the West? I could see it. Yeah, that wouldn't be like, even if we don't play it at major tournaments, I could see them still bringing it over here at some point for sure. Wasn't doing retro format content. It doesn't really intrigue me. There's too much going on with the standard format at all times to worry about, like, for me to like think about retro stuff. There's never enough downtime for me to like want to care about retro. I don't dislike retro stuff, but it's just like, yeah, there's always too much stuff going on in standard to think about it. You think one day they'll line up English metas with Japan's? Who knows? They could not. Who knows? What will be your go-to deck if you compete? I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I don't even know what format it would be in. Whatever good deck I want to play. The Think about Mega Abomasnow? Broken deck. Obviously an S tier sleeper that people haven't quite discovered how to play yet, but one day someone will get there and we'll see. We'll understand. Dude, what if it's just like Pult mirrors all the rest of the tournament? Enough yapping from these guys, just give us Iono. They need to give us Iono. That's for sure. Did you run your last tourney on Limitless? Yeah, every tournament I run is on Limitless. So the plan for the rotation tournament is gonna be I'm gonna host the open qualifier where like the top, maybe I'll do like the top 8 qualify and then I'll do like 8 invites or something for the invitational. And I'm probably gonna make the invites like EU based. I'm gonna try and have Tord play in it, see if he's down to play in it. And I'll try and get the prize pool as big as I can with like sponsors or whatever. See if like Dragon Shield wants to back it like they've backed some of my stuff in the past. You need judges or just organizers? I probably just need like 1 or 2 people to run it. I already have someone in mind that I'm going to ask first to run it. Is there a reason NA Regionals stopped using the online reporting option through Arcanine after it worked so well in Milwaukee Day 2? Well, they tried to use it in Las Vegas and it worked really poorly. They tried to use it for Las Vegas Day 1 and it worked terribly. Too many people, poor service. So hopefully it's something they try and figure out so they can use it at future tournaments. But we'll see. Entry fee? No, definitely not going to do entry fee. The only thing stopping me winning an IC is all the other good players turning up. How could I stop all the other good players from turning up so I win? What you need to do is you need to like hack Pokemon's tournament site or whatever and change all the dates of the tournament. So that way everyone shows up to EUIC or to an IC the week after. So they don't show up in time. You need them all to show up, plan their trips to be the week after the IC happens, and then you're the only one who shows up on the day of the IC. So you need to like change all the dates on the website and like the Arcanine registration and all the tweets that they make, change the date to the week after, and then everyone plans their trip for the week after. Then you show up on time, get the dub, and then yeah. Give a tip for someone like me that just wants to focus on the match and not talk. Like I don't want to be rude to the opponent. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I just don't talk to my opponent basically. I don't like push this conversation. So I don't know. I feel like people usually never talk to me, but that was mostly because I don't try to talk to them. That seems to work out pretty good for me. We haven't really seen a deck stand out tonight that was a surprise. Hopefully top 16 is in Pult Mirrors. Hopefully not, yeah. Yeah, nothing crazy. I mean, some of the builds have been interesting for sure, right? Like Lucario build, stuff like that. Sometimes I feel bad if I don't reply. Well, I don't not reply to my opponent, but I don't like push to continue a conversation, basically. Like if my opponent asks me a question, I'm gonna answer the question. But like, yeah, I'm not trying to carry a conversation or anything like that. Watch Henry Chow and gang try and make a Mega Guardy meta somehow. I don't think Henry Chow cares about Gardevoir specifically. I think Henry Chow cares about how Gardevoir feels as a deck. So I think he's gonna try and find a deck that feels similar. Not try and like I don't think he's gonna try and force Gardevoir. But he's going to try and force a deck that feels similar to the agency that Gardevoir had and try and make that the deck. But this also might be a format. We might be going to a format where that's not really as much of a thing, to be honest. Nah, he has a Guardy body pillow, no doubt. Honestly, yeah, true. You're probably right. Maybe 2 of them. Roughly what % of opponents at an IRL event recognize you? I mean, over 50% usually. Probably like 75 plus. My acquaintance brought his life-size guardian, made top 16. Wait, what is this statement? Is this statement a fact or a meme or a... Look at the polyraths in the hood. Oh, they're showing cards of the Pokemon that people have out. And I was wondering why they're showing the cards on the screen, but then I saw the Torchic and the Dreepy. Go back 20 seconds, please. 20 seconds. You mean further? What are we looking for? What percentage of players try and play footsie with you under the table? 0. Oh, you're talking about the card? The Marshtomp? This? Who's gonna make it 1%? It would be less than 1% if one person did. I've played against so many opponents at this point. It would be way less than 1%. If one person did it. Poke. Dude, that's not a plushie. That's 2 cards. You can't do that. Can I slip you 20 for a tie if we match up? No. Now that I know that you have a 20 on you, I'm going to take the 20 from you after the match. How many people need to do it to get it up to 1%? I have no clue. Probably a lot. Over the years, I probably have had thousands of opponents in the PokemonTCG, right? Has to be. I played a lot of Pokemon. Like total opponents, 0 times has an opponent tried to play footsie. So 0% footsie, thousands of opponents. It'd be quite a few people that get it up to 1%. Who was your most memorable opponent except someone you knew going into it? I mean, no one I can think of. You just haven't had the right opponent then? I guess. Okay, but how many times have you tried to play footsie? You got me, Chip. You got me. 0. Okay, now we're getting to the top 16. Before we thought, but now, for real. Get ready. The top 16 match at the Champions League Fukuoka Championship. Where we're going to crown a champion of the Champions League, Fukuoka. Have you ever paired a Chip in a regional? I don't think so. Chip, have we ever played at a regional? Yeah, I can't remember a time where me and Chip ever played. Porter Danklin, who you playing footsies with? Probably Danklin for sure. The only time we've played in tournament was the finals of the full grip event. Oh, true. Oh, dude, you got bodied. Chip, chat, listen to this. So some of you will be unfamiliar with these cards, right? But Chip was playing Calyrex VMAX Shadow Rider, which is a psychic type Pokemon. And I was playing Urshifu VMAX, which is a fighting type Pokemon, weak to psychic. It's basically like Chip was playing the Mega Diancie deck, and I was playing Mega Lucario, and I beat Chip. That's basically what it's like. That's basically what it's like. Chip was playing a psychic type deck. It's basically like Mega Diancie losing to Mega Lucario. Or even worse, it's like Guardy EX losing to Lucario. What's the possibility of me playing against the same opponent at a regionals 3 times in the span of 1 year? Pretty unlikely, probably. Unless you both are just doing really, really well or really, really bad. Like, if you both are just 0-5 at every single tournament, then decent odds. Or if you both are like 10-0 all the time. The more away from average you and your opponent are, the higher chance it is, the higher odds. It was like an 80-20 matchup. Yeah, I know. It was pretty bad, Chip. It was pretty bad that you lost that matchup. It was probably worse than an 80-20. It was probably like a 90-10. Yeah, it's probably like a 90-10, 95-5. The funnier part, I think, is like also my last round opponent was playing Shadow Rider, and they conceded to me, so I would be in cut for them to beat later. And then they lost in the first round of Top Cut. And then I met Chip in the finals, and I beat Chip. Top meme. Oh, the Olive deck. Oh, wait, Joltik Raging Bolts. Hold up. New deck alert. Wait, this seems terrible for the Olives. How does Olives beat Raging Bolt? This feels like a bad olive match. Well, no, we played a game afterwards, Chip, but they conceded to me before I think we even played. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. Or Joltik Pass, sure. Also, this is like a go first format, right? So like, that's good for Joltik decks. Remember them scooping to you after they beat you? Maybe, I don't remember. They already did the card reveals, yeah. You just bend a card 90 degrees? No, it's fine. Just bridging the cards. Bridge shuffling. No way Throw is their favorite Pokemon? Yeah, honestly, that is definitely... This is how you can tell when someone is an industry plant. Because they actually don't know what are good Pokemon. There's no way. No one's favorite Pokemon would ever be Throw. So we know the player on the left is an industry plant from TPC to affect the metagame and the outcome of the tournament. Because nobody likes Throw. It's not possible. They're teasing Mega Throw EX. Mega Throw. Better than Sock. Throw just be a guy. It really is. Throw is literally just like a guy. Like, it literally is just a guy. It's like... It's not even a Pokemon. It's a guy with a really flat nose. He's just a chill guy. Yeah, just a chill guy. Isn't Sock and Throw basically Ernie and Bird from Sesame Street? You actually might be onto something there. Did you ever see the One Direction ad for Pokemon Black and White where they say their favorite Pokemon? No, I did not ever see that. For Pokemon Black and White? That's so old. Wait, was One Direction a thing back then? Or do you mean like the newer Pokemon Black and White, not the older one? Are they not streaming this match? I don't know at this point, to be honest. One Direction was very much a thing during Black and White. Were they? Dude, I do not remember One Direction at all until like recently. Back when the first Black and White game came out, One Direction was a thing? What year was that? And the guy that said someone bet the card was right. Oh, dude, I thought he was just like bringing up the fact that they were bridging. When did the bend happen? Or maybe you were cooking. Maybe you were cooking. Oh, like right there? Maybe. They might have to proxy it. Yeah, I guess I was. You're right. I thought you were just talking about them bridging. Because that's like that wouldn't be the first time. Someone in chat would be like, oh my gosh, they're riffling the expensive Pokemon cards. What are they doing? So I thought that's where you're coming from. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry. I judged you. I judged you before I knew you. But you have my respect. Throws a stream hazard. That robe is sus. Hey, we're jumping on the collectors right now. Bro, it's just like, it's just, I don't know. I find it funny whenever I see those comments in chat. When someone like riffle shovels with like a fully blink. Like I think I saw someone saying something when Jackson was on stream at LAIC or EYC. Because he plays like full bling and I'm pretty sure he riffles. Oh, it's just funny to hear. It's like, well, like where the disconnect comes for me, because it's like, yeah, where I draw that, where I just don't get the, where I just don't understand, where I disconnect is just like you can see something and like recognize that it's expensive and that the way it's being treated will devalue it. But it's like, it's not like someone is riffle shuffling your deck. So like, why would you ever care? I just don't get it. Like, I can't ever like care. I could never care that someone has a fully blinged deck and riffle shuffles it. Like I could never care. So I just don't understand how someone could care, basically. I have a massive disconnect there. I can understand there's someone having something expensive, but then them doing what they want with it. I also understand that. And could never like care that someone did something with something that's theirs, basically. It would be different if they took something of someone else's that was expensive and did something with it. But like, that's not what's happening. So it's just like, yeah, I just don't. That's where I have a huge disconnect in that situation. I generally don't like riffling. I don't like riffling either. Well, I used to riffle. I don't riffle anymore though, because there's a chance of like damaging the card. Not because I care how much the card is worth, but because I don't want to get a penalty because a card gets marked. Also, they aren't your cards, so who cares? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like where the disconnect is for me. I get a lot of comments when riffle shuffling my monochrome Zekrom EX. Yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like caring that much about the value of something else that someone else owns. So that's what I thought the comment was about. So that's why I found it funny. Okay, it looks like they solved the bent card though. So they just went to the factory and got a copy of that bent card. Most likely, yeah. They actually play, the venue that they're in is the factory for where they print the cards in Japan, in Fukuoka. So they probably could just go have them print them one real quick and just put it in the sleeve. So they should be all good. It's possible it's like even like behind the stage area where they are right now. He looks really sad about it. That's his favorite card. I lick my fingers and then sleeve my cards in front of my opponent. What the fuck? We are about to get into top 16, yeah. Okay, I'll put the prediction up. All right, prediction is up. On the right, we have Arbro Leva with stuff. And on the left, we have Joltik Raging Bolt. Oh, with Water Pawn as well. Oh, dude, is their hand just dead? Their hand is just all energy. Dude, I'm getting pissed off at these top cut games where everyone just opens with a handful of energy. All right, let's take a look at these prize cards. Crispin, Lily, Raging Bolt, a Meowth. But who knows how many Meowth they play. It could be a ton. On the other side, Forest, Lana's Aid, the Fez's Prize, Dawn, and a Lily. Rotund Grass Energy. Yeah, the big grass. It's actually worth 2 grass energy when you attach it to your Pokemon. A lot more energy stored up in it. New special energy just dropped. Rotund Grass Energy. This is top 16. We're about to get into top 16 here. Those prize cards would be a better starting hand. Yeah, honestly, it would have been, yeah. Why can't I do predictions? I mean, you should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to. Why can't I do predictions? Well, that's because you're on YouTube. No predictions for YouTube. Got the Ogerpon, Chikorita. Yeah, all the builds of the Arboliva that we've seen so far have been Arboliva, Meganium, Arboliva, Meganium, and what else? Arboliva, Meganium, and Ogerpon. So it's like you use Arboliva to like snipe attack, I guess, and then just the boss Sob. That's not good. I mean, if they could follow it up with like a Crispin maybe for a snipe play, but even that seems pretty weak. Why is he playing the good Chikorita? I don't know. We did see it actually be effective earlier in the tournament in day 1. Arboliva and friends? Yeah, basically. It's like nothing too crazy though. It's just like Meganium and Ogerpon. So you can hit hard. And then you have Arboliva in there, I guess, to just like to snipe. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of synergy between, because like Arboliva is like a really efficient attacker. Yeah, Arboliva is like a really efficient attacker with 1 grass energy. You don't really need Meganium at all. And then you're not playing like a great card to abuse Meganium's energy multiplication, except for the Teal Mask, I guess. Like Teal Mask is pretty good with Meganium, but it definitely feels like there's like a lack of synergy in the deck, but I mean, it's been working so far from what we've seen. I mean, this Teal Mask is ready to swing for sure, and the Air Balloon and the Lily. So we're just a Meganium away from getting the first 2 prize knockout here. Also on Terra Box for post rotation? No clue. I mean, it's got potential for sure. You got, yeah, like you said, you have a lot of pieces left still. We saw an interesting build from Shintaro earlier in the tournament, so definitely worth investigating after rotation. Oh, and we need the Stadium. Good point. We need Stadium and Meganium. Maybe Arboliva for the Zam matchup. I mean, they play Shaman, so it can't be that effective, right? I think it's just like a big Pokemon that allows you to like be aggressive in drawing early prize cards, I guess. Like taking early knockouts. That's a really good draw. Oh my gosh. That's insane. We got everything. Should we just have bug catching set first there? Pokepad for the Meganium. I mean, I think we just basically win. Like, like it almost seems like it's just over. Oh, we didn't even need that energy, did we? We should have cycled that on the other Ogre Pawn. Actually, I don't like that. Oh, wait, didn't we already cycle on that? No. We went cycle, attach. Yeah, I almost don't even like the energy there, though. That's like too many. We should put it on other Ogre Pawns, because we need to get the other Ogre Pawn set up to respond to the Ogre Pawn that is going to respond to our Ogre Pawn. So now we just have extra energy on this Ogre Pawn for no reason. I think we should just grab 2 grass here. Just grab 2 grass. We don't... Yeah, just... No, grab the grass energy. Or Bidoof to Ultra Ball away. That's fine as well. Like, all we need to do is set up 3 Ogre Pawns and we win the game. We don't need anything past that. The Bidoof's fine, though, for the Ultra Ball fodder, for sure. I guess you could have grabbed the Dolliv for the same reason. Yeah, we don't need the extra energy on this Ogre Pawn specifically, so I don't like that energy attachment. We should have... Because now we only have 1 energy for these next 2 Ogre Pawns. But we want to try and build those Ogre Pawns up to respond to the Ogre Pawn and the Raging Bolt later on to take big 1 hits. Right, because 6, 7, yeah, 6, 7, 8. We would have been able to get there. There's the Forest. There's the Meganium. And yeah, here's the KO. Oh, I think the judge was questioning how they were able to retreat. Players are on top of it, though. See, now we have one... See, we have an Ogre Pawn in our hand that we could have had on the bench with another energy on the bench right now. Yeah, the 4th energy on the active was definitely a misplay there for sure. That's also why I didn't love the sequencing then of the bug catching set. I think that was also a misplay. The sequence seemed weird. No, maybe the sequence did make sense to grab the Meganium first and then maximize the odds of getting energy, to be honest. I guess that does make sense there. Yeah. Okay, I feel like on the Raging Bolt side here, we need to try and attack with Raging Bolt to decrease the odds of us getting KO'd next turn. So we need to try and go Raging Bolt KO the Ogre Pawn and leave no energy on the Raging Bolt so we don't just get return KO'd. And then it's not just like kind of like an Ogre Pawn chain knockout situation. But let's see if they can actually even get there. There is Arborleva in there, yeah. Oh my gosh. Ugh, I mean, Ultra Ball for Fez, right? It's got to be Ultra Ball for Fez. It's bad. Oh, maybe there's like a... I mean, you could get the cat, but what does the cat get you that's that good? I guess you could... Oh, it's a trolley deck. What the fuck? Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? So cat for petrol for trolley. Trolley for Joltik. Joltik set up Raging Bolts. Okay. That does make way more sense, to be honest, that it's a trolley deck. I see the vision now for sure. I see the vision. As Joltik double Raging Bolt. Oh, we need Latias. Well, no, we don't need Latias, I guess. We could go double Bolt here if we wanted to. Or we could go Latias Bolt, but probably double Bolt makes more sense. I think I want double Bolt in play here. You can retreat the you can retreat if you evolve. Evolving turns the Pokemon into a different Pokemon that doesn't have the effect. The effect of the retreat lock was on the Chikorita, not on the Bayleaf or the Meganium. The Bayleaf and the Meganium don't have the retreat lock effect on them. Oh, are they just going for the KO with the Raging Bolt here? Are we not even going to do the Joltik? Oh, they're just taking the... But this is bad, right? I don't like this KO. Because now the... Yeah, I don't like that KO at all. Well, I guess, are we just going to go... I don't know. That just feels so weak. I don't fully know what's in the grass deck. So if we respond to a grass pawn KOing our pawn with Raging Bolt KO, leaving no energy on Raging Bolt, maybe it works. But this is just like such an easy return KO, right? Like, I don't really know what this is building up towards. I think top players' win percentage against the average regional opponent will decrease now that we have fewer comeback tools and the format contains less outplay potential. Yeah, probably. Not to like a huge degree, though. Yeah, whenever it feels like it's a less skill expressive format though, the win rates or like the ceiling in the game lowers, which means the win rate of the top players goes down, but like not by a ridiculous amount. It never goes down that much. The good players are usually still the good players. The format almost never matters. Like it doesn't go to an extreme, I should say. Never really goes to an extreme. All right, so I think we're just looking for grass energy here. Maybe another teal mask to start to load up. But should be, I mean, we already have the KO lined up on the active. So now we just need to build up energy on the next Ogre Pawn. But if we have to take a turn off as the Raging Ball player, man, this just looks really bad. Like if we can just find a boss, like I'm pretty sure we can have an Ogre Pawn set up to go boss KO Meowth pretty easily on the following turn. We just lose the prize right now. I mean, it seems tough to get back into it. It's not impossible to win. If you KO this Ogre Pawn, that's about to KO your Ogre Pawn with a Raging Bolt, and you discard all the energy off the Raging Bolt. It might be hard to KO a Raging Bolt, but I don't know if they play like Ursaluna. Also an Olive Oil. That's pretty good. Solid for sure. It's a solid oil. Ooh, there's no grass energy in hand, though. And that's what we need to start to build up on this next Ogre Pawn. If we can't get enough energy on it, then we can't threaten winning on the next turn. Can't threaten the win on the next turn. We still have Fez, and we still have a bug catching set, so we're not that far. I mean, we have a lot of cards to see. There's one grass energy. Okay, and we can attach return to the Ogre Pawn. Favorite oil? I don't think I have a favorite oil, to be honest. I don't do enough cooking. I do not cook very often, no. I basically don't cook at all. I meal prep, but I wouldn't call meal prepping cooking. Like, it is technically cooking, but you guys know what I mean. Like, I'm not actually cooking. I'm not trying to increase my skill as a cook or anything like that. I'm not learning. I'm not expanding my my cooking arsenal. I'm not learning how to cook new things or new techniques or anything like that. Well, yes, I know it's still cooking. I knew so, dude. I even preempted it. I knew someone was gonna say that's still cooking, but like, there obviously is like a difference. Cook too much on live to cook IRL. True. Beef or pork? Depends on the dish. This is checkmate. Do we have boss in the current hand? Because the Raging Ball. Oh no, we don't play Unfair Sand, but it's Trolley. All right, there's an Ultra Ball. If there's a boss in hand, I think the game might be over. But if there's not a boss in hand, then we could still go Raging Bolt KO. Active. Meowth for boss in hand. Oh, maybe it is just game then, yeah. Sob on Fez angle. Yeah, maybe Sob on Fez. We could Sob the Fez maybe. But the Fez is like his 2 energy away from being able to start sniping stuff, so it's probably not very good. Yeah, that's still probably not very good. Yeah, seems bad. All right, here's a Fez for 3. What have the top decks been so far? Lucario, Bolt Lucario. We've actually seen a decent amount of this Arboleva deck and different builds of it as well. Yeah, it seems like getting off that turn with Joltik is a pretty big deal for sure. Sob might be the only real win condition here. Well, hold on, they have the Crispin. Maybe they can do it. Wait, what the fuck is this line? Bench Terapagos Iono? What are we playing for here? We had, if we're gonna Joltik here, we had an energy in hand to Joltik with. The thing I'm most confused about here is like if we're doing this. Oh, Lily. If we're doing this, shouldn't we be attacking with Joltik? But if we're gonna attack with Joltik, we had an energy in hand. I'm so confused. Is that an Iron Crown or an Iron Leaves? Okay, there's the Joltik. But why didn't we attach beforehand? Maybe we're gonna try and use. Oh, we play Briar. That doesn't really matter. Briar's still cool though. We can set up the Terapagos' attack, I guess. But I'm pretty sure the game is over here. This is top 16. We're about to see our first Meowth. Wait, are we about to see the first Meowth for boss for Meowth? Could be happening. Come on, one time. Meowth for boss to kill the Meowth. We need this. A little bit of BM never hurt anybody. We have to make sure the boss is in there. Come on, Meowth for boss for the Meowth. We need this. You know, ball attacks that Ogerpon can easily return KO it, right? 4, 8, 9. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I didn't realize actually. You're right. Because it would be 9, right? With 4? Or with, yeah, 4 with 4 energy. That's 8, 9. Jeez. I didn't realize it would be that easy. I didn't do the math. I didn't do the math at all. That is pretty easy, though. Can we sob on Meowth here and eventually Briar later? Not really, no. Because the Meowth can just attack and shuffle itself back into the deck. Man, yeah, there was like... Maybe if we had KO'd Meganium somehow, but then we're going on odd prize cards. That'd be like KO Meganium and then like Briar, KO, and Ogerpon. Wait, does he not realize he has game? Okay, no, he realizes now. Yeah, he realizes now. Okay, now KO the Meowth, though. KO the Meowth. Boss the Meowth. Yes! Let's go! Meowth for boss to boss Meowth to KO Meowth! Yes! Yes, I love it! Let's go! That's so sick, man. That is so sick. The Pokemon TCG is going to be great for the next 3 years. I cannot wait. That is awesome. Cat on cat violence. Dude, it's so good. That's so hype. I would have been really disappointed if he did not KO the Meowth. I'd have been really, really disappointed. Year of the Meowth. It's gonna be years of the Meowth. Surely 3 years of this is more entertaining than Gardevoir? No, definitely not. At least Gardevoir evolves with each set as they got new cards. I thought you can't use that due to there being another cat on the bench. No, you just can't use the ability twice in a turn. That's it. It is really weird that they added that caveat, but they haven't put anything. They haven't printed anything else that actually matters with that. Maybe they just wanted like the flexibility of it. I'm not sure. Who had a bigger glow up, Guardian or Golden Go from start to finish? Golden Go for sure. It's not even close. What was the... Wait, what made Golden Go so good at Worlds again? I completely forget. What was the difference maker card? I'm blanking super hard. Oh, Genesect. Yeah. That was a pretty big deal. I was like, it wasn't Energy Search Pro. Oh, yeah, and Air Balloon. Yeah, Air Balloon. Yeah, that was a pretty big buff. Yeah. I was like hella blanking there. Don't blame Ethan Cyphlosion. That's why Golden Go did so well. Yeah, obviously. If people were just more hip to one of the best decks never played, Golden Go would not have had the success that it did. Yeah, I did play Genesect. Lele for Guzma to bring up Lele for game didn't exist that much, did it? Same with Luminian. Yeah, not quite. Not really. Probably not to the degree that Meowth, KO Meowth will exist, for sure. What's the meta like so far? A lot of Dragapult and a lot of other stuff. Like, yeah, a lot of Dragapult and then a lot of everything else. I guess a decent amount of Lucario. It's like a lot of Dragapult, some Lucario, and then everything else. Something like that. We getting an Iono cat? Maybe. Has the ability... I mean, maybe we actually will. It is definitely possible. Both players shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. Each player draws until they have... What's it called, right? So many cards for the prize cards remaining. Bring back... What did Chip call it? Sexy Garfield? What was the name of that? Was it the Alolan region Meowth? Galarian Meowth. What decks do we know are in top 16? These two decks and a Dragapult. And one other that I don't remember. I'm sorry, what? That's what Chip called it, Sexy Garfield. The Galarian Meowth. Just play Pavilion? Yeah, sure. Just play Pavilion. Just play a stage 2 Pokemon in your deck to give your opponent 4 cards. I'm sure that'll beat him. Meowth from Alola is called Galarian Meowth. Oh, Alolan Meowth. My bad. AKA Sexy Garfield. Expanding on that, what are your thoughts on Iono as a supporter versus ability? Usually making things as powerful as Iono and ability are, I mean, it's like tedious. It's like making Iono an item or close to an item, like Reset Stamp. Like, I mean, if it's done well, if it's done correctly, it doesn't. If it's done well, then it's good. If it's not, then it's bad. Anything can be anything if it's done well and everything else around it makes sense. But I think Reset Stamp is a good example of like a like one of the most powerful cards of all time. But for the format that it was in, it was like fine. It was like a good card, but it wasn't anything crazy. You can make it all 3 forms of Meowth: normal, Galarian, and Alolan. What would the third one do? If one of them searches for a supporter and one of them is Iono, the third one does. I think the Pokemon Company know they have to be careful with what supporters they put out because they shackled themselves with Meowth for the next few years. I think game designers generally keep in mind that they are designing a game. Yes. There's no need for that many Meowths. Why? Do you not? What do you have against Meowths? What do you have against multiple Meowths at the same time? Third Meowth is Guzma. Okay, chill. You gotta calm down. That's like, you're going too far. You don't need that. What is this link, Chip? Risky click of the day? Oh, it's the... Okay, if they cut to break, I'll bring this up. What if the next thing they do is Prism supporters? And they reprint some broken supporter like Guzma or Iono. Dude, they literally gave us... You're talking about that? But we have Guzma as an item card right now. What if the next thing they do is Prism supporters? And they print some broken supporters like Guzma or Iono, etc. as one of allowed in the deck. Oh, that'd be fine. I mean, anything is technically fine. We currently have Guzma and Iono, though, in the form of Unfair Stamp and Prime Catcher. The problem is, well, actually, Prime Catcher, being able to play multiple Prime Catchers is not a problem. We don't need to be able to do that. The problem is Unfair Stamp is your ace spec, and it's not like a consistency card at the same time. That's why Iono works so well. Haunch says otherwise. Wait, Haunch who? If they print Exodia, that'd be interesting for sure. What if they print a supporter that says instantly win the game versus people named Azul? I mean, that'd be bad for me. My win rate... Actually, my win rate would, like... My theoretical win rate would go down, but no one would actually play the card. So, I'd probably be fine. They did print Exodia with that stupid Ends supporter. Well, not even really. You don't even draw all your prize cards, even if you KO a Mega, right? Or it has to be a Mega you KO to draw all 6, right? It's like +3. Oh, wait, actually, is it +2? Or is it +3? +3. So it has to be a Mega KO. It's not even that Exodia-y like. Okay, I think they're going to break here. I also need to go break for a second, though, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I got a banana. I got a protein bar. Chilling. Who won? Arboliva. Top 8 coming up next. The cat? True. Honestly, the cat won. Yeah. Chip VOD time? No, we're about to get into the next round. What the heck? You gotta lock in. Completely unlocked. Dexter in top 8? No idea. Except for the Arboliva. And nope, that's it. That's all I remember. That's as far as my knowledge extends. Xbox has no chance in the upcoming format. I don't know. I don't play the upcoming format. I play in the current format. Finally got one Pokepad after ripping 9 sticker collections and 2 ETBs. They say ripping isn't worth it. Wait, how many packs do you get in a sticker collection? You can Lou, yeah. If you have area 0 in play, you can press this trolley for 8. Your predictions are coming along for this format in this tournament. I don't make predictions about future formats. What brand protein bar? What are they called? Barbells. The best protein bars. The most popular decks are Dragapult and Lucario. What flavor? Oh shoot, I just spilled the crumbs. Cookies and cream. What's this one? I need a vacuum in here tomorrow. What the fuck? Dude, they're hyping up the olive. We're going into top 8 right now. Anything interesting today? The Arboliva deck, I guess, is pretty interesting. Besides that, oh, we saw Shintaro. Shintaro was playing a cool Shintaro was playing a cool Terra Box deck. You have to already have a Terra in play. So it's trolley for 7. Well, no, it could be 8 because you could have it in the active, right? Your active could be a Terra Pokemon. You go play Area 0, play trolley. All right, there's the bracket. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of the high seeds are still in it. 6, 4, 5, 9. I guess the 10 and 15 are also the high seeds as well. So the higher seeded players are currently outplacing the lower seeded players, except for 30 and 32nd. I guess it'd be like top 16 versus lower 16, right? Not that it really matters, but... Wait, are we already going into top 4? Did top 8 happen? Or is it just showing those 2 matches as the... Am I trolling? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is top 8, yeah. They're just showing that those are the 2 matches that are going to be on stream, I guess. Because they usually had the other matches listed under it, so I was a little confused for a second there. Is there a lore reason why Pokemon continues to print the Draw 3 supporter cards? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know why they keep doing that, to be honest. I am not sure. They keep doing it, though. They do keep doing it. They're consistent. For the love of the game? Something like that, right? Pre-release format? Yeah, I guess they're good in like pre-releases and stuff like that. This gives you a range of supporters to work with for like alternate formats or situations. They were actually decent in OG black and white era. I'm trying to think. Did anyone actually play them? They were better because the other supporters were worse. Did anyone actually play Charon though? I don't remember anyone playing Charon. Charon is goated in 2012 black and white on standard. I don't remember the decks back then. Maybe it was played. Maybe it was played. I don't remember at all, though. But you still had N and research, right? Or do we not have N? There was a time where Skyla and Kolish were... There was an argument between Charon and Bianca. Oh, I do kind of remember that. The Charon versus Bianca discussion, yeah. Yeah. I actually remember that. A classic. Raging Bolt versus Pult. Dude, I can't believe Raging Bolt is doing this good. Okay, actually, like one surprise for me, I guess, would be that Raging Bolt is doing this good so far. Raging Bolt did seem like it would be a deck after looking at City League results, but so far it's been doing pretty good. All right, I'll get the prediction up. All right, prediction is up. Who do you got? On the left, we have Raging Bolt. On the right, we have Pult. Should I play Diancie or Starmie at my locals in 20 minutes? Diancie. Arboliva did win, yeah. Oh, Winsy's right? I mean, I would think it's Bolt favored, but Bolt's not the deck it used to be, so. Whereas Pult, well, I guess besides the hand disruption, Pult is still kind of, like, Pult's like a better deck than it used to be in terms of consistency, so. Okay, Bolt won the coin flip. I believe they are going first. We'll see, though. Or maybe you choose second as Bolt, actually? I don't know. Turn 1 attack. I can see it. Oh, that's right. They play like a 1/1 Noctowl. We saw them on stream last round. At least one candy prized. One Badoo. Ooh, 2 candies. Unlucky. Oh, it's Owl Bolt as well. So they would probably choose first then, actually, right? Let's see. All right, here we go. Yeah, they play a lot of grass now. Ooh, the fan rotom start. Not complaining about that. Left guy looks familiar. Is he a famous player? I don't recognize him, but players in not players. People in chat are saying that he was on the stream at UIC. I don't recognize him at all though. Maybe he was. He played ball in the UIC as well. All right. Which player? The player on the left, the Raging Ball player, was apparently on stream at UIC. I don't remember them at all, though. Beat Oyvind on stream. I do remember Oyvind losing to a Raging Ball player. All right, do a little prize check in here. And now we're getting the squad, couple hoots, and probably a knock towel. Yep, there we go. Patch active. No Ogerpon. And there's the pass. Oh. There we go. Are the balls playing Clefairy? I think they are, yeah. All right, here we go. Into the... I think the hand... Oh, was the hand dead actually? No, I think we have a Lily. Oh, they're playing Briar as well. Dusknoir and Briar. Interesting. We haven't seen that in any other build, I don't think, so far. Well, we haven't seen many Dusknoir builds to begin with. I mean, item lock from Badoo here does seem pretty good. To stop the potential of finding an Ogerpon to be able to use Noctowl. How's this tourney felt with no Zard? Like a tournament without Charizard? Cat is in. I assume that means we're going for Lily here. Maybe there's some play with Brox. Do energy. There's the Lily. They probably only play like 2 candy. Maybe there's a 3rd candy, but they did price 2 candy, so candy might not be a play in this one. Definitely looking for some more Dreeps. Oh, well, no, it's more than 2 candy. It's at least 3 candy. Pokepad number 2. I assume another Dreepy on the way, but the hand is not that good for the follow-up. There's an Ultra Ball. Could get Fez, could get Dracloak. You do have Candy Dragapult in hand, but we have no energy for it. So, or yeah, there's no energy on a Dreepy right now. So I don't know if we're going to be using Phantom Dive turn 2 or anything like that, unless we top deck a Crispin. There we go. Itchy Pollen. Can we even KO this Badoo? I guess is also going to be a question here. Oh, wait, I think he maybe just top deck an Ogre Pawn. Oh, we have Stadium and Lily in hand actually, I think. So we're kind of chilling. We might not even use this Noctowl here. We might just chill. Oh, has the Clefairy as well. Area 0. And then, yeah, into the Lily. I mean, this is a pretty good turn so far. If he's the right guy around at 9 UIC. He's playing Grim, 701 score. You beat him? You beat the Grim? Alright, cycle on the pawn. We can attach return to the Clefairy, I guess, as well. We have a Psychic. Unless we don't want to lose our Psychic and we're going to put the grass on there instead. I actually don't know. Wait, we have Area 0, so we can go wide. 1-2. Insane. Did you use the Acerola? Oh, the attach to the Fez. Oh, we're going to start sniping. Okay, I like that. There we go. First prize card. We do have... Actually, the Candy Dragapult actually might be pretty good here because we can protect ourselves from the Fez snipe, which is a pretty big deal. We could also just like get in there with Jet Headbutt like right now if we wanted to. Eyeing up the Ultra Ball. I assume Fez has to be the grab here. I mean, you could go for a Dracloak, but Dracloak seems kind of slow. Let's see what the grab is here. Like I said, I would assume it's Fez. Also, if we can't either Dragapult in the active, well, I guess we have a chance of drawing a Crispin to attack this turn. But if we can't Dragapult in the active, we also get access to Area 0 to go wide. Oh, we can get Noctowl. Okay, hold up. That changes things a lot. We can get Unfair. Oh! We could go Crispin Unfair Stamp here, actually. Wait, we could go kind of crazy. I guess the Crispin here isn't that ridiculously powerful because we'd be punching an active. Oh, wait, they have a Rose's Encouragement? Well, I guess that's not that ridiculous. That's basically Crispin. What does it do again? Oh, dude, what the heck? He's comboing out here. And we built up the bench Dreepy as well. Oh my gosh. Even if the Pult goes down this turn, we could have a backup Dragapult? All right, that was a pretty insane combo turn, I'm not gonna lie. That turn was pretty good. We're not even done yet. Although punching Phantom is pretty bad, but is there ever a world where we don't attack and we wait for boss Fez? Like, we do all this and then we just, like, pass. I feel like that's unlikely. But I don't like the idea of attacking the active either. Dolphin coming in. And there is an Area 0 in play, so we can go pretty wide here. Couple of Dreeps. We got a Duskull in hand. We can also bench. Which I imagine we would bench. It looks like we whiffing the Dracloak is not great, though. Hasn't benched the Duskull yet. Okay, there we go. And the Monkey Dory. I almost don't want to attack, to be honest. Is going with the attack. I guess maybe it's, I mean, you could retreat. Maybe there's like a retreat play that's available. He's loading the damage up into play. 1 on the Ogre Pawn, 1 on the Fez, 2 on Latios, and then 1 on each of the Hoot Hoots. Give over the Fez, drop. I mean, we just give a lot of options over to the other side, or a lot of draw power, I guess I should say, just because of the Fez. Like, we just need so little here to KO this, and there's the Crispin already. Crispin and a Noctowl. We do need to come up with a way to respond to a follow. Well, I guess that's it though. That's, dude. It's just, I mean, there's no hand disruption left. That's it. We don't have to play around hand disruption like the rest of the game now. The unfair stamp is done with. I mean, there could be a judge, I guess. There could still be a judge. But we've got through the unfair stamp, which is like the hard thing to deal with. Made it work. Timer paused. I mean, we got some kind of judge call going on. Okay, now we're good. Not sure what it was. Oh, that is true. That's a good point. There's 2 candies prized. But actually, did they get what? They got 1 off the prize cards. They got a candy off the prize card. But their current hand does not have a Dragapult. So yeah, actually, if we KO the active, it is unlikely that a Dragapult will attack again next turn. Very good point. Very good point. Because we whiffed the Dracloak last turn. If we got the Dracloak last turn, we'd probably be in a pretty good spot, but did not get there. We have to like Lily into Candy Pult Fire. Fez would probably have to get involved with that draw. Possible, but unlikely. Maybe they do play 4 candy though. Oh, jeez. 2 Clefairies. Very good. And has another Ogre Pawn that could be benched, but definitely don't need it. Wouldn't it hurt to have it in play? I wonder if there's ever a reason to use one of the Noctowls here, or if you just always keep around double Hoot Hoot for options. Probably just keep around double Hoot Hoot. That way if there's an attack this next turn from a Dragapult... Well, if there's an attack this next turn from a Dragapult, we're kind of in trouble, so I think we're hoping that doesn't happen. It'd be pretty scary if there was another Candy Dragapult attack. KO Clefairy plus KO Hoot Hoot would be pretty devastating. I guess you could evolve both Hoot Hoots to get them out of range of getting KO'd off the bench. You have to commit right now to what you want. So we could see that, to be honest, to play around Candy Dragapult Fire. Draw 3. Because now we are risking losing to like a Candy Dragapult combo, which is unlikely for sure, into... Candy Dragapult combo into, oh, we have to discard the bench. Sure. Boss Artera. Top deck Poffin. Can burn it real quick before we play the Lily. Probably need to leave the bench space open for Fez, though. As long as it's in the deck. No, we're going for the Duskull immediately. Okay, interesting. Is there a line here with a Briar combo, maybe? That's so far away. We have so little draw power in play. Yeah, it's looking... Dude, whiffing Dracloak last turn was so bad. Did we prize Fez? I feel like he's just not playing for the Fez. Oh, no, that's not true for the last turn. No, I don't think Fez is prized. Yeah, sure. That's why I questioned the Duskull bench, though. Okay, we got our first Dracloak here with a Pokepad. I'm gonna start with that. Also has a counter stadium. I don't know if we'll be using that this turn though. Yeah, the chance that we pull off, but I guess Briar is that much better in Dragapult now because we have the yo, what's up, Goku? We have the cat, so it's easier to find. We should have multiple counter stadiums there we could play. I don't know if it's worth it, but... And grabbed a... Oh, a Nitro Charge. I thought it was... No, I think grabbed a Poffin there, actually. Jeez, that is a weak hand. You could play the Night Switcher this turn to attach for turn. That way you could possibly use Dark Energy for a Monkey Dory next turn with putting the Risky Ruins in play, but this is looking tough just to pass. Okay, Crispin or Boss here KOs that Dracloak off the bench. And I feel like that probably puts this game out of range. You need very little here on the Raging Bolt side. And I think actually we have Noctowl, so we should have one of the plays. We have to pick which one we want to do. It's more so about deciding how we want to play this as opposed to whether or not we hit the play. And with that KO, I don't know. It seems like we're out of range at that point. Once this Dracloak goes down. There's so few Dreepies found on that first turn of the game. This is a really interesting build of Dragapult, though. Dusknoir, Briar, Dragapult. Definitely has like a way higher ceiling than a lot of the other Dragapult builds we've seen in the tournament so far. I think this all comes back, like, there was a decision, though, to be had. Like, this all comes back to that turn, the second turn, where we could have just passed instead of KOing Fanrotom. And I don't know if it's for sure, that was, like, for sure correct, but that was, like, the big play we could have, that's like, the big choice we had to make there, to be honest. Like, passing there does not seem terrible. Because we didn't have that much setup to work with anyway. So then immediately giving our opponent access to Fez draw when we get KO'd by a Crispin just seems kind of mid. So that definitely is like the point in the game to look back on and question whether or not we made the right play. Or for him to question whether or not he made the right play. Yeah, there's the Crispin. Baby Bolt E-Switch looks like it's being lined up. Yep. And now you can snipe the Dracloak off the bench and leave a one prizer in your active. Which is pretty obnoxious. I guess there's still the Hoothoot on the bench. I mean, that's pretty obnoxious. Clefairy's now hiding on the bench as well. Can't Crispin and Boss in the same turn to chase the Clefairy that has all the energy set up on it. You can't Crispin and Unfair Stamp and Gus in the same turn. It's looking cooked. There we go, snipe the Dracloak. Go down to 2. Basically no threat of Dragapult in the next turn. I actually think the hand is dead here. Oh, we have a Night Stretcher for a Dracloak. Sure. The hand's not completely dead yet. Here we go. Top deck Dracloak. A little bit too little too late. I can't even come up with like a win condition for them anymore at this point, to be honest. Andy Dusknoir KO. No, you can't do that. Briar and Dusclops. You could Boss Noctowl and hope we get stuck. Right? That's where we can start. Boss Noctowl. Hope we get stuck. And then, I don't know, we'll figure it out from there. There it is. Boss on the Noctowl. Probably is not going to get stuck, but don't really have a choice. There's the pass. Nope, there's an energy in hand. Boss on. Oh, this is brutal. Boss the Dusclops. Now the Dusclops is stuck in the active, and then we snipe the Dracloak off the bench. And if you pop Dusclops, you lose. And the Jamming Tower to remove the liabilities. Oh no, man. It is cooked. It was already like impossible to win, but like now this is like, I mean, it was already impossible. Now this is like more impossible. I don't know. Yo, Dracloak. And it's cooked. Dude, that's the second Dusclop pops we've seen. Dusknoir Dusclops pop to just like be like, all right, I'm done. Cyclops to concede. Dub way to lose for sure, for sure. That's it. We see Raging Bolt move on to the top 4. Yeah, we can go back and take a look at it real fast. The only real decision, like big decision that we can like reflect on would be like this turn here. Has the whole combo, plays the unfair stamp, but like then right here, you don't have to attack. Like your hand's really weak, or your board's really weak. We get the Duskull down. Our board is super weak at this point. We don't have to attack with Dragapult here. We could just pass. I think theoretically we could even go as far as like retreating the Dragapult to maybe like the Meowth to tank a hit. And we could just kind of hope. We could also just pass the Dragapult in the active and just hope that there's no out for the hope there's no out for the Crispin there, which I don't think is terrible. I don't think it's terrible. But there's also like there's still decent odds here, even with the 2-card hand off the unfair stamp. There's a decent odds that the Clefairy is going to be attacking and knocking out your Dragapult next turn. So it's kind of scary to not take the knockout and set things up. I don't know. I think if I was in the situation, I would have passed. I think I would have passed here. I don't know if I would have passed with the Dragapult in the active or something else, but I think I would have passed. Just not good enough. The board state is not good enough to swing into. Giving the Fez draw power is just too scary, I feel like. Using unfair stamp while letting Fez live is a bit pointless, I guess. Not entirely. You're still putting your opponent down to 2 cards in hand, of course, but with the board state the way it was, it felt like they weren't ever going to whiff. And it felt like there was a decent chance that they could just pat. They could have just like a dead hand off the unfair stamp for sure. And then I don't know how you approach it after that, to be honest, but come up with something different for sure. That was not finals, though. We're in, that's top 8. We're going to top 4 next. They might show us another top 8 match, though, as well. So we might see one more top 8 match and then top 4. Retreating to Badoo and Itchy Palm that turn would have been pretty good. I don't know. Giving up a prize card feels a little weird still, though. I don't know if I like giving up a prize card. But retreating didn't seem terrible in general. I would maybe have just like retreat to Meowth to try and tank a hit. I feel like from a lot of the games we've seen as well, honestly, retreat locking looks like it would be pretty good. But no one's like playing. Like, does that deck even have an answer to getting retreat locked? I guess maybe you can attack with Latias. You can attack with most of the Pokemon, I guess. I guess you can just attack with most of the Pokemon. Because I'm thinking like if you bring up the Latias and trap it, but maybe they play double Psychic so they could just attack with Latias instead. From a Raging Ball player, I like no Counter Catcher and no Iono. Pretty broken, right? What if I told you every deck becomes a Raging Bolt deck? So you're just playing Raging Bolt mirrors every game of the Pokemon TCG. I think it's time to go back and play Raging Bolt. You don't have to. It looks like it did survive, though. Which is kind of funny. Hell yeah. Isn't it kind of weird that they use that energy and not the one that only works on basics, though? I mean, Prism energy? Wait, in which deck? Prism energy and Raging Ball? Because you don't have any way to find it. And you have Crispin is your main source of energy acceleration. So there's like 0 synergy with Prism energy in the deck. You also can't E-switch it or anything like that. Is the new Raging Bolt basically just the new Terra box? It is a little bit like that, yeah. It kind of is like a more of a Terra box. It's more of like a box style deck than just a Raging Bolt deck for sure. But there's other ways that people are playing Terra box style decks without Raging Bolt as well. So it's still like, I mean, it's definitely becoming more box like for sure, definitely. How did we look at the new cards already? They're on Poke Beach. New cards are always on Poke Beach. So can you sit for 10 hours a day without moving? I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit when I go get my food or need to go use the bathroom or get water, whatever. I mean, it's definitely something to get used to, but. Oh yeah, we went over the new cards on stream. Yeah. I don't know what the heck I read your question as, but it wasn't what you said. Yeah, we already looked at them, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Because what I read was not at all what you said. I got kind of close though. Something about the new cards. Yeah, I already took a look at them. Pretty underwhelming overall, but I don't, like I said earlier, I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing. Like if everything just seems kind of mid, then if everything is mid, everything is good, and if everything is good, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So we'll see how things play out. But yeah, nothing crazy. Mega Floetta seems interesting. The stadiums are cool. I guess I'll say that. It's just like them doing something new. I mean, it's kind of like a new mechanic, right? Evolution stadiums, evolving stadiums, whatever you want to call it. But, I mean, the thing with them as well, though, it's like such a big investment, and then your opponent can just be like, I don't know, they can just bump it, right? I don't know, it just seems kind of weird. Like, that one specifically does not seem very good, because it's like a super passive stadium. And being like a passive stadium is like, usually just not good. But if they have ones that when it like comes into play, it does something more aggressively, or you can utilize it more aggressively, then that could be pretty good. This one seems bad, but the idea is kind of cool. Gorgai seems good in Frostlass Monkey Dory. I don't think so, no. Too much. Frostlass Monkey Dory is like a super low to the ground deck. You don't really want to play random BS, to be honest. Like if it's going to be a deck, I think it's going to be its own kind of deck. For sure. All right, we'll see if they have another top 8 match to show us, or if we're going to get into the top 4 instead. The other match is probably done at this point. Well, unless they could have, I guess they could be live. They could watch the other one live. I don't know. Do they always show the both? Do they always show both top 4 matches or no? I feel like they do, but I actually don't remember for sure. Okay, we're into the other top 8 match here. Honchkrow versus Dragapult. With Dragapult attacking. Oh. Yeah, the Fez does get KO'd. Okay, but this is still winnable for Honchkrow, I think, here. It looks like Unfair Stand maybe got played this turn as well, because only 2 cards in the hand here on the Honchkrow side. But we could go KO Dragapult, and there's not that much setup on the other side. Starting with the Pokepad to go get a Murkrow. You are behind in the prize exchange at this point, though. Like, the Dragon Ball player could just chain 3 attackers and beat you at this point. Giving it some thought. I mean, it's probably. I mean, I guess it could be a Porygon. You don't have to get a Murkrow. We could grab Porygon here. Are people not playing the Bangle and the Rockets build? I don't know. The card felt pretty good when I played it in there. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good card. Not sure. We're putting Fez back into play? Oh, now this game is just cooked, right? Oh, we have to. We don't have an out. Okay, never mind. Don't mind me. We need to find an Ariana this turn to get the KO. Okay, we found the Ariana. I think we might have the stadium as well. Going into a Pokepad here. Grab another Murkrow or Porygon. Put it on the bench. Yeah, not ideal to put the Fez in play, but it looks like we didn't have a choice. We have the Ariana in hand, but we still need a lot to get the win here. Opts for the Porygon. Oh, true. The Ariana's not even that good here. You only drop to 5? Or maybe Archer for turn then instead? Wait, we're probably just going to whiff, right? We're probably just going to whiff the KO this turn. Almost assuredly. Wow, this is terrible. This is really bad. Get this Fez off the bench. Okay, hold up. Stadium? Archer? Ariana, sure. For 4? That's so weak. How many supporters do we need here to get the KO? 6? Ooh. We got 3? Gosh, that's pretty bad. Counter catcher KO Dracloak? One time? Just let him do it. Yeah, I mean, this is cooked then. It's this is actually just cooked. I thought there was maybe a line here, but yeah, there's no line here at all. It's just over. I guess the line is like hoping your opponent like passes for turn or something. Or went the Phantom Dive and Pray. Honestly, actually, that might be the best play, yeah. Retreat, Torment, Phantom Dive. And then when they retreat into a fresh Dragapult, you just concede, pack it up. Yeah, Murkrow Torment actually is like kind of their only play. That is a good point. But obviously not a good play. But it is their only play. It is their only play. Haunch retreat cost? I think it's 1 or 2. We should be able to retreat here, I think. Dude, they are in the tank. Pass? Nah. I feel like we got a Torment there. I don't believe it. It seems fake. Seems like Droopy would be ideal on the other side here, but it looks like they're eyeing up the Monkey Dory. If they have like Risky Ruins Dark Energy Boss, they could maybe KO the Murkrow off the bench. Do they go for a 2-prize turn? KO double Murkrow or Murkrow Honchkrow? Or KO Fez even, if they wanted. Fez in this deck seems so bad, but I don't know the deck very well. It's definitely like an emergency card. They must play some kind of Ultra Ball, I guess, as well to find it even, right? I feel like when I played this card, when I played that deck, I don't think I had Ultra Ball in there, did I? It was just 4 Pokepad, I'm pretty sure. On top of that, you have to play Ultra Ball, which aren't terrible in the deck because they do synergize with Porygon, but second Dragapult getting set up is pretty good. There's the Dreepy. Area 0, bumping the stadium is good. We have the ability to go wide. And then a Dawn to top it off. Going for the Meowth, which can lead to Boss next turn. Dragapult for next turn. And yeah, that looks pretty cooked. Dawn sets up the whole play for next turn. There's nothing to whiff unless we don't have any boss to get. We're going to KO the active, put 6 on the Fez, and then we're just a boss KO on Fez away from winning the game. And we don't even have to do that to win. It's 5-3. We could attack with 3 Dragapults in a row and just KO the active 3 turns in a row. That would also work. It'd be really hard to lose this one. You might have tried to split at some point. I don't think so. I think it was just... No, I think maybe I had an Ultra Ball or 2 in there at some point. Yeah, I think you might be right. But yeah. You have to play something in there so you can actually find the Fez. The Fez is just really bad in there as well. I mean, yeah, you kind of don't want it. He really needs Archer to have the slightest chance. Okay, fair. You could still win with Archer. Good point. Good point. It could work out with Archer. There is a win con still. I was thinking there was like no win con, but no, there is Archer in the Rocket deck. Whenever I'm thinking about that kind of stuff, I'm always just like, well, decks don't play hand disruption, so you can't do anything. That's not true though. Okay. Wait, the comeback here would be actually kind of sick, to be honest. Now that I'm making the realization it's possible. I kind of want to see the Honchkrow comeback here. There's the Archer. Unlikely. Technically possible. Needs to like Archer Torment for a turn, then size up the hand for a KO next turn. I mean, ideally we Archer and KO right now, but well, no, Torment's not very good because then they just go Retreat Knockout. That's pretty bad. It basically has to be Archer Knockout, but we also need a Honchkrow. Honchkrow has to be one of the cards. And then I guess Murkrow. I guess we maybe can't afford to try and set up a Murkrow. Maybe it just has to be Porygon on the follow-up. I don't know if we have enough supporters in the discard pile to take a 1-hit KO with a Murkrow or with a Porygon too, to be honest. Yeah, it's got to be KO this turn. There's still a Fez on the other side and the potential for a Dracloak. Does the Pulse play Blood Moon? Not sure. I think quite a few of the Pulse we've seen so far don't have Blood Moon, to be honest. Wasn't the play Jet Headbutt? I don't think so, no. You want to spread the damage to the Fez so you can just win next turn by KO Fez, right? Okay, Porygon 2 established. I think it is going to be a Torment. Oh no, we have the Honchkrow, but do we have the KO? We didn't attack at all last turn. We could have built up damage on the active, but we chose not to. Oh no. I don't think we have the KO. That doesn't look like enough. All right, that's +1. Maybe it is possible. Have we used the Stadium or the... I assume we have used Stadium and Fez, right? Because we wouldn't play this. We wouldn't play the item card here if we hadn't. There is only a minute 30 left as well. I didn't even realize that. What the heck? I mean, at that point, though, it just comes down to prize cards, and then the Dragon Ball player wins. Yeah, no good. Just for 240. Boss wins the game here. Ultra Ball wins the game here. Pokepad for a Dracloak. Does not win the game here, but it could win the game here. That can get us a boss. That can get us an Ultra Ball. That can get us a Meowth. Those are all in the deck. And even if we don't win this turn, just by attacking with Dragon Ball, we basically set up game, so. We have Meowth in hand. No, we got Archered. So the Meowth's in the deck now. There's the boss on the Fez. And just before time expires, the Dragapult dub over the Honchkrow. And we see a Pult move on to top 4. So we got a Pult and a Raging Bolt in top 4. And we don't know what else we have in top 4, but there's 2 other decks. You raw boss. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to use the Meowth for the boss, right? Someone in chat said they have new rules for the finals. It is now 70 minutes, best 2 out of 3. Wait, are you being serious? Bro, I might go to bed if that's true. Actually, it's not even that late. It's only 1:30. I'll probably stay up. That is a good thing. However, it's a good thing that might put me to sleep. As we are moving on to top 4 here in a second. Now, it's not that much more Pokemon, right? Or it's not that much more time. Top 4, then finals. Yeah. Okay, we know one deck's Raging Bolt, one deck's Pult. We don't know what the other 2 decks are. There's 2 other decks, for sure. Oh, I guess a 12-3 did make cut. This was the 12-3. Oh, can we go back and look at the bracket? Does it show their records? I'm actually curious if we can see how many 12-3s made cut. Or do they not show that here? Oh, they don't show it. But if we go here, they have a 4th win now because they just lost. But that means they were 12-3 when they made cut. So there was at least one 12-3 in cut. Maybe a couple. I believe it make it through. They made it to top 8. We don't know if they won the top 8 match though. It's 3.5 hours more. Yeah, that's it. Just a little bit more. We'll see how long it takes them to get into top 4. I should be able to last at least through all of top 4. I'll be fine, to be honest. I'll be fine for top 4 in the finals. Especially if top 4 is still just best of 1. The design of that energy is Japanese exclusive. Those? Yeah. Well, these are just like the Mega Energy with the stamp on it. Looks like they're shiny with a stamp. Sun's gonna come up if it's best of 3. Not for me. Or maybe just barely. I probably won't. We'll see. We'll see. I might stream tomorrow, but I probably won't stream tomorrow, to be honest. Just gonna take a day off. Reset after the long weekend. And then stream again on Monday. Will probably be the plan. I'll see how I feel when I wake up, though. So will you watch the hockey final Olympics? No, I'm not staying up for that. I'm going to bed before that happens. Where do you even can you watch the Olympics online somewhere? Like, do you need a certain network or a channel or something, or? Peacock? You have to be like a member, or is it just free? Dude, what is Peacock? Why does that thing exist? Like, what is on there? It's the only like streaming service that I have no idea what they do over there. It's got to be like for money laundering or something though. There's no way it's like real. NBC streaming platform. Love Island. I have heard of Love Island. Universal, NBC. Has The Office. Doesn't Netflix have The Office though? Or do they not have The Office anymore? It's a bird. Let it chill. A bird owns the whole streaming service. We're letting a bird control stuff in society now. That seems kind of scary. There's a lot of birds. Is there more birds than humans? Would the birds win? If the birds rose up, %, more birds than humans. If the birds, are there more species of bugs than humans? Wait, is there? This is the first time I'm hearing of this. Or is that like a theoretical thing where it's like they think that's true? Is there more known species of bugs than humans? Dude, what the heck? Why is there so many bugs? Is eVTOL considered a bird? I think so, right? It's probably a bird. Close enough. I have played Pocket, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've actually played the game. Is the Golden Go is the Golden Go similar to our Golden Go or no? For every one person, there's 5 birds. Dude, the birds might win, to be honest. Only one species of human, so... No, there's more species of bugs than humans. Not species of bugs than species of humans. That's incorrect. There's only 1 million registered species. 95, line in chat again. Birds don't need shotguns. Friendly fire enabled. Wait, what? What does that even mean? I've seen Birdemic. I know how it'll go down. We're doomed. Is that a movie? Is that like a Sharknado? New Pocket Arvin is a coin flip. Heads, you get an item. Tails, you get a tool. Yo, how's it going, Rahul? Congrats on the finish, nonetheless. Yeah, the misinput result is definitely tough for sure. Definitely tough. You almost got there. You almost got cut. That's pretty cool. We were definitely rooting for you over here in the stream. And you like guaranteed your spot at the next Champions League, right? Just not the Japan Championships yet. Lock for Osaka. All right, let's get it. You have another shot. You still have time to clutch up. You think Athena and Concordia will see any play with the Ends deck? Yeah, for sure. I think it'll probably be a tier 1 deck. Concordia Ends. Very solid. All right, moving into the top 4. The Mystic League is definitely a tough life lesson, but bro, this weekend was so much fun. Surfer kind of OP. I don't know about that, but how do you input it? Do you just have to like click on report result and then you click the wrong one of them? Is there like a confirmation screen after that? What does the Honchkrow do? You discard as many Team Rocket supporters as you want from your hand. It does 60 damage for each one you discarded. So it's like your early game attacker, and then you have the Porygon 2 as your late game attacker. 1-2 punch. Yeah, just click report result. I just didn't notice I hit the double game loss button, not the win button. I was just kind of excited and didn't double check the 1-0 versus 0-0. That's unfortunate. Wait, what the heck? Absol Kangaskhan? Unexpected? A Raging Ball matchup has to be bad though, right? Did I miss the time to go fix my record before cut? Oh, so you could go to the judge and get it changed. We have to do it within a certain time limit. That sucks. Yeah, that's rough. It's alright though. Got the experience. Now you know. Won't make the mistake again. Should be favored for Bolt, I think. I would imagine it is favored for Bolt. Yeah, I have to imagine for sure. We're in top 4 right now, yeah. Yeah, I guess it has to be the Audino, right? It's got to be the Audino inclusion. So it's got to be like Petrol, Cat, Trolley. Dude. This feels like it's probably a terrible matchup, but I am excited to see how this how the deck actually plays. No Penny either, right? You have no Penny. Do you play like 4 Ice Cream? Just heal it? Heal it and swing? You can, I guess you can still use Monkey Dories. Oh, maybe they could still play Yveltal, right? They could be going Retreat Lock. I've seen some Cyrano builds for Absol instead of Charlie since Arvin is gone. Oh, that would make sense. Cyrano makes sense, yeah. All right, here we go. E-Switch Energy, Psychic Energy, Dark Energy, Crispin, open the Absol. Oh, maybe it's just a Crispin build. Oh, there's Cyrano. Playing the Cornerstone still. All right, prediction is up. Get your predictions in. I think it was a Kangaskhan start as well. Area 0 and Jamie Tower in the prize cards on the other side. Rotation was optional for this tournament. Yeah, you didn't have to rotate. You could if you want to. Would it be allowed to play a different language deck if you did not speak that language in regionals, ICs, worlds, etc.? For all TPCI events, you can play your home region language or the language of the region the tournament's being played in. What's Cornerstone good for in this meta? Mega Diancie, maybe? Yeah, the only thing I can think of is Mega Diancie. Oh, Zoroark, yeah. Alright, here we go. Raging Bolt is going first. And it is the Noctowl with the Raging Bolt. We did just see them play. So getting a Phantom turn 1 is good. And there is a Pokepad in the hand. Grim? No, not really against Grim. I assume Absol wins? No? This matchup? No, probably not. Retreat Lock? Oh, maybe with Retreat Lock. Yeah, I could see Retreat Lock being a win condition in the matchup for sure. We'll have to see what's in the Absol deck. They might not even play Yveltal. We did see there is an Iron Leaves in the deck. So there is at least one way out of the Retreat Lock. Yeah, super low cortisol, for sure. Prime? No, it's unfair stamp. You know what? Sure, you can use any language you want. 10 hours? That's where we're at right now. Gonna be 11 or 12 in by the time it's over, though. Psyche to the active and pass. Okay, let's see what this Absol deck can do. I've got no clue. There's a Cyrano. A little prize check-in. There is Monkey Dory. There's Grass Energy. Oh, do we set it up with Ogre Pawn? Oh, okay. Crispins, Ogre Pawn, E-switches, Area 0. Okay, it's like a little bit... It is an Absol deck, but it's definitely less of an Absol deck than I thought. Okay, interesting. What is the best way for us to handle the Raging Bolt matchup? We have Clefairy. We also play Unfair Stamp. Okay. I didn't see a Mega Audino, though. So it's not... So Audino is so bad, you don't even play it in this deck. That's kind of sad. Audino is so bad that even in this deck, you don't play it. Jeez, man. Feels bad. Clefairy. Oh, do we just have the KO? Turn 1 Clefairy? Through the Cyrano? That's pretty good. That's a lot of pressure. With no mobility on the bench either. Oh, honestly, the Smooch up. Well, actually, the Smooch up probably sucks in here, but Tank Kangaskhan. The Smooch. Oh, we don't have it. Oh, it's just attached to Clefairy Pass. Oh, we just hope our Absol lives? Dude, our Absol is cooked. Our Absol is not living here. Wait, is the hand dead, actually? Oh my gosh, the hand is dead. Wait, the Absol is living. It's gotta be the Burst Roar? Never mind, I take it back. We're big living. And the hand kind of still sucks, it looks like. Hey, into the Crispin. I think we could attack with Absol here if we wanted, but we can also just go Clefairy KO and set up the Absol behind it, maybe. Honestly, we'd kind of just want to chain Clefairies if possible. We got some options next turn for sure. And then, yeah, there we go. Clefairy KO. First 2 prize cards go over to the Absol deck. We don't have that much. We don't have like a great backup if this Clefairy goes down, but I don't even know if there's a play on the other side of the field. We'll see. We might not need anything. There's a Bolt. I mean, there is a Crispin. But do we have a knockout? Oh, I guess we do have the knockout, right? Because we have the Grass Energy on the Fan Rotom. Okay, so we do have the KO on this Clefairy. We do have the KO here. We can remove this threat, then we can kind of go from there. Going back in. Energy search. I assume it would be to get a grass here, but we'll see. We could see we could see the response be We could see the response just be attack with Absol, to be honest. Yeah, here we go. KO Clefairy. Spawn back with the 2-prize KO. See what the Absol player can put together this turn. We did get Ogerpon and Grass Energy off the prize cards as well, so got some good prizes. Latios up to the active initially. Boss in the hand. Brox might be our only out. Yeah, might have to get like Fez. I don't even know what else we get. Fez plus something. Oh, Fez into Ursaluna would work. Well, I guess that doesn't win us the game though. Can't attack with Ursaluna this turn. No second Clefairy to be grabbed. So I think we have to go into Absol this turn, and then Ursaluna is like kind of our backup. I don't know if we have the Absol play quite yet, though. We might be a Dark Energy short still. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're just a Dark Energy short here. But if we get a Dark Energy, we're cooking. Here we go. Feds for 3. Unfair stamp. Oh, hold on. We got the unfair stamp. And we got Crispin. Gonna go with the Night Stretcher as well. That gets the Dark Energy. Then we can E-switch. Then we can unfair stamp. That's an insane draw. Oh no, we already played Brox. We can't Crispin. Ursaluna comes down as backup. And then, dude, the unfair stamp is just so crazy. Oh boy. Unfair stamp plus Absol Punch is pretty good. If we can just get another 2-prize knockout here, then Ursaluna will be able to close out the game for us. All we have to do is make it. All we have to do is get a KO with Absol. All we got to do is get 2 prize cards with Absol, and the game is basically over because there's no way to overcome the Ursaluna probably. There's got to be a crazy good draw on the other side. I don't know. What could you even draw here that actually be that good? I don't even know. Because even like getting like a Noctowl for Crispin what is like not even that good. There's the 5 on the Absol side. We don't need anything too crazy here. Got a Teal Mask cycle. It's not bad. Couple Ultra Balls and an... that's an Area 0. A couple Ultra Balls to work with. And then here we go. Claw of Darkness, 200, setting up the 2-hit KO. And then you get to discard one of the 2 cards here. It's an Area 0 and a Fighting Energy. I mean, I think the Fighting Energy is probably the one to discard here. But even if you top deck like a Noctowl. Oh, Noctowl's not even that good. There's no Terra Pokemon in play. What? Top deck Lily? Top deck Lily looks like the only good thing to top deck. It is a Psychic Energy and an Area 0. I mean, we can retreat to the Fan Rotom, or we could Burst Roar. If we Burst Roar, though, then we get KO'd by Absol, and then we lose to Ursaluna. So that doesn't seem very good. But I guess we could retreat to Fan Rotom. Fan Rotom gets KO'd, and then we top deck Fez, specifically Fezandipity. And that could draw us into a combo to actually win the game. Attaching for turn is also probably pretty good, because we could E-switch off this to something else to attack with on the turn. Or it sets up like a... Well, I guess we don't really need to set up a pivot, because the Latios means all of our basics are pivots. Man, just such an insane... Punch for 70? Okay. Such an insane sequence on the last turn. The Absol into the unfair stamp. Or the Brox into the Fez into the unfair stamp. Absolutely insane. Any trumpets in this? Most likely, yeah. Oh, on which side? Ultra Ball for Meowth. Meowth for Boss. Boss KO the Bolt. I mean, KO in the active was already going to seem like it was going to be tough to beat. Another Ultra Ball coming in as well. Backup cat, sure. Can't go wrong with 2 cats, I guess. Yeah, there's most likely trumpets in the deck for the Raging Bolt, yeah. Is killing the Latias ever better to keep the damage in play? Could be, yeah, and they're going for that, yeah. Killing the Latias removes the mobility. Area 0 discarded. I mean, you basically have one top deck, right? There's another Meowth in hand, which means you could just go Meowth for boss next turn and win the game on the Raging Bolts. Top deck is... Unfair Stamp! Oh my gosh! Wait, is that going to be good enough, though? Hold on. That's probably the best top deck you could get. That is probably the best top deck you could possibly get. But you still need a lot. And then you can KO the active. The Ursaluna does need an energy to be able to attack, but there's Fez in play. It's still tough. Could you actually KO the Ursaluna? No, you can't KO the Ursaluna here. Yeah, it just has to be set up an attack or KO the active and hope there's no energy for Ursaluna, I guess. So very unlikely. Literally the best top deck you could possibly get, but still very unlikely to be able to win the game from here. Oh no, you're right. Ursaluna won't need an energy because they're going to draw 3 prize cards. Also, the draw was not that good. Maybe can make it worth like an energy retrieval. Wait, then there's no win condition, right? Toss up Lottie, kill Lottie. But you can't even do that. Oh, you could do it with like an E-switch combo? Could you boss KO the Fez with... Can you boss KO the... We could boss KO the Fez maybe, right? Boss KO Fez with Clefairy would actually work. We would need to go like attach E-switch or something. That means we need Latias to move the fan run him as well. Sheesh, man. We need so much, but it is possible, I think. Or if we have our own Ursaluna, I guess. Briar? A Briar play would be insane here. I mean, they're going for Crispin, but Crispin just loses the game, no? Because Ursaluna attacks for free. Oh, we only have grass energy left from the Crispin. Oh, no. Yeah, this looks pretty cooked. Ultra Ball for Noctowl for E-switch plus Energy Search, or Night Switcher for another grass. Oh, it has to be Energy Search, I guess. Ultra Ball away to Ultra Ball. Or the Iron Leaves, sure. But once again, it doesn't really matter, right? You just lose to the Ursaluna. You get the KO, though. Get this knockout, get 3 prize cards, and then yeah, Ursaluna comes up, attacks for free. Never was really a win condition. There it is. First finalist with the Absol box. Post-rotation Absol box. Defeating the Raging Bolts. Now we gotta see what the other finalist is. Who the other finalist is. I wonder if Arboliva made finals. Apparently it's in the other top 4 match. That's what someone in chat said. We'll see. Look at Azul thinking Raging Ball was good enough to beat Absol. True, my bad. Definitely got way ahead of myself on that one. Did he just not take the KO and keep one prizer in the active? Probably not, no. Then he almost definitely loses. Well, I mean, he always loses there. I guess he could have done that, but he still probably also just loses, to be honest. I mean, he could have, yeah, he could have. He definitely could have. He would have lost. And he also lost. You could have tried to stall for a turn and then I don't know, boss KO the Fez on the following turn, I guess. Why was Briar not possible there, or am I tripping? I don't know. I didn't try and piece the Briar play together. Briar might have been possible. Do we know for sure that they played it? I think they do, right? We need second Owl, Trumpet, E-Switch, and some way to get the energies. So Fez, maybe. You wouldn't need Trumpet, because you have double Ogre Pawn, right? So you just need Ogre Pawn, Pawn, attach, E-Switch. Briar. But it's still a lot of cards. They did draw into, like, Pad, double Ultra Ball, double Pawn. So maybe they weren't too far off from it, to be honest. I guess finding the grass energy is the problem, right? For sure. Getting to the grass energy is definitely the problem. So maybe we had to like commit to a Fez initially with the Ultra Ball, then draw with Fez. If Fez was even available, I don't even know. Man, not having Nest Ball is so brutal for like finding the basic Pokemon. It's so brutal to get your basics into play. Like your high priority ones like the Latios and the Fez and stuff like that. Next game, they might show the other top 4 match. They might not. We'll have to wait and see. So we might see top 4 number 2, and then it might be the finals after that. Is Absol not just KO Clefairy if boss Fez? Oh, wait, yeah, what the fuck? What'd the board look like? Am I trolling then? Yeah, I guess, right? Yeah, maybe there was no play then. You had to kill Teal Mask with Teal Mask somehow? Was that the line? That's like never a line though, right? Or never possible. Or maybe we could have like, I don't know. We needed too much. We needed like too much. Maybe there was a play to like Trumpet. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know. It was going to be tough. It was going to be tough. Like Trumpet, E-Switch to Bolt, attached to Bolt. Pawn energy, boss pawn, or boss Fez, KO Fez with Raging Bolt. Maybe that existed, and then hope there was not an energy, or that we could still set up to KO the Absol on the next turn if the Absol punched us. Should have just Iono'd. Iono would have been pretty good there. Definitely pretty good. Never lucky. Always just on fair stamp. Currently in top 4. They did show some new cards, yeah. New cards were revealed. Retriever for double grass. I think there's only 1 grass in the discard pile. Otherwise, I think they would have gone for the retrieval to begin with. You don't even need Trumpet into E-Switch. It could just be Energy Search into E-Switch as well. What cards did they reveal? They're all on Poke Beach if you want to go look at them. Anything I've seen so far that surprised me? I mean, the Absol box for sure. I did not expect Absol box to be up here. That's definitely a surprise. They also, you don't have Bravery Charm anymore as well, which always felt like such a big deal in the deck. But it's more of a... It is way more of a box deck than it used to be as well. So you got like you got Teal Mask, you got Clefairy. Absol box previously was much more Absol than box, but this deck is much more box than Absol. Way more options. All right, top 4, number 2. Arbor Lever deck versus... Wait, is that also an Absol box? No. That's the Kangaskhan Pult. I was like, what the heck? Another one? With no Dreepies? Looks like that Shaman maybe came down a little bit too late. Sniping might have been done. Are we flipping through the confusion here? Ultra Ball down to a 0-card hand. What are we grabbing? Cat number 2. Into Lily. All right, fresh 6 on the way. What are we looking for here? Maybe just retreat to Ogerpon and take the knockout? I forget what Arbor Leva's a retreat cost is. Maybe it's 2. The guy on the left is playing Dragapult, yeah. Not this game, though. This game, it's Monkey Dory Kangaskhan. We might be stuck right here then. Might have to go for the confusion flip. We get Meganium set up. We could hard retreat, but that's just a Chikorita. Is it worth doing the flip? I feel like it is, right? Here we go. Oh, it is the heads. All 6 on the Monkey Dory for the KO. 3 prize cards left. And there is a Mega in play. Now, with a Crispin, we could attack and KO the Arbor Leva with a heads. But then the Ogerpon is a pretty big threat to KO our Kangaskhan if a Meganium is found. It is the Crispin. We are going to get the Kangaskhan set up. If the unfair stamp hasn't been used yet, we could find that. That would probably be pretty good. 6, 7. I mean, yeah, it's just a Meganium away at this point. Just a Meganium gets the KO on the active now. How does the Iono mechanics work in this game? In which order do you send the cards from your hand to the bottom of your deck? What do you mean? You play Iono and you shuffle your hand and you put it on the bottom of your deck. Oh, you shuffle it. You random it. Like the card says to randomize it. I thought I was like missing a piece of Iono or part of Iono with that question. Oh, we do have the Vitality Force bump. That decreases the... Oh, there's a Vitality Force in hand. Never mind. Not a big difference maker. Yeah, it is still just a Meganium away from the win. Fails. We don't even KO the Olive. The Olive survives. Yeah, top deck, Pokepad, Ultra Ball, and Force of Vitality. I mean, I think that's probably game unless we don't have the pieces for the Meganium in the deck, which is possible, I guess. Seems so impossible to make any sort of comeback if you stumble. I mean, it's a lot harder than it used to be, that's for sure. What are they cooking here? I'm a little bit confused, to be honest. Maybe they don't have the bay leaf or something. I think that if they had bay leaf and they had Meganium. I saw the Meganium. If they had bay leaf and Meganium, they just won. They didn't go for it. They have Force. They just Ultra Balled it away. The bay leaves must be in the discard pile. Ooh, okay. But Retreat Punch is still pretty good here, to be honest. So you're still in a good spot if you just go Retreat Punch. Fire Red playthrough on stream? No, probably not. Maybe, we'll see. Rahul tweeted out to the decks he played with on Twitter. Okay, we could use another Grass Energy or two here. Going to the Bug Catching set. More Grass Energy is good. Grass Energy or two. We haven't cycled with this one yet. I don't know if we needed to cycle with that one, though. But I guess we could just hit a little bit harder, sure. I don't think we've attached for turn yet, so we should probably attach. Okay, doesn't. We could have attached to the bench. Oh, no, we attached the active Arbor Lever there, didn't we? To retreat it. But this is still good enough to set up for the 2-hit. Once again, no Dreepy on the bench. No threat of Dragapult. No threat of anything, to be honest. So the Garchomp list, I'm gonna need the Wisdom on the Double Surfer. Oh, it's gotta be like anti-retreat lock, I assume. That would be my guess. Anti-retreat lock. Shenanigans. I feel like at that point I just run switch. Well, you don't need to be fast against retreat lock. You just need to be able to beat retreat lock eventually. And the surfers are draw supporters. It's way better. That's why I like playing something like Turo is way better than playing Switch. Or playing Penny is better than Switch. Or playing Surfer is better than Switch. You don't want to play Switch if you can avoid it. Because it's such a low value card. Switch is like terrible. But if you need aggressive mobility, where it's like, I need to be able to like see a lot of cards, I need to be able to play Lily, but I also need the mobility in the same turn, that's when Switch makes sense. But when you don't need aggressive mobility, it's always better to play something like Turo, like Surfer, like Kieran, that has a different effect that you can get value out of, because then it makes it a higher value card, which means you're just playing a better deck, because you have more high value cards in your deck. So Switch is generally just like a terrible card that you only play when you need aggressive mobility. But if you're trying to beat like Yveltal Retreat Lock, you don't really need aggressive mobility. You just need eventual mobility. Playing something like that makes more sense. Something to double as like a draw supporter, even though it's not like a heavy draw supporter, is still better overall. Oh, we got the Clefairy now. If you are just getting retreat locked, you probably aren't getting item locked though. What about what I said conflicts with that? All right, if that was your takeaway from what I said, I got nothing for you, to be honest. I got nothing. You play Switch, I'll play Surfer. Luck your next tournament. No, Max Belt does not work with Arbor Leva. Then it would maybe be like broken. Okay, we actually don't have the KO currently on the Clefairy. Oh, wait, did we just win with... Oh, we just went with the snipe play. All right, that works. I was in reference to you. Someone mentioned Switch doesn't get around item lock. Oh, my bad, my bad. I thought you were responding to what I was saying, because I was responding to what you were saying. I was like, I don't know. That doesn't continue the conversation at all. But no, my bad. Yeah, I forgot Arbor Leva could literally just snipe the bench. But that works. Kangaskhan KO'd. Or I'd normally say Kieran, yeah, but I guess with all the Rose Raid, you don't need the extra +30 option. Yeah, Surfer's like the most neutral mobility card you can probably play, because it just draws you cards. So it's just like a pseudo draw supporter. And more draw supporters like is theoretically never terrible, especially if it has an alternate use to provide you a win condition in certain matchups. Although it is like a pretty low, it is like a low value draw supporter. Drawing up to 5 is not very good. This feels very favored for Arbor Leva in the finals. Yeah, it is. Well, I don't know, because the deck doesn't have to function as a Absol deck, right? The deck can function like as a... I guess no matter what it functions as though, it's probably favored for Arbor Leva. Yeah, I think you're right. I was trying to like come up with an attacker you could attack with instead of Absol, and all of them get kind of bodied by Ogerpon plus Meganium, so... You could maybe get ahead on the prize exchange, so you draw the first 2, and then from there you could out-tempo your opponent, but... We'll see. Especially in Garchomp, which draws you up to 6 every turn anyways, right? Yeah, for sure, yeah. But, yeah, Surfer is like for the early game. It's like more draw supporters for early game turns, right? Just helps you play more games. All right, someone in chat said that finals is now best 2 out of 3 in 70 minutes. I guess we'll see if they're lying here soon. How does the Absol accelerate energy? It's an Ogerpon build. Ogerpon E-Switch. If you're lying, exile them. It's usually best of 1. Yeah, historically it's been best of 1. I'm down for best 2 out of 3. Well, I don't know if I'm down right now. I'm pretty tired right now. But in general, I'm down for best 2 out of 3. It is almost 3 a.m. It'll be interesting if people end up preferring Surfer or the new AZ card. Probably cases for both. Yeah, definitely. There's also like a case for Kieran if you like need the extra damage boost ever, right? So a couple mobility options. Yeah, Absol versus Arbor Leva finals is definitely something. I'm ready for a quick 1-0 to be honest. I'm down for the finals to be like, well, I don't the match can be, but I'm ready for a best of 1 to be honest. I'm not against it being best of 1. I don't care if I have to play for 5 hours. Best of 3 is the only way to play. True. You're right. Never mind. Best of 7. What could be a good retreat lock idea? I thought about Electros. I mean, there's a lot of ways to retreat lock, right? There's like a million different ways. Frostlass, Monkey Dory, or Yveltal. Electros Paralysis. Infinite retreat lock options right now. We got Stunfisks. We got multiple Stunfisks that can retreat lock. We got Sudowoodo. I think Maractus rotates for rotation anyway, so I don't think we're doing that, but... Wait, Arbor Leaf, are you serious? No, just a joke. It's Mega Absol versus Dragapult. There's no Arbor Leaf in the finals. It's just a meme. Maractus is legal? After rotation, it's still legal? No way. Still? Dude, what the heck? Why do we have like 10 retreat lock options in the format? How many is there total then? 6, 7? Like actually? We also got Bulbasaur. We got Totodile. Dude, it's like 10. It's like 10 plus. Infinite retreat lock options. What do you think about PTCG team tournaments? They're doing them once a year in China. A team of 6 sends 3 players to play best of 1s. I'd have to like know more about the whole format. I mean, it's like theoretically a cool idea, but I don't know what the full format looks like. That's why we need a Guzma reprint. True, we don't have enough mobility in the format. Guzma's the only thing that can save us. Puts every other mobility card to shame. Doesn't Baby Petch also retreat lock? Yeah, it does. Baby Petch aren't retreat locks. Infinite retreat lock options. Absolutely using Ogerpon and not Toxtricity is insane. Well, it's like the Kangaskhan draw engine. You got area 0, so you can go wide. I think it's like too crazy. Good options. Can we get a Mawile Tempting Trap reprint? Chill. Well, we basically have that. We have Stunfisk EX, right? We don't need any more. Oh no, Mawile was broken though. Mawile didn't even do damage. Mawile is like the king of retreat lock Pokemon. There's currently 26 Pokemon with retreat locking attacks. Wait, actually 26? Oh my gosh. The thing is though, the ones that are bad are like the neutral ones. Well, not super neutral, but like the ones that are just like big basic Pokemon, like the Stunfisks and the Maractus and the Yveltals. And now we have Stunfisk EX. Those are the ones that are a problem. Because they can be like easily put into decks. Or more easily. We have retreat lock in every type, don't we? Not fire, I don't think. I don't think there's a fire one. Water, grass, fighting dark. Wait, water, grass, fighting dark. Lightning. Colorless? Which one's colorless? No metal. Wait, who's metal? Yo, appreciate 25 months there. Gloomix. Oh, you're saying we have no metal, no psychic. Oh, we have dark. Oh no, Ponyard's dark, right? Oh, Ponyard's metal? Oh, we have metal, okay. No psychic. No fire. Delmise for psychic. Oh, true, there is the Delmise. Dude, that card's... No, it's got to be a 1 energy attack, though. It's got to be a 1 energy attack. The multi-energy attacks don't count. Those don't count. That thing takes 3 energy. Dusknoir counts? No. The 1 energy attack ones. Those are the good ones. Tornado burns and retreat locks and hits for 50 for fighting colors. That's too much. Is the Tornado a dragon or a fire? Also in the new stadium seems mid. Does seem pretty mid, yeah. But the idea of like the evolving stadiums is kind of cool. Evolving stadiums are cool though. Intro. We don't even get to play this meta, do we? Yeah, we get to, this is the meta we play after. Our rotation will be exactly this. We're 2 sets behind, but not constantly. Before Ascended Heroes rotated, we were 2 sets behind, but now we're only 1 set behind. And then their next set will come out, and then we'll be 2 sets behind, and then our rotation will hit, and we'll play this exact format. We play every format that Japan does. All of our formats are formats that Japan plays at some point. I feel the effect has to be a lot stronger than what was shown for the 2-piece stadium to be good. Well, I think that one's bad, yeah. I thought we lost this format. No, we don't lose this format. Well, yeah, I think that the double stadium thing can be good, but that one's just bad. Conceptually, evolving stadiums seem cool, but having a strategy that takes 2 turns to set up with cards that are already hard to search is so easily disruptible. You don't have to wait 2 turns, Toasty. You can do it in 1 turn. You can play the first stadium and play the second stadium immediately. It's just that the one they revealed does not seem very good. Because it's like a passive stadium. It gives your Pokemon plus 150 HP and then your opponent bumps it and it immediately is useless. So like the stadiums that would be good is like ones that have like more aggressive effects. I don't even know what they would be, but that one seems kind of mid for sure. Well, you can only play 1 per turn. You can, but if on the card it says you can play it the turn you play the other stadium. It says you can play this. You can play it only if the other stadium is played, and you can play it the same turn that the other stadium is played. So it like breaks the rule or whatever. However you want to think about it. Creates a new rule in the game. Arbor-Leva is damaged, so Shaman protects against it. Stadium thing is a one-time thing, probably. There's a VG lore behind the tower. I doubt it. It doesn't say it's a one-time thing on the card. Oh, wait, you mean like that is going to be the only stadium that works that way? I thought you meant like you couldn't do the stadium twice in a game. That would kind of suck. The idea is cool. If they only limit it to just a single stadium, that's... If they only limit to a single stadium and the stadium just sucks, that's kind of cringe. Hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully they add it to more stadiums. Seems kind of cool. All right, here we go. Finals. I don't actually know if I have the prediction reset. Let me try. Okay. On the right, we have Meganium, Arbor-Leva, Ogerpon versus Ogerpon, Absol, Ox. Artisan does rotate, yeah. They can just make stadiums up. Most of the item cards don't exist in the video game, so what's stopping them from doing the same thing with stadiums? Well, nothing, to be honest. Yeah, there's nothing really stopping them. Could definitely just do it. Ogre Pond mirror match. It is the Ogre Pond mirror, yeah. I got him with a pile shuffle real fast. Can we get a double pile count going on? I feel like it fits. Yeah, definitely a very unexpected finals. This is definitely not the. I would not have predicted either of these decks even making top cut, let alone the finals. Ooh, okay. Double pile count. Love to see it. I am curious to see how the Absol player actually like plays this matchup, because it seems like pretty bad. The Ogre Pawns on the Meganium side are just like gonna be so tough to deal with. Looks like a sleeve replacement. I suppose you aren't an Arbor-Leaver. Wait, what do you mean? I'm saying it's going to be tough for Absol to win, not Arbor-Leaver. Like, I think Arbor-Leaver's advantaged here. Yeah, I don't see how you... Like, it just seems... Yeah, I don't know. Seems tough. Best of 3? We'll find out here shortly. You said you wouldn't have predicted the deck to make cut? Oh, sure. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have predicted that. Yeah. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. And it definitely a surprise to me. The Arbor-Leaver part of the deck is just so weird. The Arbor-Leaver, it just feels so out of place. But I guess it's like, you play Vitality Forest, sniping the bench is kind of cool. Sure, why not? This is for Alligator all over again. Honestly, true. It's going to turn out that both of these decks just actually suck and are not playable. One of them is going to win Champions League, and then it turns out they're just, nope. Actually, just not good decks. For Alligator 2.0. Was the Alligator deck also after rotation? I actually don't even remember. Classic Champions League moment. Yeah, classic Champions League. Okay, Meganium won the coin flip. And I don't know if they chose first or second, though. We'll see once we see the timer if it's best out of 3 or best of 1. Best out of 3 one time. You know, we're here now. Let's get a best out of 3. Prize cards, nothing crazy. Couple Dawns, that's fine. On the other side... Nothing too crazy. First Luna's prize, but we can find that in the first couple. Yeah, they don't coin flip. They do rock, paper, scissors. This is the finals. For sure, Frogger didn't even play cards from rotation that year, so we were able to play the full 60. So it wasn't good enough. All right, here we go. Ogerpon start. Nope. 35-minute best of one. The finals here. Ogerpon, Meganium, Arboliva versus Absol Box. I see a Chikorita. I see a Bayleaf. Another energy to the active. Chat line again. I mean, we really expect anything else besides chat line? Yeah, I'm going to be very curious, like I mentioned, to see how this gets tackled on the Absol side. There's a Kangaskhan. Ooh, the rest of the hand is dead, but Attach Retreat will give us Kangaskhan to draw some cards. Sort of a fighting energy. I assume setting up. Got a Crispin. 2 E-switch. We already attached return though. Goes for the Crispin. Maybe you just set up your own Ogerpon on the back line, I guess? I don't even know. You attach a Kanga but hold a grass to Teal Dance. If you attach a Kangaskhan though, oh, could it get knocked out? Hold up. 4, 5, 6. No, you could get KO'd. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, if you put an energy on the active here, you could get KO'd. I don't know if that's worth the risk. There's a lot of cats. There could be 3 cats. Appreciate the Prime sub there. No idea how to pronounce your name, but I appreciate the Prime. Welcome to Rat Pack. Dark Monkey, grass in hand. Oh, we took the Psychic. We could Psychic Monkey. Maybe Mind Bend could come up. Oh, they attached active. They're risking it. The Meganium +2 grass KOs the thing. What's the hand look like? That's a Lily. That's a Bayleaf. That's a Vitality Forest. They can cycle on the active to begin with. Oh, that's a Smoliv. What the fuck? That's a scam. I thought that was the other guy. Never mind. Wait, we attached bench though? What is Smoliv's attack? Are we ever attacking with Smoliv here? We maybe just sacrifice Smoliv for turn. Yeah, I thought the Smoliv was a Chikorita. Not. Now because of the attach to the Smoliv, we actually can't take the knockout this turn. Oh, we got the Arboliva KO though. KO the Monkey Dory. We got Chikorita. Oh, we actually had KO. We're gonna cycle one. They actually had it. They actually drew the knockout on the active, but then they would have had no backup energy on the bench Ogerpon. So I don't even know if that'd be worth it, to be honest. Now we're gonna probably just see them retreat and KO the Monkey Dory off the bench, I would assume. With the Arboliva, because we have Ultra Ball and Pad. It's actually a pretty good hand. Can you not just punch Kangaskhan and clean up with Olive? No, because then you could lose the prize trade. I mean, it just doesn't seem necessary. I would just take the 1 prize knockout and then try and go 2 prize knockout, 3 prize knockout, or 3 prize knockout, 2 prize knockout. It gives you like the most aggressive prize trade. I mean, you could punch it with the Ogerpon, but then your Ogerpon could get punched. It's hard for the Arboliva to get 1 KO'd, I guess. You do have that. Like, it is pretty safe. So I guess doing it wouldn't be bad, I guess. Sure, I can see it. We are in the finals. This is the grand finals. Arboliva versus Absol Box. All right, so we are going the Olive route. We also have Chikorita and Bayleaf. Uh-oh, the Ops got to read the card. That's not a good sign for the Absol player. Are they going to go for the big hit? Nope. Retreating to the Olive. Question is, what do you even take out? If you do KO the Monkey Door, you could get unfair stamped. That'd be like the only reason to maybe not take a knockout this aggressively. All right, they go for it. There's double E-Switch in hand, and now with the Ultra Ball, we have a ton of options. I just don't know if any of the options are good enough. Drawing 2 with Kangaskhan first. Another E-Switch. Ooh, no, and a Cyrano. I was going to say maybe a boss. It's not a boss. Let's look at a boss here, though. Another Cyrano. Because boss KO the Ogerpon off the bench with your Ogerpon actually wouldn't have been a terrible play. But no boss. Cyrano to get some squat to set up. Latias, Meowth. Honestly, Cyrano for Meowth for the next turn is kind of cool. Clefairy is prized, and so is Ursaluna as potential options. Yeah, still trying to piece it together. There we go. Latias, Fez, Meowth. But what are we running to? Or like, I mean, are we just passing with Kangaskhan in the active this turn? Maybe. I'm trying to come up with like, what is the play here? Needs 2 more energy on his Ogerpon to KO his opponents. Well, no. Oh, there's no Meganium in play. You're right. Yeah, we are a little bit short. I don't think we're actually attacking this turn. Or maybe you attack with Kangaskhan and you hope you hit... Nah, but that's so bad to leave Kangaskhan in the active here with 3 energy. Yeah, you might just not attack this turn. I don't know. You can punch with Kangaskhan, maybe get lucky. But it's not even that good to punch with Kangaskhan here, though. That's the problem. Because then we just get... See, like... I mean, we're going for it. But now we just, like, so easily get killed by an Ogerpon next turn. But hey, we're swinging. Tails 200. Not enough. We need like 3 heads to keep this competitive, I feel like. Got a bug catching set in the hand to start with, maybe. I think there is a Lily as well. Not going to be drawing that 8 because we did get a prize card last turn, but 6 is still pretty good. Starting with the cycle. We just need to find Meganium and then we have the KO in the active here. We can cycle again with the other Teal Mask. Continue to dig for that. Yep. Then we have Bug Catching Set and Boss and Lily in hand, I believe. The Bug Catching Set. Is it the Meganium? It's going to be big. Even if we whiff, though, we're not done yet. Oh, small whiff. Good whiff. Do we think this deck is actually good? I mean, Ogerpon plus Meganium is pretty good. Like, that's a good baseline, so... Wait, which deck are you talking about? I feel like you could say that for either deck right here. Have another Chikorita in hand. We could bench that. I wouldn't hate to see that hit the bench. I was talking about the Arboliva. I mean, yeah, Meganium plus Ogerpon is like a good... It's a very powerful baseline to begin with. So, it could be. I think you just bench Chikorita and play the Lily, to be honest. But I guess maybe you got to be careful about clogging your bench because of the cats. They're running some numbers. I mean, you literally just need Meganium here to KO the active. You just need the Meganium. Top 4 gets a Worlds invite. Oh, they're not even gonna... Is there not a Lily in hand? Maybe I'm trolling. 120 on the Fez. Or some active, it looks like. Oh, maybe like 100 on the Fez. Oh no, 60-60. What? We're not even gonna give our Olive a chance to get a knockout? I thought we just dump it all on the Fez so that way the Olive could KO it next turn if we wanted to. All right, massive hand here on the other side. Ice cream incoming. Actually, I don't even know if they play ice cream. I don't know if I've seen an ice cream, to be honest. I'm very curious to see how they approach this from here. Now it feels like they have the turn to have... I feel like you have to go KO the Ogerpon off the bench with the 2 energy if you can. Oh, Monkey Dory's on the field now. Double Monkey Dory getting set up. Could we ever KO the Bayleaf, maybe? Or can we just actually get double darks on 2 Monkey Dories and just, like, move damage to the other side and not do anything this turn? Off the active to the Ogerpon. Oh, maybe it is going to be the play you mentioned, and then just boss KO it. Okay, that works. That works though, right? Currently that works. The Monkey Dory again, healing the other 30 off the active. We still lose to Ogerpon double grass Meganium next turn. Why did the right guy even play a supporter? I don't know. I swear there was a Lily in the hand. Maybe there's not. 30 more to the Arboliva. And then knockout for 2. Got the Ursaluna now. Got a Nitrous to work with as well. Maybe they just didn't have a Lily. I don't know what they have in their hand then. Yeah, you gotta push the Ogerpon here. Top deck bug catching set. Bug catching set first. Can we find the Meganium this time? That is the Meganium. Do we have another Ogerpon to work with? There is another Ogerpon as well. I think there's Lana's 8 in hand. We can just recycle 3 grass energy. KO the active, set up the second Ogerpon to KO the Fez to close out the game. Even the... What does Arboliva's second attack do? 160? Oh, I guess that would KO the Fez as well. But the Monkey Door should be able to heal that out of range. Definitely handle Lilies, right? Maybe. I couldn't tell for sure. I thought there was, though. Maybe it was Alana's 8, actually. Things are looking good. Ooh, another energy is also good for the next turn. Because the next corner or Ogerpon needs to be able to attack as well. Meganium, attach active, KO. And then we do need to get those last 2 prize cards. There is an Ursaluna coming our way, though. Which actually might be... Oh, no, we just need like a boss. And that's what we're missing here. Is a boss. Oh, no, but there's going to be an energy on the Ursaluna as well. It'll still be an energy away, though, I think. Okay, no gust effect there. Or out to gust effect. Fair plus unfair? Fair plus unfair would be awkward, yeah. Oh, they're making sure it does enough damage. It does do enough damage. Oh, they have the unfair in hand. Where'd that come from? All right, we have the unfair bear. Unfair bear, and then we need to be able to KO the Ogerpon on the bench on the next turn. So we need to build up our Ogerpon, I think. Oh, we still have to put an energy on our own Ursaluna, though. But even an Ogerpon on the next turn with 3 energy Be 6, 7, 8. 8's not enough. We still don't even kill the Ursaluna. So it has to be a Gust. You need double grass Gust. Fully healing the Fez. That doesn't KO it, does it? No. Unfair Stamp. Actually, this might be a tough draw here on the Ogerpon side. But on the Ursaluna side, you still need a follow-up knockout. You need double grass boss. I guess you could just leave a one prizer in the active as well and force the boss out of the other side. But you need, yeah, the Ogerpon on the bench needs to start getting built up. If we can find a grass at least this turn, I think. Let's see. Oh, I guess you don't want... Do you want energy on your bench, Ogerpon? I'm not sure if you do, actually. Even if you draw a grass here, do you even actually want to put it there? I feel like you don't. That's for 3. They cycled. Now you only need Grass Gust now, though, on the Ogerpon. If you don't put that energy there, then you need Grass Gust, right? Grass. 4, 5, 6. No, you would be 1 short, but now that's 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pushes up the Arbor Levo, but we could have actually pushed up the... Oh. What's in the hand? Oh no, the hand is dead. It's completely dead. Yeah, I think the grass energy on the Ogerpon was a misplay here on the left-hand side, because we could have just KO'd the Arbor Levo next turn by going Cycle Attach Boss. Retreat to Chikorita pass? Evolve the Bayleaf. Hold the hand. Pass. Draw for turn. Area 0 for the cat for the boss for the Arbor Levo, bro, and the Absol box gets the dub. That is insane. Is that enough? It looks like enough. Dude, the cat for the boss. Bro, you couldn't have it any other way in the first post-rotation tournament than Meowth for boss. Dude, I cannot... Well, one, that's... The matchup still seems like a bad matchup. Dude, I can't believe Absol box won the tournament, bro. What the heck? That's actually insane. Holy smokes. All right, chat. I got to get to bed. I got to get out of here for sure. Insane match. Insane finals. Pretty cool tournament. Very interesting. Rotation looks very interesting. I'll say that for sure. I'm going to head off, though. I'm going to send you off to the abyss. I got to get out of here. I got to get some sleep. Have a good one, chat. I won't be streaming tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. So I'll be back on Monday. See y'all on Monday. Peace.